Uh, if Atlas, we have to give credit to Atlas, right? Even though I haven't played it personally, the way they're trying, I wish Eden or Phoenix tried like they did. That's how I feel.
Mm,
I don't know how you guys feel.
maybe Eden, but we have the real timer.
There's no real timer.
Mm, just 1 hour.
Thing about Atlas is that a lot of people don't understand is that they still have a solid 5 to 6 month of live development before the other servers even go live. They still have to go through an alpha and a beta.
Who?
Eden and Phoenix.
Eden's ready.
Their alpha and beta won't take long though, because they've already got that base server to start on.
I don't think they're gonna have any problems.
I mean, they shouldn't have that many problems. They're starting with stable code. But then again, Celestia started with stable code, and look how long they lasted.
Who? Who started with a stable code?
Celestius.
No, it was stable after, right? After they left OS.
It was stable on Celestius. It was just that the gameplay was kind of cruddy.
Gameplay's another um discussion. The 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 what's it called? That's a familiar avatar. Who is that guy? Moshkutz! Moshkutz! Mon shits! Comment ça va, enculé? So, what were we saying? Eden theoretically is going to be ready to. They're just gonna. Hey, Ligma. Yo. What's up? Someone has to put noise suppression. How's my American scout friend?
Waiting to play.
You're not. You're not playing.
I'm playing a little bit on Atlas, but you know how that's going.
I'm just reading. I don't have any personal experience. Do you like OF?
No.
I mean, I'll play it, but I don't prefer it. The keep fights just aren't that good. The line of sight and everything is just not that great.
If we could only get some sort of hybrid.
I wouldn't.
Like
Yeah,
what?
if there was OF with the NF keeps, that would be something special.
That's impossible.
Probably.
You prefer. You would like OF keeps. You would like OF territory with NF keeps.
It would be better, but
Oh, better than
it'd
as
be
it is
better
now.
than regular OF. But I still think I would like the keep porting and just the boating and the bridges. That's more fun in my opinion.
It is. I don't know what everybody else says. Well, I remember when we were playing Celestias, we all had fun in OF when it started, right? We had extremely good fun with um with the keeps and all that. There was good fights too. There was extraordinary fights. I remember there was fights. But when we moved to NF, it was better, right?
I think so. The OF with the master levels and all that just was with
Anybody
no
can talk,
postern
by the
doors
way.
or anything. It was too much.
You know what? You know what was too much? You know what was too much? The fucking speed worms. The fucking
Yeah,
Yeah.
worms.
that's well that and even those couple days with all the bugs with the mentalists and the siege weapons, that was pretty bad too for Celestius.
Also, the line of sight disaster.
Yeah, that and I think I made like 200,000 realm points in a few hours just because the trebuchets were hitting the entire keep and everyone inside.
Okay.
Well, that wasn't so bad. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah, that and the dots. You target the tower, AoE the tower, and hit everyone inside.
Oh yes, and the doors. You could just hit the doors. Actually, the shrooms never stopped hitting the doors, the bombers.
Yeah. What is that?
Hello.
Venusia.
Hello, Venusia. Is she cooking?
Yes.
Hey, Venusia. How are you? Come sta?
Bene, bene, tutto bene.
Tutto bene. You're always
Sì,
cooking. You're always cooking, Ramotto.
sì, sì.
Yeah.
Sempre cooking.
Oh, desserts, too many desserts, and we have sugar now. We're not starting the discussion, by the way. We're waiting for more people to log in. We're just everybody. What kind of what would you? Is there besides the? We're not going to talk about seasons yet. We're going to wait for everybody to log in. Then we're going to talk about seasons. Is there anything? Is there any subjects I should bring up during the discussion that anybody would like to talk about?
Yeah, what realm we're all gonna play?
Nice one, Ligma.
You know my opinion.
To the
Well-
core.
Fuck the mids.
I mean, Palermo's rolling an animist, right?
Fucking will never play a hib. Never.
We'll all
Never.
roll hib. Isn't that what it's going to be? Everyone is playing Hibernia.
No. Not even for not even for a joke. I don't know. Not even for a joke.
You might want to remove the cap from the channel, by the way, because only
it-
25 people can get in.
And how do I do that?
Just change it in the server. Right click on the channel, and you should be able to change the settings of the channel.
I saw that before and it says infinity. User limit, it's infinite. 99 users. Can it go to infinity?
I'm pretty sure you can just remove the cap completely.
It says no limit.
Are you on the correct voice channel, or is it for a different channel?
For this
It
one.
might be the video feature that's capped.
Oh, that's why. All right. But everybody could hear me, right? How many people are there here? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24 people. It's probably for the video.
Mhm.
Yeah. If you guys want to, any subjects that want to be brought up, type it. Type it. We could do a poll. Most of us are BG players, right? So we're not going to talk about which classes got fucked from the in Eden. The Thanes, they said.
I don't know. I was looking at the planner yesterday, and it all looks pretty good.
They made a
Hmm.
good planner. They made a good planner too.
The Wizard of the Lost the GTAE?
Is
No,
that just a bug?
It was just a misread.
Oh,
no,
okay.
no,
Yeah,
no.
they'll have the dot.
Hey
and,
guys,
and I don't think.
Wait.
assist was nerfed.
Are they gonna remove it? Are they gonna remove
Hey, Macro, how are you?
as you think?
I don't know. Well, Celestius did, so I'm sure it's on.
is the voice
how you
chat
doing?
too loud? Is it drowning me
Wait,
out?
did Celestius remove the GTA altogether?
The assist.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, the assist. Okay.
I want the voice chat to be loud
And
so
for a
that
while you needed to
in the
have
recording you can
line of
hear
sight to
everything.
your GTAE target.
Yeah, and you couldn't put it above you.
It's a bit low, but not drowning me out. Okay.
Well, when
I'm
they
turning
fix
my volume up.
The tether, is that how it's called? When they
I'm too loud.
the circumference, how do you
This
call it?
is the
Tether,
access.
the axe, yeah.
How about that?
All right.
Thanks for barbecue.
They decreased the axis, which was logical because it was hitting on 3 different floors. If you put it correctly,
Hey, OmniPower, how are
you
you?
can hit. If you put
I
it
am
on
twice the
middle
volume.
floor, you can
Yeah,
hit
I had
people on
turned
the top
down
floor and the bottom floor
the
too,
Discord
which is much
volume.
better. But anyway, that was a lot of
For
problems
Discord,
before with
Mackerel?
the bugs in the towers. Phoenix is the one that fixed
How's that?
the new towers, right? They're the ones that fixed
Is that better?
the all the cheating that was going on, the abuse.
This is all the way up on Discord.
Remember?
Yeah, when they upgraded the model of the towers, it fixed it.
You're
Yeah,
out of the loop at the
the
moment. What are we listening to?
the
I just found out
corners
about
where you
an
could stand
hour
without
ago that
any
there was going to be a
damage.
massive
The
meeting for
Phoenix
the Dark
fixed
Age
that.
of Camelot community about
Alright.
where they're going to
4
go
minutes,
in the
we're gonna
future.
Start officially. Do I have?
Let's just make
So
sure
this is going to be
let's make sure it's not
Polemo,
capped at 25.
Pills Power,
I don't know how to test it.
communities
4,
of
8,
all
12,
different
16,
servers
20,
coming
24.
together and speaking about the community's progression in the future, about where we're all going to go.
Wait, let me.
So if you want to be invited to this,
Because there's only 24 people, and I think more are trying to join. Sorry,
click that link. That should take you right in.
I was at.
If you want to join this discussion, the Discord invite is in the chat.
How about now? What does it say now?
25.
Bullshit. Wait, let me close my video camera. Does it still say 25?
Yeah.
No, it says 97 now.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, it says 97 now. We're 25 of 97.
I'm just going to be grinding on my Archer while we kind of listen to this.
Sorry, because my internet went down on my house, and
And
I had to go to
anybody
my
that joins
storage
the
place
chat
and
is able to speak their
bring a
piece.
laptop. and
This is just an
download
open
Discord on the
discussion.
laptop. Anyway, we can start 2 minutes early, but we can start. So, hello everybody, and if anybody wants to bring up a subject, type it. We all love this game. We're just gonna talk. I don't know
Can we
what
talk
where.
about feathers?
Yeah, I really need some.
Feathers. Feathers. People are typing shit to me. Wait. How can I go video again? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 26. Look at all these familiar people. Hello, everybody. We're going to start in about a couple of minutes. Ah, if Pills logs in. Does anybody want to start the discussion with what? I don't know. I'll start the discussion. How down did you feel with Phoenix announcement? Or did it feel good?
With what they announced the other day,
Yeah. What? How many
I'm not
announcements
impressed.
have they made?
I thought you meant when their announcement to close, but yeah, no, their reopen announcement. I was looking more forward to something better.
I concur. I don't like how they're bringing back Phoenix the way that they closed it. All of their custom changes mostly are for the negative towards the community, let alone time gating.
You got to explain what you mean. Some people to understand what you're trying to say.
Oh, yeah. So a lot of, before they closed down, a lot of their latest changes to like the way that classes work, how each class got the RAs, the way the custom styles for friars, for thanes, how thanes would get multiple, they would get Static Tempest, Thorn Wheatfield. All of that nature was a huge turnoff for a ton of players. And then when they bring the announcement back, they're not retracting any of those changes, but now they're creating more hurdles for a community to play there with the time gating of realm rank increases, spellcrafting abilities, stealthers not for 30 days. That's just appalling to me.
That stealther
yeah,
one they
but
added is just weird. I don't really see. That's not going to make more people solo. People don't solo because of stealthers. People don't solo because you get rolled by 8v8s.
No, it's not only that. They want group-oriented players, maybe, as they level up.
If you're just joining us, there's a massive Discord open discussion
I
right
don't know.
now with Polimo,
Yeah, no, I
Pills
think
Power,
it's
and the
the general
community
complaint
about
of stealth zergs.
what the future
which,
looks
again,
like and
doesn't
where
make
the
sense.
community is going to
It
go
doesn't make
and stuff like that. So
that's not the reason. That should.
if you want in, I'll link the
Hello,
Discord.
LT. How's it going, bro?
If you want
Good
in, just
afternoon,
ask for the
everyone.
invite.
LT is BG leader from the North Americans. If you don't know, his nickname is Batman. All right.
A quick little side thing. They just confirmed the GTAOE will have the same restrictions Celestia said.
What, they're gonna remove it?
So no assisting and
yeah.
no placing it above you.
I'll touch on that for a second. Phoenix did
Oh.
confirm that they're not going to go past 1.125, so they're not going to have the UI scaling or the ground target mouse feature.
Okay.
Oh, that's good. I prefer the old ground target one.
Which is the old one?
The one where you press F5 or G and move
Okay,
it with
okay,
your mouse and
and-
scale it with the
and-
mouse wheel.
Oh my god, they're gonna nerf GTAOE
Yep.
just
Yep.
as I'm about to come back. I'll find a way.
Who is that talking?
Who's that talking? That's the dragon.
Oh,
Is this the Lost Ark channel?
Only if you break out your wallet.
excuse me. This is like the first time we hear Moon's voice, I think, right?
Yeah,
never heard
first.
I've never heard it either. He
He's
had his
probably-
microphone off for 14 years.
You know, I just bought one just so I could talk to you guys.
See?
This guy has a ton of money. This stupid American, he has a ton of money. This fucking malaka, and this is the first time he decides to talk on a fucking Discord. What a piece! And I thought you were Japanese or something. Like I was expecting a different. You're pure American. It sounds like.
I'm pure-blooded, baby.
Good to hear you, Moon. Good to hear you.
Good to be here with you guys. I'm playing Lost Ark while you talk.
Yeah. Well, fuck yourself, malaka. Fucking Lost Ark, malaka. You post pictures on malaka Discord. All right. So there's not going to be GTAOE. So Phoenix was a letdown, right? We can all agree. Is anybody happy with Phoenix? You can type plus if you don't want to talk. Oh, is that Razia? Oh!
It's Raz.
The only people happy with Phoenix is the Ranger group because they're using old archery and Celestius or Eden is new archery.
Yeah, but that's
I mean,
class.
What Phoenix is doing is completely new, right? Like I don't agree with some of the changes they've made, but I'm curious to see how it goes. I don't
Which
want to be
one?
closed. Just all the changes they've done, like the restrictions, the time gating. I'm not a fan of time gating. I never have been, but it's never been done before on a Freeshard, so I'm curious to see how it goes. It might be successful. It's
Yep.
hard to talk negatively about something when it's never been done before. It sounds shit on paper, sure, but I'm curious to see how it goes still.
I got something to add to that, if you guys don't mind.
No, go ahead.
Everyone in here loves Dark Age of Camelot. Confirmed?
Almost.
yeah,
Okay. One of the things that kills me with Phoenix is why are they trying to reinvent the wheel? We all love the wheel. All we ask is for the wheel to be able to go down the hill because we don't want to push it up the hill. If we wanted to push a wheel up the hill, we would all be on Uthgard.
All right. What's pushing up the wheel for you?
Oh, pushing up the wheel would be just lack of quality of life features and stuff like that.
That's very subjective, though. Like, one quality of life could be good for one person, but bad for another. But I see what you're saying.
Definitely true. Definitely true. But like,
They made a lot of adjustments for quality of life. All the servers, Phoenix especially, and Celestius.
Oh,
I don't know
yes,
about
yeah.
that.
The quality of life changes are fine, but it just feels that their changes to the gameplay itself is like they're trying to reinvent the game.
They're trying to be different, so they can stand out.
I think they achieve that.
Yes, they definitely
Yeah.
achieved it, but the question is
Yeah.
more or less remaining. Have they gone too far with it, though? To me, I think they have.
Nah,
But again,
yeah,
that is subjective.
it is. It is. My gut tells me if you don't do mistakes, you don't learn, right?
Oh, no,
So
that's definitely true.
so it's not like it's not something that will deteriorate us from playing.
And like you just said, like if you don't make mistakes, you don't learn. Well, a lot of these changes they did could be deemed as mistakes because shortly after they made those changes, their populace fell off the face of the earth because no one wanted to play with those changes. And then with their announcement, they're not retracting any of those changes. They're making it worse.
Well,
I'm
Phoenix,
thinking you go for it.
go. Phoenix have the biggest ego, that's for sure, in a good way. But
what do you do if you want to protest that? Let's say we all would like Phoenix to be better. So what's the best way to let them know that in a way is it when the vote comes up in 6 months, or I guess
No,
June of
SW.
next year, and you
no,
vote no?
no.
What do you do?
It's not,
We don't play
I'm
the
sorry.
beta.
No, that doesn't help either.
But you could log in and vote, I guess, right?
Yeah, but it's not about the vote. Let me. What does your gut tell you, Moon? We've talked about this in the game in the past, and I interrupted you.
Well, actually with Phoenix, I don't have a gut feeling other
This
than
is probably
to
the single
I wouldn't
largest
play
discussion
if I didn't like it, so I'm not going to
about the future
play.
of DAoC anyway.
And then but I would vote, but I
If you
would
want
go
into
in
the
and
discussion, if
vote
you
when
don't have
it's
the
time to
Discord,
vote and say
say it
no,
in
because
chat, and I
they
will
said
dupe
on
the Discord for
Discord,
you.
if people vote no within the first on the first try, which is 6 months for them, then they're clearly not happy with the setting. And I immediately replied, well, what if the setting they're unhappy with is seasons to start with? Right?
Don't talk about seasons yet. Don't talk about the seasons yet. We're not going to go into seasons yet.
All right. Well.
All right. But the
If
biggest
you don't want to listen through
thing you
stream,
just
the
said,
link
which
is
is
in
like,
the chat.
I really
Let me know if
I
that link
want to
does
get
not
into
work, and
that.
I'll create
Is
a
like,
new one.
how do you make him hear you? And for me, this is one way right here. They'll find out what we discussed today, like it or not. If you're a dev, wouldn't you want to find out what these guys are discussing? Even if we
Probably.
just even if we just discuss bullshit and old times and all the good fights we had against each other, because there's a bunch of enemies here too that I want to fucking kick from a Discord. But anyway, I won't. But but for me, instinctively, this is one way where you can be heard. If you're a dev, actually, if you're a dev and you're putting your money in this game in a shard, you don't care what the players think. You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it as you dream it, right? So why change? Why go? Why listen to the players? Because everybody's gonna have an opinion and they're gonna go crazy after. They're gonna hear 100 opinions. They're not just gonna hear like 5 opinions. But if people can talk, right? You know that.
Yeah.
So
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 what I was going to say,
everybody. I just 1 second. I want everybody to express their opinion, because it's the most important thing. I don't want like 4 people talking. Whatever you like, you can type even a plus. If you don't want to talk, just type a plus if you agree or something. Because these things are going to be heard. You know what? I'm sorry, you're going to come back. You know what's our biggest advantage now is there's going to be 2 servers, and they're going to want the players to come to their server. So they're going to have to attract people. How are they going to attract people? With their ideas or if they know what our ideas are. I'm
The
just
latter.
thinking out loud. I'm thinking out loud.
One thing about Phoenix
Go
that
on.
I don't like is. Yeah, I'm getting an echo.
What?
All right. So the thing about Phoenix I don't like is the stealthers are not going to be playable at the start, right? So that's a lot of people's main archetype that they play. And then the people who hate stealthers are just going to be able to walk around freely with no detriment or fear of being ganked.
Wait, over here. Wait, in this server is about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's about 40, 45 people. 40 people. I don't know. So I don't think these people here are stealthers. Right?
Right.
Like
So,
Moon Dragon.
so yeah, well, Moon is like he's like a hybrid. He's stealther solo, but he's in a BG. He's right
Well,
behind.
he's right though, because I, for one, I'm looking more at Eden just because of Phoenix restrictions.
Well, not
And
only
that's
that,
a very small scale, but that's like obviously we don't know Phoenix's full story yet. But as of now, like just because of that, I already look at Eden more.
what's funny about the whole thing is you're not going to be able to play a stealther for 30 days. Sure. You're not going to be able to spellcraft for 2 weeks. You can still level it to 1,000. You just can't use it. So what people are going to do is they're going to level their spellcrafting. They're going to level their farmers. They're going to farm. They're going to template their shadow blade. And then the first day he comes out, they're going to power level him. And on day 2 or 3, they're going to be out there killing people with a full template. They're not stopping anything. So it's weird that they're doing it.
So
Be quite
1
be
month
quite
of
far behind
issue.
though. I don't agree with this changes against stealthers. You should never alienate a player base in your game. There's ways to fix it, and banning people from playing a certain class isn't a way to fix it.
What's their official reason? What's their official reason for not
They're-
having stealth?
They
They
want
want
to
to test it. They want to experiment.
But why
What
do
if
they
server would like
experiment is
about it?
because they have their own game that they're developing on the side.
Yeah.
So I believe they're actually
Yeah.
That's a good
testing this
point.
stuff for their
Yep.
own little project.
Yeah.
And who
Yeah.
knows what next season's going to be for their project.
This
See-
is a big discussion. We're guinea pigs about this. I agree with you, whoever said it.
So also, to the stealther note, they could just disable stealth and let you level your damn class and then re-enable it
That's
after
what they
60
should do.
days. And then on top of that, they can also change stealth so that it's only available for so much time stealth, and then it pops you out. So let's say it's a 10-minute. You can't be stealth for more than 10 minutes. And then once you come out of stealth, there's a 2-minute cooldown. That would be a different way to play it too. They don't have to just omit the class completely.
Yeah, that would be the best case, and I'm gonna type it in their Discord every single day.
That stealth has worked on Warhammer Online. The cooldown only worked.
Well, I
lasts
don't
a certain amount of
necessarily
time.
agree with the cooldown, but at least disable it for a month if that's their main concern. Disable the actual skill, but let them template and level up. The
What-
spellcrafting doesn't really bother me nearly as much because I mean it's
Yeah,
14 days.
they can
Still skill
disable
development.
you can just disable the stealth, like the training points on stealth.
Yep.
Like the funny
Yeah.
thing is, there's still going to be
They're going to have to do
minstrels.
that on minstrels.
Minstrels are
Yeah.
going to be there, and they're going to just everybody's going to roll Albion and do stealth zergs with minstrels.
No, they're gonna disable the stealth from the minstrel.
Oh, they
For
did
sure.
say that for sure. Okay.
No, they didn't say it, but they're gonna do it for sure.
Oh, maybe. You're
No,
probably right.
they just disabled a minstrel together for 30 days as well. Kick.
There you go.
And then run with speed 5.
Yeah.
Fuck stealther discussions now. Fuck me. There's only one stealther in this fucking Discord. Go fuck yourself. Jesus Christ. Let's
The
go
only thing
back
that
to
concerns me about the spellcrafting change is that you're going to get a massive disparity between casters and melee in realm abilities because you're going to have casters just blowing people up for the first 2 weeks because you're going to have no resistances against it, and
Why?
it's argued because
why?
right. So it's easier to template a caster anyway, so they're going to get their rogs and they're going to be pretty much templated anyway. Because the general game is just easier to template a caster. I think we
Okay.
can all agree on that.
Okay.
So for the first 2 weeks, nobody else is going to be able to get spellcrafting or template. So you're going to have sorks and stun casters
Apparently you've
just
never
blowing
met
people
Tim
up for the first 2
Polemo.
weeks because they're going to have no
I-
But
Polemo
resistance.
they're
is a
only
very
blowing up
angry
other
man.
casters. What's the deal? I mean,
Especially when he's losing
think,
BG
first
fights.
of all, all the tanks are going to have debt. They're all going to be debt tanks. So they're going to blow up one tank maybe.
He's a good dude, but man, he gets
the
angry
tanks
real
are going to be
quick.
killing the
And then
casters
he
the whole time.
personally attacks people
Because you're only
when he
going to
gets
be like
angry.
RR209.
I don't think he means to
so
do
you're
it.
going
I
to have
think it's
like
just blind rage.
19 points to do what?
But, he's a good leader, and if
Where you
people
gonna
start
put your
acting a
points as
fool,
a caster
he will also act a
against a
fool.
tank that's going
And
to have
he's even
debt?
been banned from Phoenix
6,
temporarily a
7.
few times because of it.
Ugh,
I'll just put in wild power, honestly.
it won't be enough.
Let me touch on Eden real quick. So Eden is going to have an alternate way to level up, and that's going to be the essentially Phoenix RVR BG style from 1 to 5 all the way up in groups of 5 all the way to 45 to 50. Now, if you're a pre-made group leveling in that environment, you're going to A, level super fast, even probably 10 times faster than PvE, and B, once you get to the 45 to 50 bracket, you're just going to sit there and farm people to the realm rank cap. And if you have a solid 5 to 8 man, whatever the limits are going to be, then you're just going to be able to rotate out different classes, and the top dogs are going to have 5 level 50s at realm rank cap within the first week. So I don't like that.
that was Eden.
That's Eden. They're going to have PvE, and they're going to have the BG leveling style every 5 levels. So you
Yeah,
can
but that's
literally
gonna
go
be
1 to
fun.
50. It'll be fun, sure. If you don't run a pre-made, if you just, come to the game by yourself in a onesie or twosie, if you're dueling with somebody, you're going to get 3 pre-made or 3 pugs, and they're not going to coordinate. And the pre-mades always dominate that environment, and it's not going to be fun for people who are not in pre-mades.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
I agree.
fun. We had fun. We had fun with him. What's the cap? What's going to be the RR cap?
They said 2L5, I think, no, that's not correct. 1 second, I'll find it.
All right. Do you guys? All right. Yeah, it is like 209, I think. Do you guys like that? Eden's going to have every week or every 2 weeks? It's going to increase the RR cap.
It's every week. It's going to go up by 200,000 points, which I think is 2L9, and then they're going to unlock. You can still gain realm points beyond that. However, your realm rank is going to be decided by time. So the first week, as soon as it opens, it's going to be 2L9. Right after that, it's going to be 3L1 or something. And then it's going to keep going up and up and up every month. So you can be realm rank 10 by the 4th month, but you're not going to be able to access anything beyond what they tell you can access.
It's by month. It's
Correct.
by month, not by week.
No, they said by week. Every week it goes up 200,000 realm points, but they're going to unlock the realm ranks every month.
So is Phoenix just gated by however many people reach it, or is it time gated as well?
It's by how many people reach the realm rank. So if everybody's 2L0 starting out, let's say 500 people have to hit 2L5 before 2L6 becomes available, and then another 500 people before 2L7. Or it may even be an incremental number that goes up, meaning 50 players have to hit 2L1 to get 2L2, and then 400 players have to get 3L5 before 3L6 comes out. I don't know how they're going to do it yet. They haven't announced that.
Phoenix. That's how Phoenix was.
That's
PvP.
how they did it in the Reset Realm Rank event.
I actually enjoyed that event.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was better than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun, but if you run into pre-mades, man, that kills your fun and it kills people's groups instantly.
Not the event in the tutorial zone. The event where they reset everyone in NF to rank 1, and they gated your progression by the amount of people that were at the current rank.
I didn't test that.
That was like the 3rd time. That was like the 3rd event.
Yeah, this is Hayes was talking about the event in the tutorial zone with the
Right.
pre-mades and all that.
Can you make an alt after you make your main character? Can you make an alt on a PvP event?
Yeah,
or
that's why I
is that
said,
going to be like?
That's why I
Is
pre-made.
that going to be permanent? So it's going to be permanent. This.
Yeah. Yes.
Event,
It's a permanent. It's an alternate way to level, is what they're saying.
So you're going to be
I think it'll be
50 in
pretty
one
fun.
day. Yeah.
Yeah, people will
Well,
be
I don't
50 in the
think their
first day
idea
and fully
is low
capped.
level.
fully capped.
Yeah, they'll be realm rank capped. They won't be able to progress any
Oh,
further.
oh.
'Cause you'll
Fully
be able to
realm rank capped.
Yeah, because you'll be able to hit 50 in the 45 to 50 zone,
Okay.
then you'll be able to just
Yeah,
farm
yeah.
people until you're capped.
Well, if it's anything like the events, then people will just avoid the last zone. I mean, the good pre-mades are going to outlevel everyone anyway. It's not like they're going to have a massive advantage.
Yeah, and the
If
way
they
they can
stay in the last zone, then they just wait for other pre-mades to get there, and everyone else just plays up until the level 45 one, or if they break it from 45 to 49, and then level 50 goes in the NF.
Well, one thing
Well, it all really depends how sweaty you want to get, right? So, like, everybody here is in Discord, so there's nothing stopping us from participating and getting sweaty in environments like that. I mean, what are we complaining about here?
Well, on a side note, real quick, the Phoenix event was a Mordred type style. This is going to be realm versus realm versus realm, so there's going to be BGs and everything. A pre-made of 5 isn't going to rule the map. It's going to be whoever has more people.
And that's a good point.
Hey, going back to the realm rank limitation comparison. So with Eden, it's just a time gate. Once a time passes, you can then increase your points, assuming you have them. Whereas with Phoenix, it's person gated. If people drop out of the system because of the impending reset or whatnot, you might be limited to the maximum amount of realm rank just because there isn't enough people hitting that barrier that you need to increase the threshold. Yeah. Whereas with Eden, you just over time you get it, assuming the server doesn't reset anyway. So there is that that worrisome with the Phoenix system.
With that, also, is it player based, character based, or account based to trigger the next unlock?
It'll be like the amount of characters. So if you get
Characters,
two
yeah.
of your characters to rank 401, that means there's 2 more to the pool of 401 until you can get 402.
But if you re-roll, you will be able to take your new character to 401.
All right. Here's a question. Let's say we're in month 4, and it's the cap is RR7. You can re-roll a new character in month 4, and stay in that event, in that BG event, and go up to RR7 inside there, right?
Correct.
Then Eden is going to die. It's 100% if it stays like that. Nobody's going to be outside in the NF. Nobody's going to be in NF fighting.
Wait, say that again. Why would it?
So if it's late into Eden, a couple months have gone by, you can level in the 1 to 50 RVR leveling process. At the last battleground, you can hit 50, and you can stay there and grind on people until you reach the current realm rank cap that many months in.
Did they say there's going to be a level 50 BG?
Yes, they're going to have level 1 through 5, 5 through 10, all that shit, all the way, or 5 through 9, all the way up to 50.
It doesn't go from 45 to 49 and then 50 is NF?
Well, even still, you'll just turn your XP off at 49 until you get realm rank capped.
That too.
So
And then there'll be no one leveling
guys,
at level 50.
All right, Eden hasn't thought about this. I told my gut is telling me everybody's going to be in the BGs, XP off, and just waiting to get our half the server is going to be in the BGs, and half the server is going to be trying to do RVR.
If you guys
and
are
NF.
joining us today, we're
And a bunch
all
of other people are gonna
discussing
try
with
solo, and
a lot
another
of
bunch of
really
people are
known
gonna try and
BG
do
leaders like
PvE
Blimmo, Pills Power,
templates,
and a lot of people. Moondragon from Atlas is
dungeons.
here. Rizili's in here.
That's a
A bunch
disaster.
of people are in here that are well
I'm telling
known
you from
in the
now.
community, and we're all
Yeah,
kind of
it's
discussing
gonna split
what the
everything.
future is going to look like
It's
with all these servers coming out.
100%. You know why Phoenix died? PvP event. Why Celeste? Why?
Because of events.
Yeah, because of a PvP event.
You're right, OmniPower. They need to put some sort of limitation on it, or
People will just avoid the BGs. Yeah,
people will just do that.
They're going to have
They're
to do
gonna-
a separate cap for that.
well, they're going to have to think about it. I think this is a major point of the discussion today with Eden.
I think if they're going to have a battleground, that they should make it for the 1v1s and let them have their space. and push everybody else out to NF.
You know what? Go fuck yourself.
The warmth of life
Atlas
has entered my
experimented
tomb.
with
I don't
that.
see the issue
Prepare
with
yourself,
that, with the cap.
mortal, to
because-
serve
Why-
my master for eternity.
You're
You're
gonna
gonna
talk
hit
about the
cap.
cap?
You're gonna hit cap anyway. This is. We'll talk about Eden. Okay, so the cap's 2 LO or 3 LO, whatever. Even if you sit and farm people, at that point, why are you doing it?
Thank you,
Like,
Carguy, for the follow.
Unless that's the kind of play you want. Everyone else is gonna just get 50 and go start taking keeps. I mean,
It depends how much CRPs you're going to make.
Because
Well,
you're,
not gonna
still
make
making
any.
you're still making RPs. You
Well,
hit
even
the
if-
cap, you still gain RPs. You just
Sure.
don't gain the realm rank
Okay.
skill points. So
Right.
you can
Yeah.
farm up a whole bunch of realm rank points.
And titles.
And so
and
when the,
titles.
when the
What is
cap
it
goes
other
up,
than a
you're
title?
already there.
Okay, so
You
you
can-
get there, you get to the next rank quicker. That's fine. Everyone's gonna get to that cap anyway, except for people that like super casual. What I'm saying is, if you sit there and farm people to rank 10 in the first bracket, that doesn't mean anything. And even if you get to keep your points after a wipe, it's just a title. You will always only be one rank above everyone else. Always.
But you'll be there immediately.
That's okay. Well, that's
That-
better
that's
than
that's
someone
well. You
being
ask why
ranked 10.
people will do it. That's why people will do it because they'll have that slight
Well, they'll
advantage
do that.
of
They'll do that in
immediately.
NF anyway. Like,
And then
I
when
see you're new
at
here,
the
Shake a
cap,
Breath.
you have no incentive to play.
Some of these guys are super
Population.
hardcore
That's the
players
issue.
and lead
Incentive.
battle
That's the
groups.
issue, bro.
And if you don't
No,
agree with them,
people
they
stop
get
playing
super
because of that.
aggressive.
You know, they got bored.
So if you didn't play
Yeah.
on Phoenix, you probably didn't
What is
play
the
Albion,
what is
and
the
you
problem
probably
they're
didn't play with
trying to
Polemo.
solve
He
with
gets
this?
very
What I mean
angry.
by that is because a lot of the
angry real
issues
quick.
I see is
Pill's power
No,
is
no,
the
is-
same.
they
is
don't
like-
even know. They don't even know they have a problem yet.
The main
Yeah.
concern, and they've said this before,
no,
is
that's not
that
what I mean.
casuals don't want to keep playing when they roll out on their rank 2 to 3 group and get smashed by rank 10s.
Ark says BG have
Yeah,
cap
but
RP.
but the problem with that though is like most of those people, it's because they have too many characters.
Well,
Like,
yeah, there are
y-
things you can't stop, like how much time you can play versus someone else, how many ults you roll versus someone else, at the skill level. There's always going to be a gap, and this is a real odd way to try to solve it, but that's how they see it, like live now. Nobody wants to go play live because everyone's running around in rank 13. It's the same thing. Like, all right, so you want to join Phoenix 6 months late. Obviously, there'll be some difference, but the idea with the reset is you're never going to have those rank 11s versus rank 1s.
Yeah,
Wait.
it just
Wait.
feels like they're trying to solve problems that aren't actually problems.
No, you know whose problems those are? It's problems, but it's not the casual players' problems. It's the solo players' problems. It's the ones that are I want to join the game, but I'm only RR4, and the
That's
stealthers
the
are
groups too.
RR10.
The groups,
groups.
that quit the game because
So-
they get rolled by rank 10, 11 groups.
So
And that's
it's-
their
it-
excuse. They'll lose anyway
right.
because of skill,
So
but that's the
We're
main excuse.
well, the gameplay is going to change because of the elitist 8-mans and the soloers.
The BGs too. There was a lot of complaints of how people got into.
Nah, come on,
Yes.
Nigma.
Why
Shut
do you
up,
think people
Nigma.
quit Celestius? The event,
but
all those
no.
people shot up rank 11 mentalists,
Bro,
destroying
We're,
BGs.
we're 50 people here. Did we give a shit what kind of RR we are against what
Some of us
RR?
might not have, but that's what a lot of
Most of us.
complaints
No,
were.
no. Most of us didn't care what RR we're going up against. We never cared about the RR. Who cared about real rank? And we're talking about BG fights now.
Yeah,
Pills was
I'm talking about
RR.
every aspect.
Pills was
And
RR.
look, I'm a perfect example. I joined Phoenix late. And what was I, Palemo? Realm rank 2 when I joined essentially the BG, and I was actually grouping with you a lot, and I hit Realm rank 5. I chatted with you, and you kicked me in your
Listen,
guild, and
this
then
is the problem. It's us. We played until the end. They're addressing all the people that quit.
Shake a breath.
We
If you're
played-
not here,
We're
for
the
this thing,
survivorship
you can watch the
problem.
VOD.
Yeah, we
Wait,
don't
wait.
care about the difference in
Who's
rank.
we?
I'll have the
Who's
VOD
we?
up.
All of us,
let's-
everyone in this
Exactly
room.
right.
The
Nobody
BG players.
cares. That's why we're
The
still
casual
playing.
players.
Exactly. And
So-
the reason we dropped so many, for various reasons, but the difference in progression being one of them. Obviously, all of us don't care, like I said, because we're here and we were there until the end.
Well, no, we have to agree on.
But
not
also
have-
I think
Does anyone else understand what I'm saying?
I think most of us though only play I do, but I also think that most characters, most of the people you see in here, we went from the beginning,
we
we
never
stayed to the
cared.
end. We played maybe one character, maybe two. Well, no, we never cared about the realm rank thing, but he's saying why other people care.
Who's the one? Which people are the ones that care? All right, there's some people that are in the BG that care, but Usually, show me
Lord, how are
on
you?
this dog where. Anyway,
Someone
no,
had
I don't
touched
care.
on solo arenas, like a solo battleground area for solo players. Atlas tried some of that in their PvE beta or whatever, their alpha beta, and that does not work because the solo players will get to know one another and then they will just team up against other, other people.
We don't care about solo players. We don't care. Actually, we
Phoenix
solo
tried it
player.
too with the event, and it was dumb. It's just solo spec champions and spirit masters, and like 3 or 4 different classes.
And how
So
long did it last? They worked their ass off for like 3 weeks. They said to program it.
it didn't
3 months,
last the first
and
weekend.
it didn't last 3 days.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Clockwork said
force it.
we'll
My
never
question,
do again
does any of the
something for the
devs,
solos.
GMs watch
Never
this?
Again.
I mean, honestly.
And I told them,
I'm recording
it's gonna die before
and
the
I'm
weekend.
going to pass it
I
to
even
whatever
told them.
devs want it.
Yeah, I agreed completely.
And I'm not going to delete my VODs, so my VOD will be available. If anybody wants to point the devs to the VOD,
but after that,
it's important to know what the feedback is of your community
the-
if you're developing
The
a
other
game.
the other big thing with the battlegrounds, and I think someone else touched on this, is every time they do something,
there might be tidbits of information here for each realm that can improve on certain systems that will target more people within the community.
Imagine what you just said.
Hey, Lord.
That
this is a discussion
game
for the
Eden's
future
gonna split the
of
population
Dark Age
inside the
Camelot
game now.
community, because there's going to be
And
Atlas,
imagine if Phoenix
Classic
rolls out
Live,
and there's 2 shards,
Eden,
which is another main
and
discussion
Phoenix.
today, which
The
is
Ranger
probably
OP.
should be the most.
Depends on what server you're on.
These 2 guys, or let's say guys, that have the shards. Why don't they just work together and make one
Eden's
shard?
going to have new archery.
Like
Phoenix
they have
is going to have old archery. Atlas is going to have
they
new
not like each
archery
other, the
with
devs of
old
Phoenix and
RAs
Celestia?
and
Phoenix
stuff.
and Eden, yeah, they have like the same ideas. Like, what is?
Yeah,
Is
that's a big thing. Usually, I would say, okay,
I mean,
different
Eden
patch
and
levels, they have a different view, but these
Eden
two
and Phoenix are very
server
similar.
patch levels and settings are going to be so close. It's like, why not
It
just
is.
do one? And it comes down to, who wants to be the boss,
So
who wants
desperate.
to run the server.
Eden
and
has
they'll
existed
never
for like a
agree on that,
decade, has always been a little 30-man server. Why
What's
are people
TOA
caring about it
level
now?
class balance?
Because they're doing
No.
a very
Rafa,
big
what's he
change
typing?
to the server.
Uh,
They're
well,
making it
AFK16.
like 1.78, I think, is the patch, or somewhere around there, 1.7, 1.8
that's one thing I didn't
patch.
notice if Phoenix
And
said
then
they were doing, but Eden
they're going to
is
have
doing
TOA bonuses. They're going
all
to have
the
new
TOA
archery.
stats, which is probably
They're doing time-gated realm points, so where you can't hit certain realm ranks until you reach until the server's been so long. And then they're doing it a seasonal. Phoenix and Eden are doing seasonal Dark Age of Camelot. Eden has a upgrade or a little bit of advantage because each season's supposed to be vastly different. Like they're planning to do like one Mordred season, a classic season, whatever season they're starting with, and then they're just changing it up between each season. And the seasons on Eden are going to last 12 to 15 months, whereas the seasons on Eden are 12 to 15 months, and the seasons on Phoenix are going to be 6 to 9 months. So each server has a very different view, because Atlas is 1.65 based, original frontiers, original RAs. Phoenix is heavy customized RAs, which is more like WoW, where every realm is the same. Every realm has sauce, every realm has vanish, every realm has viper, every realm has group purge, every realm has insta group heals and all that crap.
Yes, sir.
Who's talking?
Eden has all kinds of other stuff going on. So Palimo wanted to get everybody together on his Discord and discuss all the servers to see where people's heart is lying.
Came back. What was the discussion on?
To where the community is going to go.
We were waiting.
No, don't wait. Keep on going. So they, like, this is a good opportunity to make. Is their ego that big they can't work together? I'm just thinking out loud.
It's probably good they don't work together, honestly. I mean, you've heard the phrase "too many chefs ruin the broth," right? Like, if they have different visions, then it's going to bleed through to the player base, and they're just never going to be able to agree on something.
But there are a lot of similarities between what they're both proposing.
Well, it
It
goes
just
back
That's why they
to
split in the first place.
the
guy who
original
made
when they
Celestia
used to
split.
be
See,
all
you
one
think
team
the
on
Broadsword
Uthgard.
official server is
When
going to crush
Uthgard
them?
1.0 went
But
down
there's a few
and
problems with
came
the
back,
server.
a lot of those devs
A,
left and
it'll
created
probably have a
Origins, and then
paywall.
they split again for Genesis.
Which is going to
And
scare
then
off
there
a
was
lot of the
another
free
split,
shard
and
community
then,
right there.
Phoenix
Just you have to
came
pay
up
to
to
play.
there. A lot of
B,
these devs all used to
they're-
work together.
They
on
don't have the
Uthgard.
classic
And
information.
because
They destroyed the
of,
classic servers they used to have, so they're going to have to
visualization,
rebuild from
differences,
scratch
creative differences, and
the
whatnot.
classic server.
They've all split.
So it's already going to be
15
like a
ways
free
from
shard
Sunday, and now this
experience
is what we're
because they
left
don't
with.
remember back then what all the official mob levels and
Is it that?
all the different
Is it
types.
that big? Their differences?
So even the people who made Dark Age of Camelot are going to have to do
It'll-
research about what that state was like.
It'd be impossible to get
Yeah, they
them to
deleted
work
it.
together.
They actually repurposed
Even
them
if
into
it's the best
UAIN
thing.
servers, so they didn't
then
even
you get
leave
to say
one.
first.
They
Almost looked like
just
the
decommissioned
timing
them,
was
which
set
is
up so that they
stupid
would
because
take
they could have just
turns, like
plugged it back
season one,
in
Eden, and
started
then
from
you know
there.
a
But now
couple
they're going to have to
months
start
later they
completely
do
from scratch, and then
Phoenix
they're going to
again.
have alpha
Phoenix,
and a
they kind of
beta.
switched off.
We
It's
haven't
going to
talked
take a
about
long
seasons
time.
yet, which is another subject. Which is
I don't think it'll make all that much difference, to be honest, on there being two shards. I mean, the players will choose the best one, and the ones that stay on the one that's underpopulated will eventually move over. Take Uthgard, for example. That's still up, but nobody plays it because it's not considered favourable to play it.
there's 400
Play-
people not playing.
I mean, you can't really count those 400 people the recent couple of weeks. That's just an anomaly, to be honest.
So what happened in the last couple of weeks was a couple of well-known retro gamers came over to Dark Age of Camelot. They talked to Atlas first, and they said they were going to bring 5,000 players to play Dark Age of Camelot. Atlas told them, look, we cannot support that many people, guaranteed, and we also cannot guarantee stability. So that's why they went to Uthgard. It's Haze. So Atlas told the French people that they couldn't support the 5,000 people player base guaranteed, and that they couldn't guarantee stability because of the crashing. So they went to Uthgard instead. They only brought 458 people.
But that the 400 people that are playing are mostly old-time DAoC players. They're not new players.
No, these are new people. This is just an anomaly in the last. It went from 0 to 458 within a week, and that's because two well-known retro French streamers were playing it.
Wait,
it's prime time in a year, and there's only 138 people on Uthgard now, so I can't really.
I had one of the French viewers pop into my stream last night, and a good chunk of them are coming into Atlas now.
Yeah, I mean, there's 34 people on Atlas currently.
Hib population went up by about 120 today.
That's probably all the French, huh?
They said there was about 60 or 80 of the French that were in those streams that are joining Hib.
479 Hibs on.
And then the rest of them are going to get sprinkled into Alb and Mid.
No, the French are coming.
It's 180 plus than what they were running.
Hey, Tomat. Yeah, I got Polimo, Pills
I mean,
Power,
new players is good.
Moon Dragon, Resili. A lot of the well-known DAoC community overlords are in here discussing where the community
Even if
is going to
10% of those
gravitate
players
to
stick around for
in
the
the
release of the
future.
next
So
server,
you have a
then
lot of really well-known people in
extra
here,
40 people,
and a lot of
so
people are typing
that's
and
good
not
in my
talking.
books.
If you guys would like to join the conversation, feel free. The Discord is open. It's an open discussion. You guys can jump in here and say your piece. You know, if you have something that you want to talk about,
the number one
come on
reason
in.
Phoenix died? And is it the same reason Celestius died?
So Phoenix died at the whisper of another Freeshard coming out, right? And also, a lot of people did not like the way that Phoenix was at the end. They didn't like everybody having the same realm abilities, right?
No, it wasn't the realm ability.
It was the style changes, wasn't it?
It was the style changes and the events every 4 weeks. That's what killed it.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I feel
agree,
like with
I
those
agree.
though, they basically made fundamental changes to the game that on paper looked really good, but in reality failed. So I think if you look at it at the end there with they either split the population or they made changes that looked good on paper that they couldn't back out of, and that was the end.
Yeah, if you did a vote on the realm
Hey, Lord.
abilities, everyone would choose
Yeah.
what Phoenix. and
Atlas has
Celestius
like a
had
30-hour
over Atlas
1 to
has. I don't
50
think many
grind,
people
and most people
like
hit it
the-
within 22.
Don't forget the cheaters. All right, why
yeah.
did Sel? I agree on that because that's the number two.
Anarchy.
The two
Hello.
reasons is
So
the TOA
Atlas
changes.
is crashing because of
and
stability of the server
the
itself,
TOA.
or the actual game
Is that how
server
you call it?
client
The
is crashing. Yes,
TOA
anyone know?
balance?
Okay,
What, with,
when
like,
it comes
master
to
levels and stuff?
Atlas,
Yeah, no, not the master levels on
the
Phoenix.
crashing was resolved because there was
What
a
kind like
huge
those?
issue
It
where
was like TOA
someone's
related.
character database information
Style
was
changes. That
copied
was-
Style
74
changes, yeah.
million times. And
For
they
me,
fixed all
what
that. Today,
killed Phoenix
it's been
was
smooth. There's
the
been no
string of
crashing, no lag
events, you know,
today.
that
And they
it
fixed
always
it
split the
yesterday.
frontier people,
So Atlas
so
is
to
running
say.
it right
So you
now.
had like always like every 2 weeks you had 5 days nothing to do if you didn't want to play the event, and in the end, the ignorance towards ranger overpoweredness and the denial of it, and well, and then it just went down in flames with the style changes, I guess.
Yep, that's pretty accurate.
All right. Yeah. What was Celestius?
Realm
The
timer.
events that, well, yes, the realm timer, being able to switch to the BG to take a relic and then 10 minutes later go defend it. And if that wasn't bad,
Albs are the biggest cross rummers ever.
well, it's everyone. And
The
then
events killed it, in my opinion.
the events that put up people 2 million realm points over the weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another thing on Celestius was the dev team. They were pretty toxic and were scaring people off left and right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's what I was going to say. Their
And-
attitude towards the player base, and I
Now
can
that
talk to you about that firsthand.
the same dev team for Celestius is now on Eden. That's half the
Well,
dev team on Eden.
I disagree, man. A little fucking words ain't gonna hurt you, man. Just you play the game, ignore the fucking forums.
They're not.
Yeah, but they're not as forward facing as they were. They have their PR squad now to take care of it, so they don't have to bitch at everybody for asking questions.
Yeah, Atlas has been smooth.
You know what?
Hayes, what's your spec
If
when
you
you hit
were
your
in their
ranger, if you don't mind me
position,
asking?
you'd go crazy. Too.
I'm going sniper as I level, but when I hit in game, I will probably swap. I don't know if immediately, but
That's
I'll swap
true, but that's
eventually
why
into
you
a
hire
melee
someone
character.
professional to do it.
The melee
And
ranger
not
is a
just
lot better than
ban
the
people who want to be
bow
helpful.
ranger in RBR.
Well, then find someone who volunteers to be a moderator,
But
basically.
they were. We can agree there were
You want
capable
to be a
people. They
sniper,
were
then
really
you
good
want to go pick
programmers.
people
They
off while they're
fixed stuff
leveling. If you want to be a melee
and,
ranger, then you want
they-
to
That is true.
defend keeps and
they
kill
implemented,
stealthers at mile
especially
gates.
the swords when there was small battles going on. It would show on the map, which was they did it pretty fast.
It was a super stable server. I mean,
Can you hear me now?
battles and stuff.
Unlord, what I was saying was I'm going to roll bow
That's the one
ranger
thing, you know,
until
where there's some assholes,
50,
sure, but
and then
at
I'm going to
least the
decide to
server
either
brand.
go sniper, which I'll kill leveling
Yeah, it
people,
was,
or I'll go melee ranger to kill stealthers
Pretty
and
nice in
one-on-ones.
stability terms. I liked everything about it, minus the events, obviously.
What is the number one reason? What is the number one reason they're doing seasons? Has anybody thought about it? Why would you have?
Because
why
the
would-
early server is the early server is the most interesting and populated part of any Freeshard. So they feel.
I think
by
that they
looking at
feel like
the numbers, the drop off happens at a certain time, and when that drop off starts to happen and happens steep at the 6 to 9 month year mark, they want to restart it. But the problem is, once you start getting 3-4 months in, and you know the wipe is 2-3 months out, how do you have an incentive to keep playing?
That's Phoenix. Eden hasn't announced if they're going
Right.
to do it. They're only going to do it if it drops.
See, that's why that's the better approach than what Phoenix announced too. That's the biggest thing I didn't like about Phoenix is how it's already set in stone, either 6 or 9 months. So that's just bad for people that want to continue.
And then mid-season, you're not going to get any fresh players to
Yep.
come and join. It's like,
Yep.
oh, I'm going to come and play. Oh, we're going to
Wait,
wipe
wait.
in about 90 days, so I'd come back later. And
I'll
that
wipe-
player's
I'll-
not going to come back.
I'll wait it out. I'll
And that's
wait
the
it
problem
out.
when you know when you know exactly when the wipe's going to be. That's one of the biggest problems too, I think.
I mean, even Path of Exile has that. Like, if I miss a season launch, I'll just wait till the next one.
There are people typing on chat too, by the way, so if you can read them. They're not talking, so they're typing. Phoenix, what Penetrator said. Phoenix is just trying to bring. They're trying. They have a. I don't know how much percent that Penetrator. How's it going? You're not talking. You always talk, bro. Anyway,
You
they
always
have a
yell
side-
at me when I talk.
Because you're a fucking asshole, you fucking hija malaka. Anyway, you and your friend. How's it going?
Good,
Hey,
good.
where's he at?
They have the side game. They have that side game, so they're probably testing things for their side game. Who knows? I don't know how much.
I don't know. Them just adding that into their announcement just was like kind of like that's a kind of cringe moment.
I
Like,
agree.
did you really need to add that?
It's like a Camelot Unchained move right there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Give us money so we can develop Camelot Unchained. Oh, by the way, we're gonna release this other trash can.
Can you guys read
I'll
that?
see what. Look what typed Waka just typed. Greenish chaff. They might rethink the.
I'm putting
6
the
to 9
Discord
months
chat
maximum
on the
duration.
screen so
They're gonna
y'all
change
can
a
read
lot of
that. Is that
things,
okay?
Phoenix.
Can y'all read that?
For two reasons. Because they're gonna. If Eden goes well, how are they gonna
My
attract the
upload's
people
going
to come
pretty
to
good,
Phoenix?
Tamat. Check your
Since
video
Phoenix
settings
made
and make
that
sure you're
announcement, there's been nothing but
setting the
backlash
source.
in that Discord.
Should be 720.
I don't.
But Discord is always backlash.
Yeah, Discord is always backlash from the
I was
soloists,
messing with
right?
some stuff, so it probably
It's always a soloist.
probably a bit weird.
And the styles and they're gonna go 180. What is it? Yeah, 180. They're gonna.
I think they're going to have to. And then we're probably going to be back here having this discussion in another few weeks after they made a bunch of changes.
It also didn't seem very well thought out. It seemed like they kind of were reacting a lot in that.
I agree.
Like they hadn't figured out half of that shit.
Like it was a lot of like knee-jerk reactions.
Oh, I'm full on.
Phoenix had
man.
Phoenix didn't do Phoenix had a good server. They just
I'm done
turn
with
the key on,
Ciabras.
and the server is perfect. You can start the game perfectly. There's nothing needed to change.
Yeah.
It's Eden that it's Eden that has to change some things.
Well, they got to change a whole lot.
What is that? Like what?
They got to add PvE to the damn game for one. Because if they're going to have raids or anything like that, they didn't have any of that on Celestius.
Are they going to have it on Eden? You think?
I would assume so. I mean, I don't know.
Did they announce?
Thank you guys for the
They
follows.
announced
I appreciate
Dungeons,
that.
They announced it. Yep.
They
So
did,
they'll be
yep.
so they got to come up with their version of orbs and feathers and all that stuff.
Scripting the boss fights, all that, everything else. If they're going to do like a custom dungeon or something.
Phoenix was a huge success, and it was prolonged in succession by the pandemic in 2020, which is how I found Phoenix.
We want some things to be heard, or are we?
But Phoenix's recent announcement is absolute dog crap.
Today to do it.
The new Phoenix announcement is horrible.
Or we might do it again next week.
And the reason they're doing that kind of changes to Phoenix is because they're developing a game on the side, and they're testing mechanics in Dark Age Camelot for their game.
The BG players are like in the forefront. They're gonna take care of them first.
No, they're going to be taking care of the.
So they're using Phoenix as a lab rat to develop a game on the side, which is what the Phoenix devs are doing.
They mentioned classic type dungeons with custom bosses, Poa zones with custom bosses for big raids. All right, let's step back a second. Or we're pretty good discussion. Just we're all speaking our mind or typing our mind. What's the number one reason for a shard to die?
Population.
What makes population die? Let's say you have a population of 3,000 people. I'm not talking a specific shard. I'm talking about any shard. What would be? Oh, that was mean to me. Anyway,
I don't think it's a general one excuse as to why shards die. It's just the life cycle of anything, really, not just a shard, but anything in life.
There is the Phoenix announcement in chat.
It's because I and Pills take keeps all night long and put people in the gutter. We make jokes now, right?
Well,
so throwing one more to that question is, then if it's always just boredom, then how come everybody comes back after just a couple months to a new shard?
New.
Yeah.
No, it's because everyone is back out there. It always triggers like a
Progression is one.
sand timer. As it's filled, everyone's there having fun, but then these people leave. Next one leaves. Next one leaves. Now that guy that was in that group, he now has to play a solo or find another group.
Yeah,
well,
but
the other group's still full, so they're not going to bring him in. He's now bored. He leaves. Someone in that other group leaves. They can't find a replacement, so then they start trickling out, and eventually you don't have anyone to play with.
All right. So for them not to leave means they got bored for some reason. A casual player. Look, when we were on Phoenix, that's the server. When they decided, you got to put noise suppression there. When Phoenix decided to stop, there was still like 700 population playing. When they decided to stop.
Yep, and they were all gone on day 2.
Once
and
they,
we were
they made that announcement, they were gone.
Yeah,
I thought it would be crazy battles for 30 days, just like dancing on the volcano and everyone is going down in flames. Nope, boop, everyone was gone.
Here's what I've been thinking all these days. Here's my take on it. And
You're
you
welcome,
can think
Lord.
about it. You might not.
I'm glad that they were helpful.
Most shards, well, actually only Phoenix, they implemented realm timer for 6 hours. If you have realm timer, you have people sticking to a realm. 6 hours is not a lot, but it's still better than Celestius being 0.
I think
That's
two would be okay.
2 what?
2 hours.
No, I'm sorry. Let me.
I like the way Polemo says realm.
For me, I would go for just one realm. Pick one realm, and that's it. And you stick by it.
I agree.
You'll have to be. This is too much probably for a dev. But if you're gonna, if you choose to be a hib, you're gonna do whatever it takes to be with that hib. You're gonna be in a hib community no matter what. You're not gonna have in the back of your head thinking, "Oh, I'll go play mid tomorrow or tonight." People will have to become friends. They will have to work together more.
Some people don't see it that way.
No.
They don't care about community. They just want to play a realm because it's new or because it's a new class.
Or because you win.
Yeah, versus people who actually have the realm loyalty and you play with the same people every day in the BG. There's a big core of that, but as you see, some other people just didn't care and just wanted realm points. We saw that in Celestius. We had our same groups, our same 3, 4, 5 groups, but the other 5 just switched because
But it didn't matter. You had the core.
care.
The core was there.
Right.
And because you had the core, more people came.
Yep. That's just the thing I didn't understand is when, I mean, we had the core, but then we would lose, you had pills early, take the relics, and then when you started up.
On Phoenix?
No, well, we'll say Celestius, for example.
Before
you were on, before your BG started.
Bad example.
Yeah, I know, but it was better on. It was better on Phoenix.
Don't talk about Celestius because half our friends would play in the morning and take the relic with hip pills.
Yeah,
and then log on. No, don't.
So so Phoenix, the balance was there. We had core groups.
Thank you for following your bangers, SD.
Everyone had their core groups.
For the most part, until the end, I think the balance, at least between Alb and Hib, was pretty good.
Yeah, mid
I agree.
Never had that kind of realm pride kind of thing. It was just the 8-man thing.
It was. I'm sorry to say, it was just a BG leader thing. A consistent someone just to lead. That's it.
Played with Polemo and Albs Phoenix. He was a cool dude.
There was a consistent BG.
Some don't like him because they act a fool and then they get into like rage fights with him.
Consistent, right? We said that word.
D-Stab, this is a huge
it would have been a
community discussion about the future of Dark Age Camelot across all the servers coming in.
Hills was consistent.
We're having a discussion about Eden, Phoenix, Atlas, and Classic Live.
There was Smap.
and what the BG leaders are aiming
There was
to do.
Gilgar, Gilboom. That's why. That's why
We're trying to see
so
where
popular, right?
the community is going to gravitate to in the future.
Yeah, during NA they definitely had the Hibs had a pretty big advantage.
All right. One question, because I just heard his voice. That stupid carbonara. What?
Hey, Wave Digger,
Why
this is
did you do
Atlas
so
that I'm
many
playing
busy
on.
raids back then? Why?
This is Atlas that I'm playing on,
Tell
but I'm
me.
listening
Tell
to a
us.
community discussion
Why?
with BG leaders from all 3 realms across a lot of different servers in the past.
Are you happy now? You
So
have
we're
enough
just
pillows
discussing
or
where
feathers?
everybody's going to gravitate to in the future.
Bastardo.
If you guys would like to take a part
So,
of the discussion,
for me, it's all about realm pride, and
I will send you an
this is
invite.
what I hope they if they want a long
There's the invite.
shard, it'll probably die out if you don't have enough.
If you guys have something to say, or if you want to type some stuff in the chat,
about 6,000 to 10,000
join the
people that are ready
Discord,
to play
speak your
DAoC.
piece. It's an
You know
open
that now,
discussion.
right? And if more people come in, just like the French or German or high prof, if the French come, then the Germans are going to come for sure because they hate each other and they're going to want to kill each other anyway. So if they find out that there's this popular German streamer playing on DAoC, more people from other countries are going to come. The game won't die. The shards die. And I asked you earlier, why did the shards die? Was the PvP events? We got bored. We can agree on that.
Yep.
This is what got me upset. That Eden didn't talk about shards. Remember the first day they announced Eden? They didn't even have Realm Timer. They had loyalty bonus. They didn't even mention Realm Timer. After a couple of us started talking on, they added half an hour to an hour Realm Timer. They don't even believe about the Realm Timer shit.
I have a quick question here for everybody in this chat. What are we thinking about Classic Live? Is that just not existing until we actually see something?
I think that if they ever come out with it, then I think it's probably the safest place to play because we know it won't disappear.
Shot
But
at least.
it
Try it
hasn't come
once.
out yet.
They'll just turn it into Ymain like they did with the classic clusters that they once had.
Maybe.
I don't know if I trust Broadsword to do that, to be honest, because you've got these Freeshards with teams that have been working on Freeshards for decades, and they're going to come along and make a successful classic era server. I don't see that working, honestly.
All right, let me ask you guys a question. If I can get the devs to confirm whether or not that Atlas will remain indefinitely like Uthgard, would that change your mind?
Which devs?
The Atlas dev team. If I can get them to confirm that Atlas will never go away, just like Uthgard, would that influence you? I don't have to, but I know the answer already.
Well, I know the answer too. They look like they love what they're doing, and I respect them for that. But
They need new frontiers.
They're way back. Yeah, they don't need just new frontiers. They need more devs and time.
They got a lot of cleaning up to do with that code.
Yeah.
True, but they're getting there, and they got 5 more months.
They have made a lot of progress, but I will say that for a lot of people I know, the old frontiers is the sticking point.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to change off of that, to be honest.
Why?
Not anytime soon.
Well, imagine 1,500 people BGing. Imagine 1,500 people in old frontiers attacking one fucking keep. There's no way the server's gonna not crash. There's no fucking way. Not 1,500 people are gonna be at one keep, but in the zone, 800 people in one zone. In Celestius, when we were in the zone, it was crashing the whole time. When it started getting popular, the population was getting big.
The BGs are already dying.
The what?
The BGs are already dying. They're
What
not
does that mean?
popular like they were on Celeste. one time. The 3-way fights, it's just terrible. The
it
rub
doesn't.
points are there, nothing.
Yeah, no, don't. It's not fair for them. They're still players are still trying to spellcraft and all that. They're still.
You don't think so,
They still
Pog?
need time.
As far as I know, neither of the
There's,
servers for Eden and
They're not that.
Phoenix are going to launch until 2023. They're going to be in alpha and beta in 2022.
You've played Haze.
Yes, sir.
You've, I mean, I've seen your videos on Atlas since Atlas was even announced. So you've been there for a long ass time. So I assume you're pretty close with the devs there, or have a good dialogue with them.
Oh yeah.
Why have they chosen their settings of old frontiers, old RAs?
That was just their vision. The only thing that will be able to change their vision is the community. And I don't know if that's something... they're putting a lot of time and effort in the old frontiers. I don't know if that's something that they'll do in the future. Maybe they'll make a second server for new frontiers. I'm not sure. But for right now, their vision is just 1.65 OF, old RAs, and then they're kind of going from there.
It's like they have hindsight.
True.
Or what do you call those things that horses have on the side of the
blinders?
Blinders.
Yeah.
You know,
They've had a rough launch and initial first impression. I feel like it's hard for them to recover from that. I know a lot of my friends feel that way.
You got to put suppression on your mic.
I noticed one thing that they said that really gave some insight into the way they thought. There was a question in their Discord. Hey, I'm dead. Why am I not getting any realm points? And their answer was, that's the way it was at 1.65. Not, hey, we think that's the best thing that you should do, or this is good, or this is bad. It's just that's the way it was. So that's their vision.
So the thing about the vision is it's going to change because they wanted to do the 1.65 as a baseline and then get the stability in the code. Once they got 1.65 as a baseline and the stability in the code, A, they're going to publish that information so that no one ever has to make a free shard the same way they did again in the future. And B, they are open to quality of life changes and anything that the community wants to feed back to them. They will have a team discussion on it, and whatever they think is the best solution, they will go with. But the number one thing about Atlas is player feedback is extremely important to them, and they will implement a lot of it.
Let me ask you something. What's your thing with Atlas? Are you like?
So with Atlas, I learned about them before, after Phoenix went down. There was like 8 months of lull. Nobody heard anything. I heard about Atlas, and then they went into alpha testing to the public in October of 2021, which is when I joined them. So I, as a streamer, was making content on Atlas. I was just messing around, having a good time. And then I decided to do the stupid thing of actually pulling information together for 1.65 in a massive one source location on my Google Drive. And then I also decided that I would go ahead and make custom maps and give that a shot. So I started making custom maps specific for Atlas. So I mapped the entire game as far as classic, SI, and frontiers. So there's no safe leveling location if you're in the frontiers because everybody knows where you're going to be at. And B, I wanted to mark everything, mark its location, and the level range, and if it dropped XP items or not, and where all the one-time drops were at.
Are you part of the administrative team? I mean,
no, I am just a content creator, and they took a lot of stuff that I was giving to them because I was doing a lot of research on information. So I gave them huge databases of like 1.65 information where it had a full list of mobs, full list of items, a whole bunch of shit. And they just took all the information and they ran with it. I'm sorry?
Are you going to play Eden?
I don't know. It depends on what the community is going to do. I mean, the game's not fun if you're playing by yourself, right?
If Atlas does.
Well, Pornos and Gilboom are going to be there for sure.
I mean, we got Pill's Power over here, and, he's not reading that many raids right now because there's not that many templated people. But I'm in a guild on Atlas that is very active that does PvE and RVR. So We actually just broke our alliance to create a new alliance that's more focused along with what the guild's expecting. So I've been having a blast on Atlas. The dev team has earned my respect 10 times over from the way things were in alpha, beta, PvE beta, all the way up to I-50 beta, and then after launch. And when the shit hit the fan on launch, because let's be honest, it was a bad launch. They had a lot of issues, exploits, all kinds of stuff happening. They shut the server down, took 4 days, 5 days, fixed the bullshit, relaunched it. They still had issues, and that was because of a server problem. They were running on a 12-core server. They've recently, I think 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, upgraded to a 32-core multi-threading server, which is the same that Phoenix ran. Now, they're slowly increasing the cap. So if we hit the 1750 cap and it runs fine, they're going to go all the way up to whatever they want to go to next. So, I mean, they've been working their asses off. These are people that have full-time jobs, families, kids, all that shit, and they're doing this in their free time, and they're doing a lot of shit in the time they're committing.
Yeah, you sound frustrated, which is not a bad thing, but they rushed.
Well, I mean, they didn't have the people to test what they wanted to test. So,
well, they
all they had to do was launch.
They had 200, 300 people testing.
The highest we ever got to was 400 and something, and that wasn't even the server cap at the time. We didn't realize there was a server cap until launch when it hit 500.
That was also what, early Thid Ranky when we hit 400?
Yeah.
The very initial beta test before there was anything but Thid Ranky.
Correct.
And then after that, most of every other beta test barely hit 80 to about 120. And you're not straining a server with 80 people.
Yeah. You know what's the best advice for Atlas? They're gonna... What my gut tells me for Atlas is that they're gonna lose almost everybody to go to Eden. Especially if all the the BG players go there. Which we will. I think we're not gonna hide it from that. We're gonna start playing Eden, right? Like most of us. Or we're gonna try it out.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll see maybe 2,000 people on August 20th.
The main test will be for the seasonal servers will be the first reset. That'll be the test of how many people are actually going to stick around.
About who's going to stick around. They're going to have to keep on working on their server. They're going to be who they want to be, stay as they want to be. Just like Uthgard.
Which is good.
Which is good.
I mean, kudos to Atlas team. They could have easily jumped ship after the shit show that was the launch. They could have given up. They didn't.
Yeah.
And they did. They kept a positive attitude as well. I mean, I've been following the Discord, I've been following the forums, and they've maintained a positive attitude through the whole thing. And they have my respect. I've not played on the server, but I respect them for how they're reacting.
Me too. I agree 100% with you. I didn't even play either, but the way they went over things, it was like Celestis, which were really professionals. They killed the server in 3 months. They fucking killed it.
I say one of the biggest problems with Atlas right now is there's
the glass shattered.
There's a big chunk in RVR right now, and there's so many issues, but the problem is all of their focus, which should be, is on stability. So I mean, that's what it should be, but and then there's just things in RVR that are happening that people can't control, so they just don't even play because their focus is on stability. Like, for instance, the mids are running around with 20% boosted damage because anytime somebody hits on the relic gate, the server crashes. So Ponos completely gave up, and then all the Alps quit or switched. So now we're just sitting here, and it's an uphill climb with whatever we fight because of the bug damage and some of the classes. So nobody's doing RVR in that.
In defense of that, my guild was actually going to end up taking the relic, and we actually got to the realm keep, or the relic keep, before it was ever announced. Once people announced in, I guess it was looking for group, once the realm of Hibernia knew that we were there, people logged off and got on their mid characters and defended the relic. So, and a big issue with
there's no timer on Atlas.
it's
Not if you don't do any
I thought it was
RBR.
6 hours.
It's
What?
a couple hours, but if you're in PvE, because what happened was a lot of people went to their /20 tunes on other realms, and while they were sitting there doing those /22 tunes in classic zones, they didn't go into any RVR zones to trigger the timer. They logged off of their leveling tunes, got back on their Midgard characters, and we had a 80 to 100 Midgard BG roll up within 10 minutes of it being announced. We were on the second door before they ever showed up at about 80%, and we would have taken the relic if it was never announced.
Just one incident like that, one example that you're mentioning is not even.
Well, I mean, it's things like that compounded.
I don't even know how many million doors we've broken altogether here on this Discord chat. We're talking about 1 million doors. Talking about one fucking door. Jeez.
Well, I mean,
you have a long way to go.
Fast.
I mean, Atlas has a long way to go still. Has a long way. It probably, like, the way they're moving. I'm not saying it's bad. They're bad. I'm not saying. I'm just saying they have it feels like they have 6 months to a year before they have something solid.
Someone kind of hit the nail on the head by saying they're focusing a lot of their attention on the stability, which is what they should be doing, but the stability should have been there before they launched the server, so they could then dedicate their time and effort to the things that need to be fixed, the balance issues. But no, because they're fixing stability now, they don't have the time to dedicate to fixing issues in RVR, which is where the issue lies.
It's going to be interesting, though, because when they do switch gears, it's going to be real fast the way they chew through the tickets that they have.
I don't know. I don't see that. I remember Phoenix with all the problems, and they had good devs there too. And they were like 1.65, whatever they were.
I mean, don't get me wrong. They got
Atlas
good
is
devs
what,
on Atlas. They got good devs on Atlas, and the ones that we spend most of our time talking to,
it doesn't
they
feel
fix stuff pretty quick.
Not that they're bad, but it doesn't feel they're enough.
I get that, but it's going to be interesting when they switch gears from stability, because they're doing a lot of monitoring right now. When they switch gears from doing stability changes, they're going to chew through quality of life and bug fixes pretty damn quick, because I've seen them do it before.
So
they had.
I'm pretty sure.
Let me just give you an example. During the PvE beta, all of the in-game PvE content, they tested all of the bosses, mechanics, and everything within 1.5 months.
Hayes, you sound too much pro Atlas now, which is good, but you sound too much pro Atlas at the moment.
Yeah. I do feel like someone's trying to sell me something, honestly.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
And it's working. It's working a little bit. If Atlas was New Frontiers and New Realm abilities, I'd play it right now, but I can't deal with Old Frontiers.
Out of respect, it's working. Out of respect. But let me just show you how easy. Let me just give you an idea. How many people here are playing Atlas and are already feel like they're gonna go to Eden? Just say yes or type yes or whatever.
Yeah, it is.
I'm playing Atlas right now, and I will be going to Eden if the population goes to Eden.
New Frontiers, that's the big kicker for me.
If the population goes to Phoenix, I will stay Atlas or find a new game to play.
Well, the population is going to go to Eden for sure. I can tell that for sure.
Yeah, it's New Frontiers.
You look at the pluses. Hayes, look at the pluses. You know what? You tell the guys they're going to have
and that's okay.
Now.
I mean, people are going to go where they want to go.
No, it's like those are answers for you.
Oh, I get it.
You're whatever you're saying is true, but the crystal shattered a little. So the people already know what they want, and to get what they want in Atlas, they're going to have to wait a while still.
I agree. But I did tell the dev team they have until 2023 to fix it.
Well, actually, if Eden fucks up again, or Celestius again, because of Celestius, then it's Phoenix. Celestius or Phoenix, or if Atlas is ready to absorb the shard that accepted its defeat again, or decided to restart, I don't think people want to restart anyway. There's no way. And Pills already said he's going to go to Eden. I don't know why he's not on Discord. And I feel like I'm going to go to Eden too.
Have you guys thought about the charge problem in Eden? Like, there's no contemplated charge. We have charge, but we don't have MLs or stuff like that. We don't have Zephyr. We don't have BG. We don't have a counter to charge, really.
Wait. I'm happy we don't have MLs. I don't know about everybody else.
Yeah. I feel the same way, man. But like, then just take charge out too, right? Because charge is really OP then.
Well, we didn't have charge back in Phoenix, right? So.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying take charge out. But Eden confirmed. I think Eden confirmed that they have charge.
Well, yeah, they do. I've already.
You just gave me made me remember. You just made me be happy about one big thing. Is that I hated speed warps. Like we would have been RR12, RR13 by now. If there wasn't speed warps in Celestius. Anyway.
Are all melees getting charge, or just the light tanks?
Yeah. So
yeah, but 8v8 sessions are gonna be horrible. Like it's gonna be just healer, shaman, like savage. So
yeah, you take away charge, then what are you left with? Just heat debuff and body trains. There's no fix for either one.
So what they're gonna have debt? The tanks are gonna be debt, right? Because they're gonna have there's gonna be a RR cap, so they're gonna be dead tanks, as we said earlier today. And the healers are gonna be debuffing, right? They're gonna be
buff shears, yes.
Buff shears, yeah. The healers, the shaman, cleric is gonna have fun today. And who buff shears on Hib? The warden? No.
Druid. Yeah, it's Polema Reclute.
Fuck the Druid.
We're discussing Eden, Celestius, Phoenix, Atlas, Classic Live.
Atlas. What does Atlas have? Does Atlas have? No.
No buff shears. It's 165. Buff shears was a TOA thing.
So the Blade Masters, the Zerk and the Merc are gonna have
and the Savage.
And the Savage.
Atlas Fanculo.
Hey,
Cazzo di server. Hello everyone.
Hello, basta. Hello.
Hello, basta Atlas, server merda.
No, thanks. Okay. Because we have people that are friends with Atlas, and we never even. They're trying. We said it 100 times from the beginning of the discussion, and but the train left. It feels like, I don't know, from people, all the friends that are talking to me on Discord, not today, but in general.
Yeah, the best thing Atlas can do is take everything they've learned and then wait for the life cycle of the next Freeshard to end and then try again.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Like right now it's either gonna be Eden or Phoenix, and I think honestly, I would love to choose Eden, but like with them wanting to mix up TOA with classic stuff, that just doesn't work. Go either TOA or classic.
No, not TOA, bro. Not TOA.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either, but like, go either one is what I'm saying. Don't mix them up, because if you mix them up, you have just some stupid bullshit without counterplay and like too many problems, I think.
No, keep it simple. That's what Phoenix was.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying Phoenix would be my choice, I think, right now.
I'd go wherever the community goes, honestly, but I'd prefer Phoenix. just because of my personal experience with
If Phoenix
Celestias.
did,
Yeah.
If Phoenix did a to be determined wipe date instead of 6 to 9 months and got rid of the restrictions, it would be a no-brainer #1 choice for me.
Yeah, they need to get rid of the time gating on spellcrafting and stealthers. That's just. If they want to keep the time gating on realm ranks, sure, they can try it like it's never been done before.
Curious
so
what people think is wrong with TOA. Too many abilities
alienating
manage.
the population
That
of your player
and
base is not the way to fix something.
master levels were a shit hassle to go through.
Those things that they
artifacts,
announce
all kinds of
would
stuff.
make you think why they announced them. There's something behind that for sure.
And Phoenix
So
isn't
all you have
changing
to do
any
is
of
just show
the
patience where they want to
any of
end
the
it.
style changes,
It's not a
or
big- it's not a big
Phoenix is going to be exactly like it
casualty that
was
you're
when
gonna
it
wait
shut
like
down.
2 weeks to a month.
They're just going to have seasons.
spellcrafting or to level
You're not going to be
your-
able to use spellcrafting for 2 weeks, and you're not going to be able to use stealthers for over a month.
It's not a wow. It's not something disastrous.
Do we know what's coming first? Phoenix beta or Eden beta?
Eden will be first.
I don't know. I don't know. Actually, that's true because Phoenix hasn't got as many changes as Eden has compared to Celestias.
Can you explain the style
Phoenix
changes
can
versus
just
the new?
Phoenix can just turn their server on now and be like, okay, go do.
I'm
the
not
thing.
100% sure what the style changes are
Phoenix
that,
said
that they didn't like.
2022, early
I think it was
2023,
that
Eden
if you
said
had a class that could not use a certain style,
server
like
in the fall.
if you were on a stealther and you got
Oh,
a block style, you
Eden's
would
not
never
even
use
alpha
it.
yet, though,
So
is
they
it?
changed the block styles to like
The alpha
after
starts
evade
in 3
styles.
weeks, but I asked today.
So
and they said
every
they don't
style
see it
can be
going
used by
longer
every
than 2
class
weeks.
instead of having dead styles
the
that do
beta
nothing
and
for
all the
certain
testing
classes.
phases in what 3 months? I don't see that.
No.
Eden is ready, bro. The server was
They're
ready.
gonna,
And they
gonna
changed
test
the
for a
amount of
month,
damage the
and they're
styles
gonna
did.
launch late September, early October is my guess.
Yeah.
Because they
When-
said
when
they said
some-
fall is when launch is gonna happen.
Who? Eden?
Yep.
I'm not sure exactly what the style changes are that
The
people
server's
are
ready.
referring
There's
to.
stability, there's everything.
Oh, the
Maybe you can
stability's
help
ready,
us
but the changes aren't.
with that, Reclute.
And there's a
Oh,
lot of
but-
custom changes they're putting in, like coding that time gating on the realm ranks
No
and
growth
stuff like
rates.
that. That's not been done before.
That
It's not just
sucks.
something they can just do.
I'm
You're gonna have
pretty
to
sure.
test that to a certain extent.
I'm pretty sure they can just do it. They proved it to us during Celestius that they fixed things and they added things.
You could
in
be
a matter
right,
of-
but I'm
in a matter
skeptical.
of hours. In a matter of hours, they changed radical things that even
I
on
never played
Phoenix,
on
it took them a
Celestius.
couple of days to fix.
So hopefully people will be willing to help test too.
There's always people willing to help. The soloers and the small mans and 8-mans, especially the Discord warriors.
I'm trying to think what kept so many people away from the Atlas testing. This was even before Eden was a thing. So many
That's a
people
good question.
There
There
was
was like
100 people, maybe.
No, there was more than 100, but there
Just
was
the
like
settings, I think. Old Frontiers,
is
old
it-
RAs. No
is
one's
it the
interested.
just
in
too
that.
old.
Away?
No one wanted to play on something that's going to be wiped in a few months.
Well,
Seasons.
okay, you could well.
You think?
Before the seasons, Phoenix Beta had 800 people, and they were in Old Frontiers.
That's true.
Yeah, not that many people showed up for any of the testing. I think the largest we got was over 400 on the Drinky. And that was crazy.
That's the part that doesn't make sense to me. Like I said, Phoenix with 800 people, Beta, Old Frontiers, and Atlas essentially the same off the rip. And
I think people just weren't looking for a server. I mean, everybody came from Phoenix, and they had the Phoenix Discord, and they were waiting, and I guess they just didn't look for Dark Age Camelot servers.
They weren't sold, bro.
Maybe.
But when the time came, they wanted to test it out, and because everybody wants their fix. Most people actually.
You can't really compare the amount of people Phoenix got for testing compared to Atlas. I mean, Phoenix came at a time where all you had was Uthgard, and that had been around for a little bit, whereas Atlas was announced when Celestias was still in its peak.
Phoenix was way ahead of the quality of life. Comparing Uthgard to Phoenix is like Albania to Australia or something like that. It's tremendous, the quality of life. What was the maximum number of players on Phoenix? You remember?
Like 3K at launch.
3K. What was the maximum?
I don't know what
the number?
maximum was. I just remember there being 1,000 on each realm during the first 2 or 3 weeks.
It was way
first few
higher.
weeks, it was 6,000 after.
Really?
after
Is that
3
high,
months.
was it?
Yeah, imagine how
New
many.
styles, got a side
kidding me?
snare,
And it
back
was-
snare,
and it was
every
playable,
weapon
too.
line. You could go into sword
You
spec
don't
and
even-
accent Midgard, or
But
be
that's
playing
why-
Hibernia. I don't know
Excuse,
about the
fuck
changes in
me.
Albion. Okay.
It was unplayable in OF, and that's why they went to NF.
Phoenix changed so
Yeah, that many
much
people
stuff,
don't
man. They
know
made
if it's
so
just
much
a-
custom stuff. It was ridiculous. I mean, they pretty
All
much
the
made it like World of
followers,
Warcraft.
miles-
Everybody had every
Can't
ability.
forget about the patch, though.
All
I
realms
mean,
had sauce.
We
All
have
realms
only
had
minstrels.
all stealthers had
with
Vanish,
SOS
Viper.
on Atlas and stuff like that. Like people just don't like that. A lot of people.
Yeah, SOS is pretty strong just to be restricted to one realm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
stuff
not
like
a-
that
I'm not
happens.
a fan of those.
The old Roz. So
VR.
I mean, me and Wix had this conversation as well. We were like, if they stick with that,
that's another reason. That's another reason people are not playing Atlas.
That's the main reason, I think.
Now OF is the other reason.
Ah, yeah, true.
Old RAs are just
Wait,
just
let's do a
objectively
poll.
worse.
I wouldn't say
OF
it's
is the biggest reason.
even
Wait,
Celestia
wait.
started with OF and they had 3,000 people. Well, more like 2,000.
What?
But it's
Just-
It's the RAs, not the frontiers, in my opinion, that puts people
Yeah.
off.
Wait. People type, because all these things are going to be heard for them, even for sure from the people from Atlas, but the people from Eden too are going to hear this. What's one reason you don't like Atlas? Is it
Well,
OF or
one fact we can look at real quick is Phoenix started with OF and new RAs. They had a couple hundred people.
and Celestia?
Celestia started with OF and the new RAs, and they had a couple thousand people. Atlas starts with OF and OF RAs, and they had 200.
Just because they want to be
Yeah.
different.
That's just numbers, man. Like, I think once you fix the old RAs, you have
they're
people asking for the next step. You have people asking for new frontiers. Then, like, I think you need those two things.
Lucky,
Get the rest in classic, and that's
Lucky.
gonna be perfect.
Wait, 30-minute purge? Is that what you're telling me now? You want to play with 30-minute purge?
No point even wasting the points on it.
Yeah, the 30-minute purge alone is probably a big turnoff for a lot of people.
Everybody should be playing hit, by the way, because of his 30-minute purge. Stun and kill. I don't even know why the mids are kicking their asses.
Because you can two-shot someone with a berserker.
Yeah, probably.
Right now you can, but at the beginning you couldn't.
Well, mids were the dominating melee realm.
Mids were
Yeah,
dominating to begin with on Phoenix as well.
We got 20% melee bonus right now. Mids do.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and there's no end in sight for that either, because there's no one to fight them. Maybe with the new influx of HIB players, they might be able to stop them, but Alb has no shot.
Well, mids just went up almost to 500 today.
Yeah, mid right now is 487, HIB is 493, and Alb is 370.
Is Pornos playing with him?
He's been trying so hard, but he can't get the numbers, so I think he's quitting day by
For who?
day.
For who?
Ponos, for Alb.
Who's for Al? Oh, he's on Alb? Okay.
Yeah, but there's just no people, so
There's no people.
He's having a hard time.
So most people are on mid or hip?
Yeah.
Bro, Realm Timer. It's the biggest.
The reason that the server probably still
the realm
feels
timer
dead,
Atlas is pretty
barbecue,
good. Like if you don't RVR,
is because people are still busy trying to get their
then
template together.
They're restricted by it, but they
A
also
lot
need
of
to be
people
some
do
sort
not
of
want to
incentive
RVR
stay
without a
on the realm.
template.
Otherwise, you get situations where you just people drop from PvEing to go to
Atlas
defend
is
the
the
relic.
first people to do the loyalty. The problem is it doesn't decay fast enough, and the loyalty that they have in place isn't enough to keep someone,
Yeah.
So you
It has to be more significant.
Yeah.
What is
like right
the
now,
loyalty bonus on Atlas?
you get decreased timer in between XP item loot. The biggest one is you get to keep your
That's
charge
bullshit.
buffs up, which is nice. Charge buffs
What?
don't have a timer. That's the
Huh.
biggest one, but
What-
that really
what-
only
what-
affects solo play.
What a charge buff? That's solo play. So that solo play
Yeah.
doesn't help the realm. Solo
also-
don't help the realm.
You also get a
Incentive isn't really
20% bonus for RP, or 25% bonus to realm points, 20% bonus to bounty points.
Is there RP bonus? I haven't noticed.
Yeah, and then there's a 25%
that's
bonus
bullshit.
to
Trust me,
XP.
That's bullshit too. On Celestius, they tried to do the loyalty thing. They were increasing the RPs by like 50%. They decreasing the keeps by 90%, and still people were playing for like 10% of the RPs. They were still like.
That is a bad example.
I have 100% Al bonus, and I'm getting no bonus realm points for kills.
Be able to kill anyway if everybody's playing there. They're just steamrolling everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's some fights going on, but once you try keep, you just can't do anything.
But it doesn't attract the casual player. It doesn't make you want to fight for the realm. You're not going to attract those type of players, which is like, I don't know. I'm going to say a safe number like 50%, which is probably more. If you don't attract those people to those guys are your consistent players, first of all. They're the ones that are going to be there when it rains, when it snows, and when it's sunny. It's going to be there all the time. And they're going to attract more people to your realm. And if they're not there, sayonara. Ponos is there, consistent BG leader. Is he attracting Alps? No. Whatever he does. And he's an experienced.
Last week he was trying so hard to help the realm, but every time he got into the raid, the server crashed.
That's another thing.
And every time it crashed, 10 people, minus 10 people, minus 10 people until there was not enough.
How would people feel if you actually had the 1.65 settings where you were restricted to one realm? You couldn't change unless you delete your characters.
That would be for me.
That's how it was.
I would piss my pants. I would piss my pants. I wouldn't
mind,
away.
honestly.
Why would you? Half the people don't mind. We all played one character. We all played we only played our main character in RVR. There were some people that were playing like an alt in RVR.
I'm not talking that much. I'm trying not to talk over the content.
It was always me. It was like Ligma. It was Lynn. It was
That's true, Wamberger. People would do that.
It was people from one guild. They were all together. Like everybody was playing one character. And imagine you're gonna lose your RPs after you like reach. I don't even want to discuss about that, which is totally stupid.
Yeah, that part. But we've never seen how the seasons work yet. Obviously, it doesn't sound good to lose.
Why? All right.
Rank,
Here's the thing. If you're adding seasons to the game, your mindset is somewhere else.
Talk radio.
It's not towards long-term play. It's somewhere else.
It's to restart the drop-off of natural drop-off of players.
Okay, here's the thing. Server drop-offs, all right? Population drops. Just because there's going to be a server restart, people are, I'm going to come and start over again. You think people are going to come back again to start over? They wouldn't leave in the first place.
That's what I do.
To be honest, the casual players is going to stay there until the server restarts, let's say. And the people that are going to come back are the first ones that bailed. Who are the people that bailed? Not the casual player. Casual player is the one that sticks to the realm and fights for the realm and believes in something. Old-fashioned players.
You've played every free shard for many years now. So seasons is an amazing thought for you.
How long is such a season supposed to be?
Well,
the top players will succeed.
They will only do it if it drops. Phoenix said...
That's a good idea.
Why do you think the top players will succeed?
Didn't they say they'd have a vote?
That's way too short, man.
They wouldn't be a definite 6-9 months and say they'd do a vote.
Like if you start and you're, 800,
the thing with the seasons is that there's going to be a realm rank cap, either by time or by the number of players that reaches each level.
I mean, I understand if you lose 60-70% of the player base.
You know why? Wait. You know why? Because they're fucking assholes.
But they can't get too far ahead, Selene. They're going to hit the realm rank cap and then be stuck.
Because, how am I going to play if everybody's like RR10 and I'm going to join and I'm RR2?
All the servers with seasons are going to have...
You don't give a shit if Pill's power is RR12. 13 and you just joined the game, you're going to
Seasons are
join
going to
your
have
BG,
realm rank
you're going to
caps,
go fight
either by
beside you
time
to the
or
left,
by the
and
number
you're
of
gonna
players at
slowly
each realm rank.
get the RPs and climb the ladder.
Yeah, that's the game.
So, and second of all, no, not second, most important, it's always fun killing a higher RR. Like going on top of fucking Baron, Pills, Malaka.
Yeah.
And
Or they're going to hit
it's
realm
supposed
rank
to be
cap
on
and then
this,
just
but it
switch
didn't come.
characters, realm rank cap
Yes.
that one too.
But it's always fun killing a Baron. Right?
Yeah.
And you're going to remove that from the game? I don't know. That doesn't sound. So, they're catering for the small mans or the soloers. Yep.
It
The base
punishes
concept
a lot of people.
Eden, it needs to do a couple of changes, to be honest. The base comp sounds promising, but
Well, I mean, even the BG players were pretty loud when they did the RP reset event, and everyone was saying how much fun they had, that it wasn't an RA dump in the tower every time.
what? Say that again.
A lot of people, when they did the event,
It's not necessarily you suck, it's how much time do you have to play.
Oh.
Because even the top players aren't that good. Usually, they're just able to play more.
Dump in the tower and keeps and all
It was also the only 4 weeks that PK didn't play, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, but
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
that would have affected too, I guess.
The BGs were dead, right?
No,
no.
We had.
Oh, we were doing New Frontiers, right? Okay. We were
Yeah,
doing New
that was-
Frontiers with low RRs, with the yeah, I remember that. It was something different. They always thought outside the box, right? It was Phoenix,
Yeah,
right?
I mean that's the idea. The only thing we lose really is,
Nothing.
that
You didn't lose
the
anything.
chase.
You didn't.
No, I'm saying the only thing we lose from the season thing is the chase for the high rank, which will never be a thing because once you get it, it'll reset. But we still had fun when they reset us to rank 1, I think.
No, but we didn't lose it. We got it back after.
Well, right.
there's somebody up there pulling.
That's probably why, because we knew we didn't lose
Yeah.
it. So, but it
And
was still fun when they reset
It was
us.
fun, yeah, because it was something different. They always thought outside the box, which is I always compliment them on that, and that's why personally they let me down with their announcement because I was expecting a lot more from them, but my gut tells me they're somewhere else. They're on another page.
I think they're more concerned
They're
about
not.
getting data for the new game they're producing more than the player base that they're currently hosting.
For sure. We're gonna be guinea pigs on Phoenix, probably. Which is not a bad thing, but even if they announce a game anyway, which they shouldn't have announced
Rapid
that
fire
game,
has no thing.
I don't even know why they didn't. But even if they announce a new game, hey guys, in 2 years, 1 year next year, we're gonna like out of a blue, they're announcing a new game. Everybody will go try it for sure. Like they didn't have to mention it now. I don't even know why they mentioned it. Maybe to +1. However,
Makes me feel like the re-release of Phoenix is just a stepping stone to the next game that they're making.
That's how it feels. That's how it feels. I don't understand the seasons. Like they've done so many. They brought so many things to a shard. Like they were the best shard ever so far, and
But I do
yeah.
have to say that in the forum, seasons was always something that got suggested a lot on Phoenix.
By who?
By various
Life
people.
has entered my tomb. Prepare yourself, mortal, to serve my master
Who
for
talks on the fucking forums all the
eternity.
time? Is it the casual players that talk on the forums?
Thank you,
No,
Big Fail, for
it's the
following.
motherfucking soloers and the stealthers.
Possible, but that's might be where they got the idea.
No.
Kinda.
The Solars and the Stealthers didn't complain because they're the ones who were high rank. They don't want to lose their rank.
Well,
they don't want seasons. They want to farm even rank 1s. It was not the Solar.
They do.
I'm excited just to try it, honestly, because it's not been done before. If it fails, it fails. If it doesn't fail, it's going to be the next big thing for Freeshards, right? But if it does fail, then they know not to do it again. But ultimately, it's a new thing that they're trying, and
I mean,
that's
the
good.
temporary setbacks sounds really, really good, honestly. I've never heard of that before, but like just losing your rank for like a week or two for an event and then getting your old rank back, that sounds pretty good.
It was fun when they did it.
Yeah, I was thinking of that too, and maybe just even extend it longer how they did it the first time. But then you get into the thing where is it going to be where half the player base says, well, I'll just wait this week out. I don't want to start at rank 1 again. And then you lose half the players until they can get their high ranks back. Does it come down to looking at it like an event like that, like how it was with the tutorial zone where everyone, whatever, all those events they did. Some people just didn't even log in that week because they didn't want to do that.
Yep. Well, they didn't, but it was a good thing anyway. It was like we're most of us are like 40 plus years old and more, and we don't like changes, to be honest. Sometimes.
Does new things scare you, Palermo?
Get off my lawn.
Does new things scare you?
Sometimes, but I listen to people, their opinions, and I trust my gut instinct if it's going to be how it sounds like. Wait, seasons has to. All right, here, all right. Rafa's typing that seasons has to happen, and some more people are typing. And I'll just tell you this: if you just play one server, one account only, do you think we're going to need servers? If everybody's going to stick to one realm, Rafa and everybody else that's saying the season, do you think we're gonna? And if they add like attack, if they add like an event instead of doing like solo events and all that they wasted the time on, and nobody played at the end. If they do events like defend your realm, like attack Tirnanog or something like that. If they did events like that, do a skeleton city of a capital city of something like that, and go kill the.
Didn't Eden say they're gonna do that?
They announced something like that. I'm trying to find it. Where is it? Where did they type
Yeah, I
it?
remember that too. That was always a big thing that came up too when people were looking for fresh ideas. Homeland invasion.
I remember. Yeah, Homeland Invasion. I told Amos that like 6 to 9 months ago. Do Homeland
Oh, we
Invasion.
know it's possible because we already raided
Fuck yeah!
Tirnanog.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Yeah, it's possible. Imagine if you're playing for one realm, and there's realm pride.
Lady coming with the assist. Thanks,
built
bud.
inside.
Appreciate you.
For me, if realm pride is built, then all the casual players, the core players of the casuals of the BGs, are going to stay together. If those guys stay together, they're going to truck the rest of the players. If those players are playing, then all the soloers, the stealthers, the 8-mans, and all that, especially the enemies, are going to be waiting for the BGs to come up so they can start picking them off. That's how you keep a healthy server. 100%.
Yep.
And if you add, and if let me finish just 1 second. If you add events for BGs, which nobody ever did, like attack a keep for the realm, something for the realm, and keep the casual players more intrigued into playing for the realm and fighting for the realm. Because in order for you to attack a realm, you're going to need a BG leader, you're going to need core players, you're going to need an hierarchy of things so everything can happen. And you're going to need consistency. If that's happening, you're having fun playing for that realm, right? The other realm has to pick up the shit, so they're going to have to do that also.
I don't know, man.
It's a cycle always. Sometimes we're the underdog. Sometimes how did
Time
we
will
say
tell.
back in the day?
I think Eden's going to give a big presence. And I think the hardcore people for Phoenix are going to go to Phoenix.
I gotta remember that. Anyway, that's what they should have announced. You know what? We need to fix the core. The core is the casual players. Fuck soloers, fuck small man, fuck all of you. You guys can solve it. You can figure it out. There's 100 ways you guys can make RPs.
Yeah,
I mean,
macro.
that's the only thing no server really tried before, so I agree.
Nobody did
Honestly.
it. Nobody. That's why I was
Sounds good.
disappointed. That's what. This is
Need
where
one more
I was totally
loot.
disappointed with
What is
Phoenix.
this?
I
The
was
roster
expecting
ahead?
something like that, and they're probably the ones with the most experience to do it, and they didn't announce it. With Amos, we were talking about it back with Pills, back in the day in Pills. we were in the same Discord and talking to Amos and this other guy, and they agreed on it. Did they ever do it? No. Their mindset was somewhere else, and then they lost track, and then it just went down the
No,
hill.
but ideas like that is what scares me of Eden, because think of Homeland Invasion and then some stealthers camping in some leveling zones, you getting killed by some toxic people. Like, that's just stuff like that can kill the game too.
But that's gonna happen. We have Alps have toxic people, mids have toxic, Hibs have toxic. Everybody has toxic. You gotta you gotta get the people. You know what? In real life, you know what's our biggest problem now in real life? Everybody is. We don't have so many friends as we had like 30 years ago. We're slowly becoming isolated. Like we're not opening up as we used to. Thank God on Phoenix we opened up and we. How many people here made friends on Phoenix? Like tens of friends. Like we would talk and we didn't lose touch with these guys. And this is like how many years ago? 4 years ago? 5 years ago?
4 years, yeah.
So, yeah, at least. So, and I didn't make these type of friends back in 20 years ago when we were playing.
He's not wrong though.
Original. But anyway,
trying to make a good point. He's just rambling on about it.
As we're becoming more isolated, that's why it's prevailing the small mans and that type of play. Like everybody just wants to. It feels easier to do, but put your egos aside for a minute.
That's a big statement from him.
What's the old-fashioned way? Let's work together. 50 people. Why did we Alps back in the day when I started with you guys? Why did it go good? Because we started from zero, we started from scratch, and we built it. All right. And it was the best time of our lives. We were like 15, 20 people, and we built from there. And we're all friends from there. Most of us here are from that. Most of us that are on Discord are from those days back then. We win some, we lose some. Just like the other guy should win also, but that's where they should build the game if they want DAoC to prevail to, I don't know, long term.
I can go turn in on my tokens and level up twice. Hell yeah.
It's not.
We're going to turn in the Forgotten Lockets.
It's like you're thinking of the end already. It's like when pills are oh, we're going to die. Shit. We're going to die. Fuck. Fuck. No good. Die. Everybody release. We're still not dead. Everybody release. Where's Pills? I miss him. He said he'll join. He didn't join. I don't know.
Think buffs for the pet are bugged? Why?
I did. I already did.
Most of the buffs on the pet just give it absorb.
Yosaki's speech.
According to this rule set.
Yosaki's was. You know what? When I was fuck them. You know when I was on mid, Mr. Wolf said, I had there was like 120 mids on a BG
and Bazaar,
and there was only one full group following me.
Yeah.
At the end, I go fuck you.
Saw the 8-man just joined for info.
It was just 8-man. Oh, it was just 8-man. It was just there was more things. There was like a bunch of other things also. But anyway,
I think we should do a short recap of what we've discussed. To be honest, to really go into LDR.
We're going to Eden.
Yeah. So the general consensus is that if Atlas was to make any sort of impact, they'd have to go to new RAs, right?
Oh, for sure. And NF.
Yeah.
I mean, you can sort of say OF is okay because Phoenix did it with OF and new RAs, and they still were successful. Yes, NF would be ideal, but it's the old RAs that's stopping people from really playing on Atlas.
It's old RAs, but here's the thing. Let's say you fix the RAs, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. Let's say you have a good server and you have good ideas and people come. And let's say you have 2,000 people playing RVR. Are they going to be able to play? Is OF able to hold 2,000 people?
Hell no.
No way.
OF can barely hold, one OF zone can barely hold 200 people.
They're discussing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, so if you're thinking long term, if you're thinking healthy, where are you going to put the people? unless you say, all right, we're going to play OF until things work out, and if for a lot of people, we'll see what we have to do. But they haven't said either.
How long was Phoenix OF for until the transition to New Frontiers? It was a while, wasn't it?
It was a little while, yeah.
But they got people moving around to different zones through the bonus objectives, which I thought was a pretty good idea.
We were fighting
I mean, it's
everywhere.
necessary.
Yeah, but everybody was on E main. We were at the mids and Alps were killing each other at the E main, and the Hibs had to run all the way from. But Pills would bring the whole fucking Zerg and destroy everything. They didn't usually die. They would steamroll everything. It was harder back then. No, it was Gorion and harder was after.
Then about the size, about the choke points and the accessibility.
German from mid.
Sounds pretty good.
Anyway,
how you doing, Lukey's Wrench?
Recap. Anything else?
I got confused now. If we had the choice of Phoenix or Eden right now, what would you choose?
Eden.
I mean, Eden has the longer seasons.
That's the better part, I think.
And also,
based on what they've said, it would have to be Eden.
I think Eden cares more about their player base because they're not developing a side game.
Well, I don't think our opinion or our decision is going to be about the side game so far. Eden has a head start. If they want to hold the people to Eden, it's up to them.
Do we really think that Phoenix is gonna do the 6 months seasons, even though the players will hate it? Like, won't they just turn it off?
Wait, someone just posted what if you scroll up, there's a picture from where is it? Oh, it's way up. Look at all this discussion down here. If you scroll up way up at where is it? Post it again, the picture. What Shot said, whatever his name is. There it is. Waka posted it. It's at what time is it? At 21:46 my time. That's 21:46 is 9:46 8:46 at Shop said that is a concern and reason to rethink the fixed 9-month maximum duration.
Yeah, and the bit about they're looking for something to help carry over meaningful progression. That's another big thing.
Yeah, but if the community doesn't like it, like, will they just force it? I don't know the Phoenix stuff, so.
Let me ask you something. If Eden is going well, nobody's going to go to Phoenix.
I don't think so.
What do you mean?
I've heard many people saying, "Oh, Phoenix is gonna win the battle. Phoenix is gonna be the place to be."
No. If Eden is going to go good now, let's say, or unfortunately, I'm not going to mention Atlas because they're out of the picture now.
Yeah, we talked about Atlas.
Yeah, we talked about it. So if Eden is going well, if we're in a BG and we're having big fights with Pills or whoever with Hibs and Alps,
the reason they're saying
you're
Atlas is out of the
go to
picture
Phoenix to start over
is because it's not New Frontiers and New RAs. That's the only reason.
Yeah, see, that's kind of the part nobody's really talking about because nobody really knows. But
there's no way, Enigma. No, are you gonna leave? If I'm having fun,
that's what I'm saying.
If I'm having fun on Eden, it's up to Eden.
But I think Phoenix wanted to launch.
Why don't
when did they want to launch?
No, they're launching in 6 months from now.
And Eden?
No, and Phoenix is launching in 6 months. Eden is launching next month. Better, but they're ready.
August 20.
Yeah, it's alpha.
But I don't know.
It's gonna come down to who launches the main game first, I think.
Well,
because you're right. Like
the reason they're talking like this way about Atlas is because they're used to Phoenix.
It's not going to take more than 2 weeks.
Phoenix lasted 3 years. They think it's the best server because it lasted so long.
Amos and all those.
It was dying before the pandemic happened.
I said in 3 months.
And the pandemic extended the server's life by like 2 years.
They said in 3 months.
No, I said, but the Celestials burned down in 3 months. Maybe they're
Yeah.
setting a new record.
That's another story. That's another story. That's another story. How to
With a
make
split population, newer frontiers better for a smaller population.
I remember when I was working in the States.
But if everybody comes back
and the
to
Greeks
Atlas,
opened a restaurant, $500,000.
you know, the dev team could discuss changing it. But right now, I think the dev's vision is OF
And the waiters
ORA.
didn't know where the spoons and the forks were. Nobody knew nothing. And the owners just immediately started advertising like crazy. And
Probably with beta test and everything rug off.
Everything was packed.
I didn't join Phoenix until 2020 when the pandemic hit.
And it was hell in the kitchen. The cooks didn't know where the meat was. The waiters didn't know where the food was. Everything was dirty. Everything was not clean. It was just chaos. And what happened? Bad reviews. It was just a matter of time.
I mean, this information's going to the Atlas dev team, so they may take this feedback and discuss it.
This is about Atlas too, but they killed it. So
I'm personally pro Atlas.
Starting over again.
I spent a lot of time here. I like the dev team.
The other guys,
and they impress me.
It would be suicidal if they had the same devs in front.
So
even if they're probably fixing everything, which
the thing these guys don't understand is that Atlas still has 5 solid months of dev before any other server launches.
So what happened on Celsius after I left?
And these devs are not pushovers. They play pretty hard.
What actually happened? What was the nail in the coffin for it?
XP events, like Warlocks hitting rank 10.
Sounds good,
The worst was there was no realm pride. There was no realm timer. There was no realm timer, thus there was no realm pride. Everybody was just like, I would have a BG with 10, 15 people to defend the keep, to defend the relic, and Pills would come with 150 people.
Wamberger, I agree with you.
As soon as they dropped the relics,
these guys haven't played on Atlas.
20 minutes, I had 150
They
people.
watch the Discord, but watching the Discord and playing the server and seeing the way it feels and the progression is different.
Yeah, same. You know what I did? I locked the BGs. I didn't let them log in back. I didn't let them join a BG after.
The majority of the people in this Discord are not playing on Atlas. I'd say about 10 to 15% actually are.
They tried. They stuck with us for a bunch of time, but eventually.
He talks like it's Vietnam. I'm pretty sure he has bad PTSD from all the RVR conflict there.
I strongly believe.
Pretty serious.
Realm timer is the biggest issue. Like, don't even give him the opportunity to think about another realm. Fuck it. You want to play another realm? Delete your motherfucking character.
I don't have it turned on, Sarar.
If you really want to change realm,
I don't have the
delete everything and go to
I don't have the webcam turned on for that.
The problem is that there's people playing a different game than you.
Well,
like
over here.
there's the 8v8 community and stuff. They wanna have the competitive part of the game. They want to switch to different team comps.
Yeah, but they're not. All right, I respect what you're saying, and I agree with you in the point that they're gonna abandon ship before you even take your clothes off. They're already gone. They already left the server before you even blinked your eyes. Who's keeping the server alive?
Gotta help these lobies out.
The competitive?
I'm keeping the server alive with my buffing of lobies.
The BGs are keeping the servers alive.
It's me. I'm keeping it
I don't think you
alive.
can take
I'm
full
buffing the
responsibility
lobies.
for that. It's kind of arrogant to assume that the BG is the reason. It's everybody that keeps the server alive. Although we don't like stealthers, we don't like solos, 8v8 community is kind of toxic. You still need to cater for them. You can't just disregard them just because they're a lesser player base.
Here's the thing: we're not saying to disregard them, but I just mentioned it before. I'm not telling you. I'm not asking them to give me a blowjob or something. I didn't ask anything. We're the last people that ask for something anyway. It's the people that are always asking for things. The soloers and the stealthers. And the 8-9s.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard on Discord people from the BGs talking and demanding things? Never.
Well, that's not true, actually.
Well,
we asked for fixes.
You know what? You know when it's not true, when they change some things because we're getting RPs and the other guys are getting
Yeah,
irritated. And
and also the doors are
To
too
be honest,
hard,
I'm
doors
probably
are
going
too
to throw this up
soft.
on my
Can we have
YouTube
less
just for
ramps?
anybody who
Can we
wants to
have
listen to
more
it.
ramps? Blah blah blah. It's all
Right.
BG stuff.
All right. No. 1 second. You know which there's a specific group of people that are asking for the doors, and it was on HIB, and they were stealthers too, and they're motherfuckers, by the way. Just on the side note, it was them that were asking for the doors, so they can get easier RPs. Well, it was them mostly, and then Pills would fall in, and Pills wouldn't go up and say the doors are too hard, or
Run,
I don't know.
And
he did.
Buff. Oh, it's too
But
far away. It's too
It was
fast.
mostly the hips. Did you ever hear the mids? Did you ever hear us Alps asking for something on Discord?
Not really.
You know why the hips were asking? Because they're sort of easy mode, just like their characters. Stun, Nook. We've discussed about this in the past.
Is that all
Anyway,
I
it
am?
doesn't matter.
Stun Nuke.
We're not the ones that are demanding anything. We never demanded anything. Never. And we have to cater for all the players. But Clockwork, we discussed it about earlier, 1 hour ago. They invested so much time to make the small BG event, the small man event, and a solo event, and it went down the drain in a matter of days. Ask Clockwork and Razily how much time they invested to do it for them. The biggest letdown. I remember him typing, "I will never listen to you guys again." But as I'm reading the Phoenix chat, he's listening. He's still listening to them. He hasn't learned his lesson. When have we demanded anything? You feed us like the smallest bone, and we're happy. We're gonna do our thing no matter what. Remove GTOA. No, doesn't matter. We keep on going. We'll find another way. We'll moan because you removed it.
Go ahead and let him know that I appreciate him hosting today.
You got to cater. I'm not saying to. I'm just asking. I'm just for the long-term game. Implement Realm Pride. If you keep the BG players. Wait, someone told me it's not like that. If the Solars leave the game, will we continue playing? If the 8-mans leave, will we continue to play? If the Elite Statements leave, will we continue to play? Yes or no?
Of course.
If
How's
the
that Atlas
Solars or
going?
the small
Atlas is going great.
leave the game,
Actually doing really good today. They fixed the database entries. They cleared out 74 million lines of entries that was causing a lot of bog down, and it's been running excellent today. Like they fixed a lot of stuff. They told me, and it's just been butter smooth.
It's true. Without a BG, the server dies. It's factual. There's nothing to say against it.
The BGs dictate the action. No matter what phase you play in, whether solo, small man, 8-man, BG, you know where to go or you know where not to go. It dictates the game, guys.
I don't know about dictate. I don't know about dictate, but you know where to go. You just said a big word. You know where to go, and you know where not to go.
Dictate's a big word.
You know where to go, and you know where not to go. That's good words. So, you know where the BGs are all the time. You want to go join the fun? You need the 8-mans. Yeah,
BG's boring unless other BGs are also running around.
8-mans are going to go anyway, Ark. As you're typing, 8-mans are going to go find the.
Ask him why people join BGs. It's just for the realm points.
Help the keep take or the keep defense.
It's an easy mode way to get realm points. It's very chill.
The other soloers and
until
and small lands are going
another
to be
BG shows up.
They're always there. They're stupid. Of course they're going to be there.
But to quickly run around and take all the keeps to get Darkness Falls or relics or whatever. Most of the time they're used for BG and realm rank boost.
Players. All right, we're not. But they feed off us.
Yeah, keep takes and defenses are really good, especially when there's conflict.
Everything you said is true, but I'm still terrified of the idea of playing cleric with my small man and like just being charged down by some Zerkers or something like that.
By
and
what?
nobody
By
can do
Zerker?
anything.
By a
Like
Zerker or by a
They
Zerk?
have charge. You can't stop them with
Zerker.
bodyguard or Zephyr.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't exist on Eden, and like, there's no counterplay to charge, so my cleric is just dead. If anyone with charge decides that he wants to see me dead, I'm dead. In a small man, at least. Not in a Zerg, but in a small man, that's a big problem, and that kills the game.
Well, like Winston Churchill said, pick your battles.
What's this Discord, Solani?
Maybe you have to play something else for a couple of months. Or hopefully they see that this is not working and we have to change.
All right. Dev team said they want to know about what's going on.
Is not helping. It's not pro realm pride. It's not pro realm. It's not for the realm.
Here's the Discord for the conversation being
if they post
spoken in
today
Discord.
that they were to remove charge, I would probably vote for Eden too. But like this problem specifically, just
that name
bites
is
me
going to
every
be
time.
changed.
I don't know.
Electric
Creativeness, there
lesbians?
comes
What the hell?
toxicity, I think. In an old game like Dark Age of Camelot.
What the hell is this, bro? Sure, that's against the rule set.
It's
whatever.
They must also reverse the last 6 months of changes. Again, we're victims of these changes. Why did they implement them in the first place?
I don't know if there's going to be any sort of
What's up,
TLDR.
Zaire?
TLDR, people are going to Eden. Between
let me
Phoenix and
rephrase
Eden,
something. It's
Eden
not about
wins.
the BGs. It's about the casual player. Casual player, there's like 50% of people that want to log in. They only have like a couple of hours to play.
Another
3
one.
times a week.
Electric lesbians.
On average.
Weird.
And they need to have fun.
I'm guessing this is the...
Maybe they don't have like 3
some
really
of the,
good friends to make a small man. Maybe they do.
The French
But
folks
most
coming
of
over?
them don't.
From Uthgard,
And
maybe?
It's really
French
hard
Guild?
to make friends because everybody's on a different level. So what's the easiest thing for them to do? Join a BG.
See,
We're not
the thing
talking
is,
about BGs now. We're
they're
talking-
putting their input on,
we're
they
talking
don't
about
play
the
on this
casual
server.
person.
They are
Which
just
there
watching the
should be
changes in
working
Discord and saying,
If
they're
they're
making
thinking
progress. But if you play here and you feel the changes,
Think
like
about the
today has
casual
been
people that want to log
awesome.
in,
There's
play
only
for
been
the
one
realm,
reset today,
play
and that
for
was a
his
triggered
character,
reset.
because he's already chosen which character he's going to play.
Well, their idea with the casual is that's why rank progression is halted as well as reset it.
Okay, let's discuss again that subject. As a casual player in a BGs, did we ever hear about the opponents that were higher RR, or did it bother us at the end? It did bother us a little.
The server has been
in Alp,
stable today.
but
Like, it's been awesome.
it's something you have to overcome.
I've had zero lag. No one's crashed. No one's LD'd.
I have an answer regarding battlegrounds that you mentioned earlier. I asked on the Celestius Discord, Eden Discord. They will implement a cap on battlegrounds that is higher than on live, but there is a cap.
What kind of cap?
So like the level 24 battleground would be 2L4 and so on.
Yeah.
And there will not be a BG available at level 50, so you'd have to go NF.
Good to have confirmation on that.
So at 49 you stop at 49.
Well, now you have to find out, can you turn XP and RP off?
Yeah, you have to ask now at 49 level. What happens if at 49 level everybody turns their XP off?
They
just
would,
stay there.
if they reach the RP cap at 49, they would get kicked out anyway.
Yeah, but if you turn RP off,
If you turn both off, you can stay there forever, that's true. But
so you split the community even more.
But
Rafa, you're
They
splitting.
have to have it disabled. There's no way they won't disable that.
There's no way. Well, they'll have to think about it.
It's
but
too
I
useful to
imagine
just
that
scrap
once
dims.
server population drops, that they can't support.
It's getting better every
split
time they
population
enable it and
anymore. They
disable
would
it.
turn that off.
Yeah.
Well, that's
But
another
why do
thing
it in the first
Celestius
place then?
did at the
Yeah,
end.
don't do it
They
at the
opened up
first
that
place.
BG and it split
No,
the
no, just
remaining
don't.
NF population.
Whoever said it, they shouldn't do it. They should remove it. It's going to be fun, but why would you put RP off arc? Because you know what, stealthers are going to stay there for maybe like 5 months.
But the funny
until
thing is,
solo,
improved,
like, and get the solo title. Because
the
there's people
community's
that
going to
jerk
split,
off
but
just because they have
Atlas
the solo
doesn't
title.
plan to
And
ever
the
shut
easiest way to
down.
get it
I think
is
they're going
someone
to
that's
leave the server open indefinitely.
crafted inside the,
So if you stay here and you play here,
Can
people go
I
to
take
Eden.
3 to 5 minutes and just say
Eden.
my opinion on all this stuff? As
yeah, of course. Who are you?
Seleny. It's Seleny.
Oh, Seleny.
Seleny. Celeny.
Hello.
Hello.
Let's hear his
I've fought
take.
you many times, Mr. Palimo.
What?
Few hundred times I've fought you before. But
Yeah, as who?
The number 1 mentalist on Phoenix and Dustguard.
On Phoenix, what was your
Get him,
Phoenix?
Seleny. Get him.
Seleny, same thing.
Oh,
I was just Hib.
I
I was just Hib. And I know
Get him.
you led the BGs, and I was really happy that someone on Alp was doing that.
It's this guy right here.
But this is beside all this point, right? So we were speaking of Old Frontiers versus NF at first. In my opinion, this is obviously just my opinion. Everything here, and I'm going to pre-say this before everything. Please don't take anything I say as offensive. This is just my opinion. Yeah. Okay.
Just talk, mate. We know it's your opinion. Just talk. Don't be afraid what to say.
Okay.
Just say.
Okay. So, Old Frontiers versus New Frontiers. This discussion's as old as the game. Right. Neither is better. Neither is worse. They are just good in both different ways. Right. This is what we've come to see over a very long time. Old Frontiers has unique things that you can do with choke points. This is correct. New Frontiers has no choke points. So the area, though, of this content, like Old Frontiers versus New Frontiers, the area of playfield is actually pretty much the exact same. Just choke points is the difference. Okay. Patch
Taco
levels.
Bell. He's nervous.
1.65 is very good for every single person because it's in some ways balanced on all regards, minus the stealther game is a little funky. 8v8 though, it's balanced if you use the RAs appropriately and properly. It's pretty damn balanced. Small man, it's not very balanced. We got minstrels, so yeah, that's gonna be rough for small mans. Let's go with patch levels and seasons now, in my opinion. So anything past 1.65, we're already looking at. We're looking at catering towards younger people. Once we leave this patch level, this is never good, in my opinion, because once you make the game closer to WoW, you're taking away what DAoC is.
He's not wrong.
You have uniqueness in 1.65. You have liquid, like with New Frontiers RAs.
Every
you have,
class matters.
Smooth flowing RAs that are the same on every round. So like both are balanced, just balanced in a different way. It's harder to be really good on 1.65 in 8v8. On the topic of round pride and whatnot, I've never had round pride as an 8v8er. We don't have pride in realm. We don't. That's not. We have pride in the game.
Pride.
So this stuff is all negligible to me. But at the end of the day, you need that to keep the server alive. You need that.
This guy needs a soapbox.
So, yeah. Anyways, that's most of it. If there's anything else I missed,
he's nervous.
I was just trying to hear the conversation and then say my part at the end. And people can like whatever you want to ask me, whatever is good. It's fine. But that's my opinion on all that stuff.
Just adding things is contributing. We're all contributing. Thank you for adding. You like 165. Most people do.
The only time you're going to thank you for adding, by the way.
I like 1.65. I like how Phoenix had it.
Wait. You're an 8-man player, right?
Yeah, of course. But everyone needs to
you're not
feel
a PG,
needed.
Like, were you a BG player?
He's just
I will
nervous.
always
You
help
can
the
hear it in his
BG at
voice.
the end of the day.
Some people don't like
if
public
it's
speaking.
needed, but normally I don't.
Like, you would go 8-man. You would go with your friends. Like, you have a fixed 8-man, right?
Yeah, I always have.
He's just talking
And,
about old Frontier versus new Frontier.
By fixing your 8, like, you would help the BG.
He wanted
or
to say
you
his
just
piece
pick
about that.
off Soloers and
old RAs versus new RAs.
Like, you would ask him. You would directly ask
No,
him.
he would ask me, and I would say
Okay. Okay.
yes. Every time, as long as it's possible.
Like, most 8-mans never did that, but you need Realm Pride. Like,
1.65 is the
said it,
patch
like,
directly
thanks for saying it. Like, you
before
don't have Realm Pride.
TOA.
But what
So
happens if
Trials of
you do?
Atlantis
What
launched on
happens if you did?
1.66. The population currently
I mean,
is
if you play 8-man,
1437.
there's no Realm Pride.
No, there isn't. We don't have Realm Pride. We don't really.
1,437
And
players
I'm
right now.
probably an odd person to speak about this too,
No,
because
400 people in the Frontier.
You're proving me right. That's all, which is helpful.
Yeah, I mean, Realm Pride is absolutely necessary. Do not get me wrong.
For long term gaming.
Yes, I care about a long term server. I don't care about. And the sad part about
Worship
seasons for me,
worship.
honestly, is the fact that here, let me put this into perspective. My dad also plays. I started playing with my dad when I was 8 years old.
My dad plays.
Like, he was like 40 or whatever. I was 8, and I was a shaman. He was a warrior as our first characters. And we made like Menta and something on Hip, on Merlin. But if my dad can't play long term and have fun, I know most people can't, probably. So I'll leave it at that.
They can't, you said?
Yeah, if my dad won't enjoy it long term, I think the majority of people won't. And I've kind of changed my view on this over like the past 5 years.
There's a lot of people that left
thinking about
ins.
that because
We got
you have people with kids,
several
you have people
hundred
with,
players
like,
from the
not enough
French
time to
community
play
that came to
like,
Uthgard.
compete versus someone
The
like me.
Uthgard event is
That's
over, so
fine,
now people are
but
coming to
we can't
Atlas
just,
to keep
like,
playing Dark Age of Camelot.
Flush 90% of the population out.
We got about
You know?
300 and something
Like, that's
players from Uthgard.
gonna be bad.
So your
So
dad
what-
is a Zerg player, like
Yeah, absolutely.
casual? Okay, so, and you said you're 8v8. Would you be willing to deport the 8v8 into a specific battleground only for 8v8 or like
Yeah, I'd prefer
5v5?
that, please. I'd prefer this 100%. If you do seasons, split the two. You make a seasonal section and you make a RP section for long term.
All right, here's my question.
That's
Let me ask
okay.
you. All right. Why didn't the battlegrounds for the 8v8s work in Phoenix when they implemented it? They did it for you guys.
Because it was
They
so late down the road that no one wants to fight these people. At
The
that
link to the
point for, like,
Discord is
round
in the
11s
chat.
versus,
Feel free to
like,
join
fucking
in.
fives.
Open discussion.
There was no. There was more rank 11s than there was rank 12s that were fighting, and they were losing.
I appreciate the 52 people out there watching. I appreciate your time today.
Because there was always one guy that's going to win at the end. There's always one perfect group.
I feel like this is probably one of the most important
I played
discussions
with a guild called Pre-Made
for the
back on
Dark Age of
Phoenix
Camelot
before I
community
quit.
at this time because
talking
of
about,
all
when-
the servers
when
coming out.
Phoenix made the 8-man BG, all right, and all the 8-mans would log in, and slowly when you died, you just left until there was last man standing, or that was on a solo, right? But it was on the 8-man too. So
okay, sorry, continue.
Why did it die in a matter of days?
Because we were already so far into the 8v8 game that people didn't want to fight certain groups. People were already pissed at certain groups.
But that's what it's been.
That kind of
that's what
stuff. 8v8s are very petty.
wait.
You have to be careful with
If I
talking
know,
about
if
that,
I know
right?
your group, I'm sorry for interrupting, but if I know your group is in Hadrian's Wall, and I know my group is going to die from your group, there's no fucking way I'm going to go near Hadrian's Wall. And
Yeah,
everybody-
exactly.
So you're contradicting yourself in a way that, you know what, we want open field, we want to play 8-mans, but there's only one 8-man that's going to prevail.
There's always going to
and
be a
everybody
but
else is just going to log
in this
out.
discussion.
That's a defeatist attitude.
Well, that's how
you
play.
you have to start at the bottom to become the top.
I'm talking about. That's how 8-mans play for the last 5-10 years.
Whoever's butt is
I know,
bigger.
but not all of them.
All
there
of
are
them.
some. No, man. There are some 8v8s that will give you 15 losses per night just
All
to
right,
get better.
Thank you for
There are.
There are. There's only a couple.
Thank you for following.
So we're talking about like 30 people now, 40. All right, I'll give you a bonus. 50 people out of like 4,000 people that were playing on Phoenix.
No, Plumo. It's groups of 8. It's got to be a denomination of 8.
BG, correct. Or avoid you.
Very correct.
We're talking only about you're
LT.
You're talking about 0.5%.
What I missed?
Maybe, probably less. Yeah.
Yeah, 0.5, and I'm giving you credit for 0.5. So who are?
But everything else I said, is for the 99.5%.
What is LT
right?
bikini fat? I'm dense as a sponge. Sorry.
It's not about the 99.5% what they want or the 50% what they want.
They're still going, Mackerel.
It's about
they were talking about you for the last 20 minutes and how handsome you are.
We don't want the shards to die, but the shards are dying for some specific reasons, which we stated it earlier.
Thank you for clarifying.
I mean, yeah, no one helps each other, shard to shard. That's why. But
nobody helps each other. Who's the one that helps each other?
I'm sorry. I had that thing up for so long. I'm so
Who's the
sorry.
people that help each other?
What do we miss?
no, I'm talking about the servers. Like, so server owners, like Dawn of Light has been around for like, what, how many years now? 12? Something like this. The code base of
Sweat
hiccups,
is a really good
the
Owl
Dark
player.
Age
I learned a lot from him
Freeshards
playing on
has been around
Phoenix.
for like 12 years without anyone putting back to it for the most part. Some people do, but for the most part, no one has. And, every server is going to have massive hiccups at the start. And we've seen this, unless you're like a Phoenix who developed for like years before releasing, So, like, to give you an idea, Phoenix was in development, what, 2 years, 2 months, I think, before it even went into launch. Atlas had what, 6 months, something like this, something low, 7 maybe. I don't really know, but yeah. Anyways, if every server gave back to Dawn of Light, we would have clean servers for the rest of DAoC's life, But we don't have that privilege right now.
Well, that's why we're discussing a little. Maybe
I think that's a bad idea at first. Because look at it this way. All right, so now we have seasons popping up, which means they're going to be around
Skades, how are you, man? It's been a while. You're right.
They
Good seeing you.
their source code. And then
I'm doing all
anybody
right.
with a little bit of knowledge can just say, well, I don't
We
like
are
Phoenix
having a
Pool here.
discussion
I'm gonna
on the
open up
future
new
of the
servers.
DAoC
And now they
community
have
for the
nothing.
Freeshards.
They don't have to do the 2 years to make it. And now we have another shard.
Yeah, Atlas did say they were going to release the code once it's stable.
That's
we have
true.
another shard to split the community.
Malaka shard,
When they're done with their
100%.
project, when they're done,
That's
if they're
very true.
done, just like Atlas said, when they're done, they'll release their source code. When they know they're not going to redo it. That's how it should be.
But no one's done that yet.
Because nobody's done yet. Maybe the Uthgar
That's a
people,
good thing,
but
right?
who knows? I think it's a good thing.
It's very good. They need to release it at some point. It needs to be back into the community.
At some point, yes, but like nobody's done. I mean, maybe those ones back in like 2010, but I don't know. Uthgar's still going, so they're not going to do theirs. Phoenix had plans for more, so they're not going to do theirs. The only reason Celestius came out is because Amaz had the Phoenix code because he built it, and now we have.
He had the early stage. He had the early stage Phoenix code.
Doesn't matter. It's still a shit ton of work for free.
Working product.
No, it was the same. It was almost the same like what Atlas had, but they took it farther.
No, it wasn't the same as what Atlas had. Atlas built from scratch. Atlas used DOL base code.
Perfectly.
Why did they have this? Answer me this. Why?
Because
a lot of people don't know what you're talking about right now. It's interesting.
Because
a lot of speculation.
Celestius, the owner of Celestius. Never mind.
Amos was one of the Phoenix coders.
Amos was a coder on Phoenix, guys.
Exactly.
Everyone knows this.
That's why.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I just said.
Okay.
Too, and a good coder.
Yeah, great guy. Amos is amazing.
Well, he killed the server in 3 months. I don't know how amazing he is.
He didn't do it on purpose. It was just
but
sets and stuff, right?
No, you don't. A server with so much. It's like how I said the restaurant. You don't make a perfect restaurant and you destroy it in 3 months. You just don't. You gotta be ignorant. You might be a really good guy, but you're lacking something else.
At the end of the day, Amos is
at the end of the day
aviator that also I don't.
At the end of the day, we're all good guys. At the end of the day, we're all good guys. We're trying. We're trying to keep the casual players all together. Here come the 8-mans to pick them up and destroy their quality of life, trying to reach the BGs, especially in OF, which don't give a shit. While this guy's trying to reach to protect his relic or his. Everybody plays for different reasons, but everybody feeds off the BG, like it or not.
Yeah, of course.
Everybody. So, and until they pay not their respect, I'm not demanding respect. I know where my place is and what. If they don't work for that particular percentage of people, it's not going to be long term. You're losing more fun because if the BGs are working really good, and there's like Realm Pride, and there's like land attack, whatever, a capital attack or something like that, there's more people going to be in a game.
I like what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. It's not obviously it's not Dark Age as we know it, but it would probably work. I agree.
It was 20 years ago. That's how it was.
There was no raiding capital cities, but it would be neat. I think
it was relic raids.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, remember? I don't know. I was in Excalibur when the alliance leader said "call to arms," which he seldom did. Everybody left what they were doing and they just went to the capital city to defend.
I not saw that. That is it discussion here or you play?
What, Malaka? You decided to come?
Oh my god!
You fucking bastard!
Yes, I'm a bastard.
Malaka, no, you're falling asleep. You just joined.
Yeah, I just joined.
This is Pills Power, everybody.
Hey,
I like Pills.
Razi.
Pills is a great man. He's a great man. He's really nice.
He's
really
the
nice.
beacon. He's the biggest.
Listen,
to
you know, we love us and we hate us.
Yep.
You know when your BG is too strong, and then I beg for mercy and you give no mercy, so I hate you. When my BG is too strong, you beg for mercy and I give you no mercy, so you hate me. This is the clue.
I spit on you, you malak. I spit
Wait, Pills
on
is here. Oh, okay. Oh my god, that's you. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
We've been talking
Oh my
for like
god.
3 hours now, and now you decide to join. What a malaka you are.
So the general problem is that we now have soon 5 servers and all have really problems. And especially
all flaws.
Especially the both servers Eden and Phoenix, for us the better ones with the seasons, they are absolutely out of order.
Yeah, we discussed all that. Now you joined.
Yeah.
5 servers.
So since 6 hours, Atlas is running fine. No lag, no crash. 1,500 people online, and it's working.
Did you play?
Yes, I played all the time. Yeah, I was in a level group. I not saw. They did the gala raid with 150 people. To
How
the
much?
end, 150 people. To the end, no crash. Rolled all loot, 4 hours, everything fine.
Everything fine?
Yeah. So Atlas is playable, but I don't know if it's a solution for the winter.
I've been playing this whole time. It's been pretty nice.
Great speech, Phils. I agree.
Stoner's here too. Look at this. I just saw it.
I discussed with some friends today, and they all said to me, when Atlas has no lags and no problems, we not switch to Eden. This is what they said.
Say it again.
Yeah, but are you gonna stay if there's nobody
when Atlas
left on the
would
server?
be running normal, they would not switch to Eden.
Pills, I want to say another side. What is your thoughts on Eden's patch level and how 8v8ers are likely going to clean the server doing 8v like 50, 8v 60? That patch level is so key to like doing 8vx.
From Atlas.
Atlas, it's very difficult to do 8v40, 8v50. You need a insane skill, insane luck. You can't just one shot or one round 40 people. You have to get their purges, then you come back, and you can 8v40 or 8v50.
Did you?
Yes,
play
that's Phil's
Celestius?
Power that just joined. Sorry, I'm
No,
late. I was on the phone with my wife.
It would have been way easier on Celestius to do 1v50 or 8v50.
Phil's Power is now in the chat.
It did not happen there, and it will be harder on.
Where's Karma at? We need to get Karma in this
I've done
conversation.
I mean, on Phoenix we did 8v88 or 8v90.
Karma in here? Karma's not in here.
I know it's doable on this patch level, which is very.
Let me jump over to the other thing real
and
quick
I even
see if
had
Karma
new
wants to get in
RAs
here.
where people had purge in 5 minutes. So we don't want a DAoC where people like, I don't want to say like me, but aviators that really play like powerhouses and try their best to like be the best. If we allow those people to do insane amounts of damage, 8vx, we're kind of killing the game.
I did 8v24 on Uthgard, and that's similar to Atlas patch level, so I don't see a huge difference there.
Yeah, 8v24, that's doable if the 24, especially on Uthgard, it's doable if the 24 are like not very good. That's for sure. It shouldn't be doable, but it's doable.
As Albion, yeah.
Oh, especially as Albion, yeah. You can definitely do it as Albion. But yeah, at the end of the day, for DAoC to survive, everyone needs to feel like the way they play has benefit. That's just the key, in my opinion. But yeah.
There's no benefit is a big word. Your benefit for yourself, yeah. Benefit for others is not the same.
But I think we not had any problem at the end on Phoenix. It was in the middle of the summer, really hot.
You won't ever see Pills, Power, and Palemo in the same Discord ever
the
again.
Numbers go down, but it was absolutely not finished. The server.
Yeah, you don't normally see all the big boys together chit-chatting.
And we have a huge.
These are like mortal enemies.
It was a PvP event, so bro.
I think if they were able to look
ahead, say there were no players. This is a lie. They lie to the community.
There's still 1,400 players on, and it is very late for the EU community.
The backlash they got with the style changes, and
it's at least 10:30
Atlas talking
in the EU right now.
And the PvP events, everybody was making like 2 million RPs in a weekend, so they didn't want to play again after that. Are you gonna play? Are you gonna go with like 10K an hour after you were making like 200K an hour?
Man, you made 200K an hour. That's impressive.
I have no problem. I have no problem on Atlas that we run with 2K or 3K per hour or something. I have absolutely no problem with that. But on Atlas we had other problems at the moment. It was the stability was not there, so there was no fun for nothing.
Let's say we fix stability. Yes. Are you gonna play with 30-minute purge? Are you gonna play with no sauce? You don't have sauce. What do you have?
We got Sever the Tessa though, and group purge.
I think more people will play with.
I did not so much RVR at the moment because the server was not ready. Now I start in 1 month. I can say okay, but this Clyde guy, he is not. He's not he's not Utrecht. You can talk to Clyde and say, "Come on."
He's talking about the leader of Atlas right now. The lead developer of Atlas.
He's not Utrecht.
He is approachable.
They listen. They're very friendly and
they will listen.
The dev team is what's going to make Atlas way better than these other people.
It feels like.
And they want to go along. They want to go a long way here, and Phoenix. I asked the Phoenix dev, you closed the server before you opened the server? What is going on with you?
The Eden guys seem to listen very well too, though. they
Yeah.
leave everything open up to feedback.
Clay's going to get this
Okay,
whole
another thing about Eden, the owner of Eden, I've known for
this whole stream's
like 10 years.
VOD.
He's
I'm
amazing,
just gonna
like really
download
good
it to my
coder,
YouTube,
really good guy.
and I'm gonna give it to the dev
But
team on
I
Atlas.
think he makes a mistake with
And
the
they'll
patch
probably
level
have
text.
another
I think
discussion
it
on if they want to do
does
New
too much.
Frontiers.
Who are you talking about?
Aviators too much.
They are open to discussion. Will it
Who are
happen?
you
I don't
talking
know.
about?
Oxa? Oh, I mean, I don't want to say his real name, but Oxa.
No, Ox is the main guy.
Yeah, Oxa's the owner, yeah.
I don't think really anything is absolutely off the table for Atlas. I think
he owns it.
they will do what the community asks.
And yes, he's a developer, yeah.
Yeah, but he's not one of the big developers.
Because they've done that in the past.
I only know his game name. I don't know.
They just
I
won't
know
take
his
it
name
too
in real
far
life,
to
but
where
I don't know what
it's
he's going
Phoenix.
by on Eden, to be
Because
fair.
Phoenix was way too much.
For real names or anything like that.
They have New Frontier.
The thing about the purge timer, though, Dims, is that
It's
can be
all- this is
changed.
all
That's
fine,
like a
I
10-minute change in the code. They can just change
an
the
8-man is an 8-man. When I have a good
the
BG,
purge to
when we
15
have
or 10 minutes.
1,500 people on the server. My BG is 120 people.
I mean, people
What
are
can you
complaining
do
about
with
stuff that
8-man?
isn't finite.
You can calm, you can wipe, and it's
So.
over. An 8-man never come to MBG. They are not stupid. They not come to 85 people. It's bullshit. 8-man, you can do your 8-man stuff. For sure, they try to farm you. You have 2, 3, 4 group. They try to farm you, but when when the server is running in a normal condition, it's no problems.
They don't do anything. They'll bomb you once or twice, but
That's true,
You know what?
Macro.
You know what's the most important thing? And Pills, you surprised me because there's not gonna be speed warps. What do you have to say about that?
Good.
On
That's
a
so
server with
easy.
speed warps- on a server with speed warps, I never play again.
Speed warps are so broken for aviators. Oh my god.
It's bullshit. The BG lost the fight, and then they start to drop the speed warps and run away. With all people, you kill 5 and 75 can run away in the next keep. No, it's
Feels like she was in trouble.
Yeah, it's big wimpy plays when you have speed warps. You just kite forever.
the problem is I told Amos
I'll be right back.
really everything exactly what to do, and he not listen and only did shit. And after 4 months, he wiped a server with 2,800 starting people.
All right.
But I have the problem. He gave the server now to Eden. It's the same base, and when he has his fingers in Eden, I never go where Amos is. I never go there.
Oh, you're not gonna
Never.
go.
Anyways,
he's
at-
really bad.
At the end of the day, this is my opinion on as my final really opinion statement, I guess. Obviously I like Aviate. It's what I do the most.
You said it already. Let's go.
But please never make a server that caters to us, or because we can always make it work for us, no matter what fucking patch you pick.
We don't make servers. We play servers.
Yeah, we never I never want a server that's catered towards 8-man because that means 99% of the population is gonna fucking hate it. That's my opinion.
But this is DAoC. You have to see, and I see, okay, there are 2 strong 8-men, and then I think with my BG, what can we do? And then I bring the 8-men in a situation they don't like, and probably they wipe. This is what you have to do.
Yep.
This is DAoC. This is a
And
normal game.
That's why you always see me helping, or if Pills asks me for help, I always help him.
And when I have problems, I ask my own 8-men from the server, come on, I have problem here, Flum Group is coming, and I need a bit help, you can flank, and then they come, they help. But you can't say, I only miss on the Phoenix announcement, I only miss the strong 8-man can only kill 2 player per hour. This is the only thing what they not did. They forbid stealthers, templates. It's bullshit. It's only bullshit.
They fucked up. All right, they're gonna change it. They're gonna do a 180 on that. So you said you're not gonna go to Eden?
I don't think I do.
Eden is doing.
Maybe though.
Eden is doing season.
No.
After you
No,
finish
no,
one
no, no.
season, we talk together.
No,
and then you say, Pills, you're right. It's bullshit.
No. Phoenix
The
said
problems,
season.
I tell you all the problems from a season.
Listen, we agreed on season. Phoenix is doing seasons. Eden said they're going to do seasons if the population drops. Otherwise, they're not going to drop. They're not going to do seasons. Phoenix is going to change from what they said from seasons. You're going to see in a month or in 1 month they're going to change. They're going to remove.
I don't know.
I don't know about that, but I hope so.
100% they're going to remove it. 100%.
Seasonal DAoC works for only like 8v8 play. Otherwise, I think it's silly. That's end of the day. That's what it comes down to.
Where's Pills? Are you going to go to Eden?
When they start and they say after 12 months is over, I never
back.
go there. Bullshit.
They didn't say that, Remalaka.
I saw that yesterday. I
Totally
reread the lineup, and there said
What'd I miss?
after 12 months everything is deleted.
Oh, they've never said that. They said only if the population drops, there's a speculation they're going to restart the server. That's all they said. They never said that.
Yeah, they never said any time.
Wake up, Pills. Stop drinking shrooms.
Magic mushrooms.
All right, Pills.
They're literally magic mushrooms.
They never said that. I'm not telling you to go to play Eden. I'm asking you where to play Eden, but to make your decisions based on correct. I like Atlas too. Trust me. And there was some people.
Here.
Palimos likes Atlas, but he's never played here.
I'm on the Eden, and here is a new season. 12-month season.
Copy paste it. Throw it here. Throw the link. Throw the link here. Put it on general chat. Where does it say there's going to be a season for sure?
It does. It absolutely does.
It's the announcement and a new season. Wait, I copy it.
Hang on 1 second. I'm pulling it up right now. Welcome to Eden.
Malaka.
A new season.
No, this is the old Malaka. Yeah.
Seasons.
12-month season with real rank cap. I not played this when the real rank cap. The next thing is they say the 8-mans can only kill 3 people per day, or what? You
Listen
never
in the chat.
stop the strong players.
Can you tell me where it says 12 months?
It's been posted in the general chat. If you scroll down to where it actually says seasons, they say for
Rough
1+ year.
timeline, month 1 to month 11. Seasons. That's right. Eden will be the first and only dark server.
The only server. That is no longer true. It's no longer the only Dark Age of Camelot server.
Someone else posted that.
He's reading it word for word. That's what it says. And it even says, how long will each season be?
Yeah, Eden. I'm on the main page of Eden Dark server. Eden. That's right. Eden will be the first and only dark server. It's not true because now we have Phoenix.
And exactly what I just said.
Introduce the concept of seasonal dark.
The difference is Phoenix is resetting after 6 to 9 months, and Eden says if
1 year
players
plus.
continue to play for 1+ year, the population does not drop. The season will continue. So that one will go as long as the players let it, versus Phoenix, who cuts you off at 6 to 9 months. That's the main difference right now.
Eden will time gate your progress. You cannot hit this realm rank until this timeline has progressed.
Gold items.
And you can continue to gain
Gold
realm
and
points
items? Oh
even
my
if you're
God,
capped.
what?
Realm points stay.
Yes, they reset everything.
No, realm points stay.
They stay, but they don't mean anything. When the server resets, you're back at rank 1, skill 1. Your rank is there, but it's only a title.
Yeah, well, I'll see you as as Adrian,
Yeah.
whatever it's called. I even forgot the.
I not understand why.
If players continue to play,
dark server when
If
they
player-
have a good plan with the normal things, what dark is, and dark is not an end server; it's an open end server. The
If
live
player-
server is open.
So your
since
character's realm
20
points
years.
will persist from season to season.
Yeah.
And do you think the people play there when Hirorius get his character deleted?
He's right, eh? Life is 20 years now, and people haven't left, so they're unaffected by realm rank.
So the only thing that changes on the season is whatever realm rank you are, your realm skill point is recapped every season. So you could get realm 13 after 3 seasons, but you're still not going to be able to use those skill points until the server's almost dead.
The problem is
Because it will take 11 months to get realm rank 11 to 13.
Celestial server did was the mistake from the developers, and all people left. Now they say, okay, when the population goes down, we delete. They only can do 5 for hard
Exactly,
mistakes,
D-Step.
and all people
Exactly.
leave. The mistakes are probably they say we remove the realm timer. Then the server die in 3 months.
Correct, Omni. It's not set in stone. And I think this conversation today will light a flame under all 3 servers
Realm timer is the biggest
to
issue
change a lot of stuff. Because this VOD,
and old
I'm not the only one recording it.
Nowadays you have a long realm timer. It was 1 or 2 weeks.
Big fail. What's the best server system to attract new players? Doesn't the Eden system sound the best in that regard?
Killing me for 1 hour and then
It
joining
depends.
me in my BG the next hour. That's stupid.
If you've never played Dark Age of Camelot, it sounds fine. If you have played Dark Age of Camelot, Atlas sounds better in the sense of longevity.
ROM loyalty bonus.
Dark Age of Camelot is not a fast-paced game. It is a slow-paced game.
Probably the people have trouble with Polemo.
I like this.
Here got shouting, blah blah blah.
They're stabbing each other in
rage
chat.
quit, you're angry, and after 1 hour, your anger is not gone. So you go to my BG, and they gonna wanna fuck Polemo.
Yeah,
this is the problem. 4 hour, your rage is gone after 2-3 hour. The rage is gone, and you
He's not
go
wrong.
back to your realm and help your realm and say, Polemo, we're gonna help you. This is a big problem.
Then they have arguments with pills, and they go play mid after at the end of the night. No, Rafa, nobody took advantage of the under pop bonus. That was proven on Celestius.
1 hour. I raid the realm, and then I go to dinner. Then you
Yeah.
come online, re-raid all people, go away
then-
from him, and re-raid
then,
the realm with you. It's the same
go take-
bullshit like on Celestius.
Yeah, I go take a
It's
shit.
too late. Why 1 hour for what? Do
we
a
sit
normal
today-
real timer 6 hour. Oh, it's
Not even 6 hours, bro. Keep it 1 realm per account. 1 account per realm. With 1 realm. Pick a realm. That's it. Hardcore.
Normally, good. The people want to play more realms. I know a lot of people switch the realm.
Well, because they have given
They
the
all have different way they say realm.
to switch realms. If you don't give them the opportunity, they're not going to switch.
You could do that back on.
Yeah, now that we have all the BG leaders in here, Dems, it's kind of funny because they just want to bash on each other because they're mortal enemies.
Probably we start the evening. Polemo has 150 people. I have 90 people. He wipe us 3 times. Then they all log off. After 1 hour, Polemo has 200 people, and I have 70 people.
Yep. 1 hour is not enough. 4 hours is not enough.
They switch. A 4 hour is where you can't log to the evening is over. But 1 hour they switch. 100%.
They're right. Because I've seen it happen already.
Yeah, here is saying it will deter some players, but some people like to play all 3 realms.
It is, Selene.
In order.
This is a legitimate problem on Atlas right now.
People active in 1 realm. It's not just the BGs. You gotta put some type of in-game event. Like
I don't really want to chop this video up and like edit it because I don't want people thinking that I'm just putting specific point of views on there.
Magic door and
I'm probably just gonna download this whole VOD onto my YouTube and just let whoever wants to listen to it listen to it.
They could think of 100 things.
It's a good discussion
for the realm.
for all kinds of point of views.
to accomplish more things. I don't know.
I mean, at least on Atlas
without
now
a realm
they have,
timer
I mean,
rounds,
it's still a
people
little
are
bugged.
swapping to defending realms to get
Battle
realm
groups
points.
are not giving round points for unclaimed keeps or like keeps. Guys, like this is a long discussion too about keep take giving RPs. People complain, oh, you should have to kill people to get RPs, but like that's not
Yeah,
true.
and
You
then I tell you the
that's not
problem. I do
true.
the BG, I come with 80 people. What all 8-mans do? They run. You can't. You only run and run. They not come in a fight. They only run away. Then I not need to do a BG. Then it's over.
And that's stupid. I think they need to give
I think
some
the
RPs
crashing
to have
issue on the
both.
relic
Dog is
doors is
not
resolved.
8-man. Dog is
I think the relic crashing is done. I think we just need to take the realms relics back.
people put it RVR is realm versus realm. This is DAoC and not 8-man, not small man, not
Realm hopping is more important
all around.
than
But
you
it's
hanging out with your
DAoC.
buddies.
8-mans can go play draft.
And the main thing from DAoC is the most people are in my and Polemo and the Midgard BG. This is 50% of all your life you have on the server. When we are not running, your server die in 1 month.
No, for sure.
The
I agree.
8-mans, you can't count on the 8-men. They do their thing. They play 1, 2, 3 days, and then they say fucking.
I'm just kind of hanging out. I'm not really doing anything.
For the majority, I
do not
agree.
have
Yeah.
the BGs. First is care about the
No,
BGs
that's part of the game.
not give them
The no,
million real
don't put
points
caps
off,
on people.
but care about
If they want to run a BG with
when they
800
are
people, let
running.
them.
When they are not running, the people
Not
not play.
the BG zoning, the casual player. Think of the casual player that cannot make
Yeah,
a lot of.
50% of the casuals, they have no chance. When they see Cheleni, what can they do? Nothing. Wipe.
They're not even spellcrafted, or they don't have a lot of friends. They join a random group. Probably don't even have a healer in a group.
To form an 8-man that you play with 8 players each day.
Yeah,
in the
it's
same
very
squad,
objective depending on how you play. If you're an all-around player
That's why
like
I'm
me,
saying
I don't really
draft
care what
is
I
the
do as
reason
long as I
for
have fun.
it's the solution for our 8-mans. Those
What?
drafts
Draft?
we had draft nights on Celestius where
you not need to do for the 8-man. The 8-mans have
When was
have their areas.
when was the draft night?
it was several times. It was discussed on an 8-man Discord server, and we met up in Agramon and.
Oh, you had a unofficial.
We had
No,
8v8
it
server,
was
draft
official,
server.
but
It was different.
no, on Celestius it was the same server. We just met in Agramon and
So you
built
did
groups.
you did an unofficial 8-man organized fight at Agramon. Like let's go
Kind
meet
of, yeah.
them.
Dog's getting in
Yeah,
trouble.
it was not
You're
an
welcome, old way.
event by the devs.
But you know what? If here's the thing. Here's how hypocritical you fucking 8-mans, not you, but the fucking 8-mans are. Because they're stupid motherfuckers, these guys. If I told Pills, let's go to DF and meet each other in DF and kill each other just for fun, all the fucking 8-mans will start crying. Look at them, they're making RPs. Look at them how they're making RPs. Fucking Discord exploded at Celestius at the beginning. You know that? Especially from the 8-mans. Because Pills was taking one keep behind another and was making like 15, 20k an hour. Which, as a BG, you don't make 20k an hour.
Yeah, everybody who's whining in Discord servers is like, I don't think we have to talk about them, but
yeah, but
I think drafts are a good idea for 8v8 for people that only want to play 8v8.
Why is he walking?
You know what? That's illegal, first of all. Because
Rollins, apparently you never met Polemo.
It's fucking illegal, bro.
Apparently you've never met Polemo.
Like illegal, like illegal, or like you think it should never be allowed.
This 8 versus 8, when they only do 8 versus 8, it's after 2 hours. They say fucking boring. We want to find small men. We want to kill solos. We want to attack the BG. DAoC is everything. You don't have to care about all these things. They are running for when you have a good platform. These things are all running. Everything is fine.
Helping out these lobies.
Well,
it's my opinion. And the 8-mans, they have good contact. They can say, come on, we go main we cannot
No,
do
you don't
8,
make
we go
20K an
Akamon
hour on
with
Atlas for
my,
sure.
and we meet us, and then they 2 8-men go Akamon, and they can do their fight.
You can read the dev spam, and you can find the people you want
I
to
do
kill
have
from the
Catacomb
dev
skins
spam,
on,
and
yeah.
you'll find them in them. If you're playing NF,
That's fine with me.
and you
I like the Catacomb
and you
skins.
see like one guy's group killing in.
Yeah, and when I rush the 8-man players, when I rush them and kill the other group, and then I say to the good players, I say sorry. They say no, this is DAoC. They say this is DAoC. This is normal. It's no problem. What can we do when the BG I can't pass a fight and they're not attacking? It's impossible.
You got 3K realm points from 1 kill. Nice. That's like more than an hour BG.
8v8 without unexpected elements is boring. Of course it is, especially Bow Town.
Yes.
Why was Bow Town illegal at
And
the end?
you not need to do arena or you can do it for probably for some hour as an event on a Saturday or something like that, but not all the time.
Here's the funny thing: the casual player will not tell the 8-man how to play.
And organizing fights, in my opinion.
But the 8-man will tell the casual player how to play.
I mean, that's the same thing as trading realm points,
They
isn't
don't
it?
have time, bro.
Not really, but
They're probably
it
40,
can be
50
seen
years
that
old.
way.
They don't have patience. Even if someone looks at them differently, right? They don't have patience. Imagine playing
Oh, I
with other
missed.
7
It's too
people
far
that
away.
are hardcore like you. You got to find young and or same-minded people for a period of time.
Gotta give him buffs, and then right away on my
And God
invisible
forbid
horse.
You fuck up, they'll eat your
The only
life.
horse I'll get on Atlas.
So, the casual player doesn't have that privilege to do it, and he's not a type of player that wants to play a stealther, let's say. So, what's his best solution?
Hey, Sazdak, how are you? Welcome to the stream.
Join a BG.
Kind
has a
of
good
listening to the
lineup,
chit chat,
and
kind of
so
chiming in.
everything is fine, but
So, according to the group that we were talking to today, they're pretty much all going to go Eden. We kind of try to make our case for Atlas, but people are like,
Today, I
eh.
think things are going to change. Trust me.
People who haven't played on Atlas have a pretty strong
Yeah, it depends
attitude
on
towards
how open the devs
Eden.
are for
How
improvement.
open the devs are, that's a big word.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Atlas, they're open for sure, right?
Yeah,
We
but I'm
know
not
that.
gonna like. Are they gonna change old RAs if we ask them to? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so, because the original vision was for old RAs and old Frontier.
Yeah, and I know I'm not gonna play old RAs for too long. I think.
Why?
I'm pretty
Just
sure they'd be
I-
open
I'm
to the
asking
discussion,
why.
but
I'm just wondering why, though.
What
Like-
is the new? What is the new? You mean Maelstrom and TVF or what?
Yep.
Yeah, just
no
having
prerequisites either for all those like casting speed and crit stuff.
having SOS on every realm, stuff like that. That's just.
Yeah,
I think really is what
I think the problem on Atlas that soon comes. You have without ZOS, you can never enter in a relic door. Never ever. It's impossible.
A keep, not a relic door. A keep, a tower, whatever.
The welcoming drones.
8-man fight. Wait, if you're an 8-man, and whoever has the sauce wins usually, right?
big points. How are you, man? Hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid.
No.
That's awesome.
How you enter a relic when there are 30 defenders inside?
Hello to the new players coming in, or the new viewers. We are listening to one of the most interesting conversations because the Dark Age of Camelot community leaders like Polemo, Pills Power are in here discussing where the community is going to gravitate to in the upcoming release of Eden, Phoenix, and Atlas. Classic really wasn't even discussed because Classic doesn't have any information or a physical server that we could even look at.
I said we only hold the front door, and they all come in 130 minutes and all blasted.
This guy has done 1
Yeah,
billion
Classic doesn't
fights,
exist
1
until we
billion.
see that there's a
And-
server
and he still remembers that
and that there's an
fight.
alpha.
Yeah, but is that good for the game?
It's hearsay.
Yeah, I remember. And then I was waiting 1 hour on a hill with 200 mits. We passed by like Polemo. Like Polemo, he waited 1 hour on a hill to kill us.
I've never
But isn't that good?
No.
Isn't that a
I
bad
bet-
thing? I think that's a bad thing, right? Not playing the game because some hips are sitting inside a keep. I don't know.
Wait. If you're sitting inside a keep and you're gonna
Sidon
dictate
hurts.
me to go attack that keep, go fuck yourself.
My green screen's freaking out. Oh
I
god.
could go take another keep, right?
Oh,
Or a
God.
tower. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I hope so.
Come outside and play if you want.
It's really
Is it
hard
because the green from my
check
from the
when
reflection on
we
my
have the
face,
BGs up
or is
and
it
the
or is
keep
it this?
full.
Is it that?
Yeah, you leave. Polemo leave.
Nope, still there.
I leave
We
because it's impossible.
No, I left because there was a Power
turn up.
Rangers there and they were taking us out one by one.
I turn it up
They
to
were
where my
killing
forehead
everybody
is
one shot
blinding.
every 1 second.
We're good.
So I'm gonna go take a keep because they want me to. Why?
Yeah,
I
that's
could go
because there's so much green on the screen. Look at all the green. You see the green?
Rangers were the first ones crying to remove
It's
GTA.
the light hitting my face.
After they removed. After they
And be honest,
They can.
the green screen removing my face is probably the best
They can only
case
stop
scenario
that-
for you
that
guys.
The Rangers can group to 8 people. The Rangers can only group to 4
Oh, look at all these
people,
little
then
dudes.
It would be over.
Bone Chanter.
It was not over because
I know that
of
guy.
the assist
He's a good
and
dude.
that they can all group in one group. That was a problem. And really good players.
Yeah, good players, but they were taking advantage of other things and asking and demanding other things also. Anyway, if you're gonna log into DAoC and wait inside a keep or tower, all
All
right.
neon
if you're-
gray.
if you have the numbers, I understand. Okay, but you're gonna have to come
Neon
out.
gray? Is it just you?
Yeah, we had a lot of problems. And melee down the tower was another bad
Maybe,
thing.
maybe if I get a oh god,
It was the best thing.
I'm literally a Batman villain.
It was fun.
Two-Face.
That was fucking fun.
Right.
Who was the first one that did it?
Oh no, I got a tan. Here we go.
Yeah, I was there. It
And
was so
Pills
fun.
And Pills was crying on this guy. You take the towers down. What? This server is going to die.
So I don't know if there's going to be much
Guys,
more out of this conversation that's going to be useful. I think everything that needed to be said was probably already said.
And then 2 days later.
And I'll probably do like a
it's redundant.
TLDR video at some point
I still remember.
once changes come about after this discussion.
Okay. So, you don't want to go to Eden, you want to go to Atlas with OF and
At the moment, I'm on Atlas. When I watch what the Eden lineup is. They not open in the next 3 months or 4 months. I think they open in the winter, somewhere in the winter. And
Yeah, probably.
it's still a lot of time to discuss that. But when they open and there's like this, what I read now on the homepage, I not play there.
So I pretty much told the Atlas devs in their dev chat that they have until January 2023 to turn heads. So we'll see what they do in the time until then.
You are probably 100% accurate with that statement.
January?
I
I
assume
think
that's
sooner
when
than that.
something comes.
Wait,
I don't think
I
so,
think-
man.
bro, I think January is way too late.
Yeah.
If you want,
You think another server is going to come out flawlessly before January?
No, I
Like,
think I mean
End of
Eden and
September
Phoenix
or,
both have an alpha and a
Eden,
beta.
End of September?
Eden said they're gonna release in the fall.
Eden
yeah,
is ready.
you
bro.
know, yeah,
Eden
like
is ready.
But
They're
September's
starting-
Broadsword,
not fall.
Broadsword 2020 told me they
I
were going to
disagree.
release in
That-
2020.
Eden is
Still
going to
waiting.
launch with an alpha, and then they're still going to need to have a
Only 1
beta.
month or 2 months.
It's not
So-
going to. Guys.
What is Eden going to change? They're just going to change some styles and all that. They're not going to. It's not something significant.
Arch.
What tier? What
Yeah,
tier
they're
is
gonna.
saying
Eden's
is
going to
that
have the new archery, which is
Arc
going to
is saying by
suck.
September. I agree with him. By the end of September, they're going to. If they want to, they can be ready,
Maybe.
and they have to be ready. You know why? Because they don't want Atlas to get momentum.
Atlas has
If
momentum.
you're- but you release early, you lose your momentum because it's probably not going to be as it's supposed to. That's my opinion, though.
But believe me, a server
is
that
ready.
from the beginning says.
I mean, Eden still
season
doesn't even have all the
is
boss
will not
fights.
work.
They said that they're going to
It will
do custom boss fights, which mean
The
Eden's
1
not even
hour
doing the
real
research
timer
into
will
the
not work.
original
I just played
mob
the server.
mechanics.
There is
It's only 6 months ago we played.
So they're going to just make completely
Just wait
custom
for the
mechanics. They don't care.
loyalty announcement.
And now they make only another name and the same. It's not working. It go down very fast again.
I think people are speculating pretty damn hard, but I think Atlas is way in the lead. I think Atlas is more in the lead than people think they are. And Atlas has been messing around with stability for a long time because they want to get it right. And I think they made big leaps yesterday to fix that because today has been perfect.
I just read it the homepage from Eden.
Yeah, what'd you read?
That there's season.
I think Eden and Phoenix. The problem with Phoenix is Phoenix is not the focus. Phoenix is making a game on the side that they're developing, and they're using Phoenix as a petri dish for their side games mechanics. So Phoenix doesn't really care about the player base. Eden cares more about the player base, and Atlas does as well.
Then better change your homepage, and we can talk tomorrow again.
What they mean is that if the server dies, they will relaunch with new settings. That's all.
Yeah, I kind of overlooked that part at first as well. If you look at it now, if they have the players, they're not going to reset it. It only resets if a certain drop off happens.
I bet you by next week they're gonna put an asterisk and write pills. If the server doesn't drop population, we will not reset a fucking season. You stupid malaka. Make sure we type like
Seasonal day. Okay, let's just say wiping anything is kind of bad for majority of players. I like the thought of it, but for the majority of players, it's probably not good.
It's not good. It's a bad idea.
I don't know why.
You know why? Because all the Discord warriors are talking about it, even though it's not good for them either. I don't know why.
I'll tell you.
Only fun for aviators.
The way Eden wants to make seasons is you have two choices. Either you let the server die a natural death, like every single server before it, or you relaunch with a new setting.
Okay.
That's the only choice. And you keep your RPs and custom titles or whatever.
Okay, Arthur. If
You keep your own
server
points.
dies, are we
can't
gonna
use 'em.
restart the server again? We're gonna go play again. There's like 4 different servers ready to play. We're gonna go back to the server that died.
But now we're splitting populations 4 times. This is
All right,
only
Macro.
kill all of
See you in a
them.
little while.
There's no reason to do that.
And you have another problem. Phoenix will be strong, and they open.
They want you to keep your realm points, so it's more incentive for you to keep playing on that server. They're just going to reset you back to realm rank 1. That way, eventually, you'll be able to get to realm rank 13, but you won't be able to access those points until you've played for 11 plus months.
The same patch level, but we have 3 servers on 1.65 now and 1 on 1.95.
Phoenix is going on a different page. Phoenix is going to a different direction. Otherwise, they just could have started where they left off, which was perfect.
Eden go well. Phoenix don't get released.
Pretty much, Macro.
Utre type it in the German section from the Phoenix today.
What did he say?
A lot of things that he's right.
I don't know. I think a seasonal server could be promising if done properly.
It's weird that Phoenix shut down because of another Freeshard just being mentioned. And then a year later, or a year and a half later, they come back saying, we're doing the same thing as another server, and
server where you know
no one
there's
asked
an
for it.
Well, I don't. I'm saying done properly. I don't think a seasonal server where they wipe it after so long would be a success. But I think a server where they switch play styles every few months would keep people entertained.
That would get old real fast because you can't really get momentum.
Say it again. Keep the realm pride in the game. Keep the casuals in the game. Everybody else will be there to pick off all the casual players. Get the realm pride going. Nobody did it. Phoenix did it. They had a 6-hour. That's why it lasted so long. Don't give him the opportunity to log out and get like Pill said. As soon as he joined, what did he say? I'll be pissed off with Palermo. Palermo called me a malaca, so I'm gonna go and fucking kill him with my guild in an hour. You know what? Don't you learn from your mistakes and you get better? You don't give up. And isn't it victory more sweeter than? We've tasted it. We've tasted all ends of battles. Getting ass jammed, getting bombed, killing the Hibs and then the mid joining in and killing us and finishing us off. Or whatever, enjoying 3-way fights. Don't tell me.
For me, Phoenix was at the end, even it was not dead. It's a lie what they say.
No, it
the
was
population was going down, but it was absolutely not dead. And it can be rise up again in the winter very strong. They not waited 6 months to go to check.
No, they did the PvP events and it killed them. It fucked them. The PvP, you can't have people make 200,000 an hour and then tell them to go back to 10K an hour. It won't work. They will stop playing. But people only
69 viewers.
To do PvP
Nice.
events. Amos even said it. I'm never gonna do PvP.
That Captain
again.
Taggart. It is. Never give up.
Absolutely
Never
idiot.
surrender.
He's good. He's
can
smart.
say what he's a child. He's everything. Everything. But why those people do DAoC servers, I never understand.
Because why Amos? You know, Amos is he's a small man player, right?
Yeah,
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Normally 8-man, small man player.
No.
Very decent player, but as
Good
a
player.
leader
No.
or is a complete
Small
idiot.
man. He's not an 8-man player. He's a small man player. He might play 8-man, but I always saw him small man. Always. And what's that, Arthur?
I told him a server is a BG too. When you are a good leader, your BG is good and is rising. When you are a bad leader, the BG is going down.
What is
it's,
that?
It's the population of Phoenix as it closed from 900 to 600 knots.
Must buff.
1,750 or whatever.
Yes.
Yep.
Take your buff and like it.
Like the numbers are.
When they made the announcement here, then
you're not happy.
700 people.
After the announcement, it dropped to 100. No, it's all of them. Albion was 229 or something.
Yeah, 200. Okay. It was down to 700. Yeah, but it was in the middle of the summer.
Yeah, it would have been higher
after the summer,
in winter.
You have 1,000 again. What is bad when you have 1,000 people playing?
The announcement was on mid-July, end of July, right there when it dropped from 6.
The 24th. The 24th is when they announced the close.
And don't forget, they made mistakes on Phoenix, and they not care about the mistakes. When they do the mistakes, then you have bigger population.
We said it. Ark said it. No, it reminded me. They did the style changes too, which was like, blah, like.
Yes.
But for me, it was the PvP events. Like people didn't want. Even in Celestius, as soon as they did the PvP event, everybody. What did the people want? Just to do a PvP event. Nobody was doing PG. Nobody was doing NF. Nobody was in NF. Nobody wanted to go to NF to make 10K an hour, hit some fucking doors, and nobody was going to come to defend anyway. Okay. PvP event, which is fun. But Phoenix proved they were thinking outside the box. They were all the fantastic events was from Phoenix. They set it up high. The scale, whatever you call it. I'm surprised.
That guy is a Dave Ramsey fan or somebody.
if you think about them that way, like why would you just go to
his
Eden?
name Glenn. He's a Glenn
I mean,
fan.
For who? Compared
you're
to what?
saying
Own nothing and like it.
You're saying the Phoenix stuff made just one or two major mistakes
Glenn
towards the
Beck,
end, and
that
the
guy.
rest of it was brilliant. So why are you saying you would choose Eden over Phoenix?
Well, okay. Here's let me say.
They made 100% a season. After 6 months, you can
But-
vote. The season ended, or when they not want, you can go to 9 months.
Let me ask you something. How Phoenix ended? If they just turned the key on and restarted Phoenix how we know Phoenix was, there would be 5K pop right there. Instead, they announced something totally different.
Okay, so now we have the Phoenix stuff without people on their server. So
We have
I mean,
the what? We have the what?
the Phoenix server is not going to be there without their players, right? So, and you specifically, you too, Pills, and you have the power to tell them what might
No,
be
we
good
don't have
or bad.
power. No.
I mean, you
No.
bring a lot of people to the server. That's a fact.
We do, but they don't ask us. They've never came up to us. At least to me, they haven't.
You know what they say to Celestius or Picom said? They want Pilz versus Polemo. They want it, but he not told me he only wanted for weeks.
We did talk with them. Me and Pills did talk to them at the start with Amos and Lycan. What's his name? Lycan. And
I'm
he
talking
asked.
the Phoenix stuff, right? Not
No,
Celestius.
with Phoenix we never talked. I always got banned too.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking. Like, wouldn't it be a good idea to talk to the Phoenix stuff and
Are you
try
kidding?
and
I'm a piece of shit for. I'm a piece of shit for them. They should have came up to us. Not should, but theoretically they should have came up
Let me
to
know
us
how
and
that is,
asked
Rar.
us like, what would you like, or does this sound good for you, and would you like to add something? Maybe, out of for me, out of respect for me. They don't see it that way, but when someone like Pills or someone that has a following and invests his personal time to have fun with a lot of people, to help a lot of people to have fun, or theoretically have fun.
A lot
And
of
they-
old players who play Dark very long and 8-man players, sometimes they speak to me and they say, Pills, you keep, and Polemo, we keep the things going on here. Without you, here is nothing. Because when there's no BG, there's less small man, there's less dog farming, ganking, everything is less. It's dead. And we keep continuously going on the things.
that's what I'm saying. Like, if you don't play Phoenix, the player base is going to decline pretty quickly.
100%. It's nothing. It's
and then
it's a big miss for sure.
And when it comes to that point, maybe the Phoenix stuff would. I don't know.
No. I told this to Utrecht yesterday. He's not reacting.
Oh, okay.
That's really sad.
No, do it old fashioned.
He's too arrogant. Or
Wait,
what is the English
no,
word?
they-
He is
they
too.
They have a big ego. We said that.
Yes. He think he's God.
No, it's not that. But you know what? It's their money. It's their time. They want to do it their way. So you know what? Let it. It's. I don't blame them. I would do it if I had a vision. I wouldn't listen. They listen to 100 people. They're not going to listen to us only.
I told them it's interesting that the Phoenix staff not know what they had after that announcement.
No, Phoenix
in the past.
They're in a different page. For me, it feels like they're aiming to test some things in order for the new game to come out, which is logical. Because if that new game works out, I don't know what engine they're going to use and all that. If it's legal and they could
You
sell
know
it.
that all these tries are not working.
Why not?
Because They are not the maker. You know the guy who coded DAoC in the beginning, the chief.
Yeah.
This is like Bill Gates, or he was brilliant. He had the best game idea ever since 25 years. And these people who make this game and this game, do you think they have 5% of this guy? Never.
Nah, they're
Never.
good. But they're good. They're good. They're good. And Amos, the devs in Eden, Amos and Celestis, they were really good too. They changed things immediately. They were good, but they wanted to play one way. And
DAoC is the 3 realm thing is a big thing. That when you are weak, you can take the other realm and fight the strong realm. And
yeah,
this
you
is
can.
so perfect. And
But
then you have the
we talked
single
about that.
players with the real rank system. This
But there was no realm timer, Pills. There was no fucking realm timer.
where?
And on Celestius especially.
Celestius, yeah, forget Celestius.
If Celestius had realm timer, it would have been awesome. Because there was a lot of battles going on. There was a lot of fun going on.
Yeah, yeah.
But then
I agree. I agree. I'm at the beginning. I made Amos a list. Please do this and do this. After 1 month, he deleted everything from every contact, everything from me. What then? Yeah.
You made a list. I only told him to do one thing. I told him remove
Just buffing people and riding off on my invisible horse.
Because
Like a crazy person.
when the Zerg chases us, it's the only way we're gonna survive. That was his excuse. That's what he told me. We needed to avoid the Zergs. You fucking moron! You know where the Zerg is. Polemo killed this guy. The Zerg is here in Dundeben. What was that stupid keep called in
No,
Alpha?
another problem was the
Why?
info.
Wait, tell everybody.
In Hibernia are 220 people.
Wait,
and
wait,
next
tell me
second you
something.
can click, and then you see in Hibernia are 300 people. And
Tell
then
me
you know,
something.
okay, the BG is entering the realm. This is
Tell me
bullshit
something.
info.
Shut up. You know what's bullshit? Tell me why you always attack Sersbrook.
What is this
Why
conversation?
you attack Sersbrook? Why? There was always a full group.
You wait with 150 Alps. When I enter Albion, I wipe in 1 second. So I must go to Sersbrook.
You must go where?
Anyway, I think this conversation has pretty much been.
I think to cover up some things. I don't know about Phoenix. It's January. We have a whole bunch of time until then. They're probably going to do some somersaults and some 180 decisions, probably.
All right, I'm going to interrupt for a second. Limo. This was an awesome conversation. I appreciate you hosting. Secondly, when are we going to do this again? In another month or so?
No, we're going to do it next week.
Next week? All right. I'll be looking for it in the Discord. I appreciate it, man.
See, what was the gain? Remember what I told? I don't know if you were at the start. The whole thing is that we voice some things, and it's a perfect example for some people to hear if they want to hear. And you know how things are created. You plant the idea in someone's head, and after a month or two, they think about it, and then you see things start changing if they hear it more often. And we were like 60 people today, and most of them couldn't join. But if we do it like next week, we'll probably be 50, 60 people again. It's not a lot. It's not a little, but it's core players. There was like 30, 40 core players here today.
Bo.
And not all of them were here either.
Here, Bo.
And like I said, just some small ideas to be voiced out. Just some. I'm pretty sure Atlas is listening. I'm 100% sure. And like I said, I wish they were on Eden's level, let's say.
Good sit, Bo.
If they were on Eden's level, it's a no thinker, let's say. to
Licking
where
your lips like you want.
we would have been playing. But OF,
hit for the bag.
Old Roz, OF, I hate OF.
Yeah.
I remember on Celestius, we were playing OF. Everybody had a fantastic time, and the server was crashing after because we were jumping from like 800 to 1,200 people population at one point, and the server wasn't holding us. And I remember I almost saying we have to go to
Crazy.
NF. All right, let's go NF. We're having a good time, and I remember a lot of us were saying, "This is the first time I'm having fun in OF." So we go to
That's
NF.
Swayze and
Where we have more fun in NF. It felt a lot better. But we said, all right,
and
you
I'm
know
out
what?
of treats.
Let's go back to OF
I'll
for
go.
a weekend, for fun. Remember when they
All right, I'm gonna bounce out of here.
Remember when they brought us back for a week? For a week. It was
All right, so let me see if I can do some sort of TLDR here for the people that made it this far without killing themselves. So the majority of the people that were talking in Discord today have never played on Atlas, but they have been watching the Atlas Discord. So they have a very small idea of what the game is up to, right? They don't know how well the stability feels today, because today is the day after they made all the changes. Okay, so Atlas feels awesome. It hasn't crashed at all today. There's been 2 Galadoria raids that have completed every boss. No crashes whatsoever. I don't know anything about the relic keeps right now. I haven't seen any relic RBR going on right now. There's been a couple battlegrounds running all day today, and let's see. All the BGs are currently dismembered, but earlier there was a lot of people. There was at least 116 people in Galadoria when they killed the boss. We just did mids, TG, and dragon, no issues. Okay, so there was a TG raid battle group, a dragon, 2 Galadoria raids, and a lot of RVR today. No issues, no lag, no crashes, nothing. So awesome. How many in Thidranky at the moment? / who Thid? / who Thid? That's this. Thid. Oh god. No matches. Hibernia has no presence. So the people who are hosting the discussion are leaning towards Eden. And they think Atlas is dead because Eden is releasing. I don't think this is the case. We had pretty much 1,400 plus players on for the most of the day. We're down to 1244, and it's pretty late in EU. It's like 11:30, so there's still 1,244 players on Atlas right now. It's been a pretty busy day. I did get confirmation that the French streamers that hosted on Uthgard and did their big retro gaming Dark Age Camelot week, we, Atlas, are retaining a majority of those player bases. So we got a lot of Hibernian players from the French sector, and we got a few Albion and a few Midgard. So I'd say dozens of Albion, dozens of Midgard, and hundreds of Hibernians. 80 plus at least. So that's awesome. So we got a couple hundred players from the French sector. So great. And Eden and Phoenix haven't even done an alpha yet. Phoenix and Eden projected a January or a 2023 launch. They've also said after that maybe it'll be sooner. We don't know. Eden is going to do their alpha testing next week in 29 days. So they're doing August 20th is going to be their alpha start. They still have to go through a whole alpha, a whole beta. They still have to create a bunch of PvE content, and they have to script all the mobs and all the bosses and all the mechanics and all that crap. Sarar, I don't know about Atlas fixing that yet. They were worried about the Stability, looks like the stability is gone for right now, so I think they're going to shift gears once they have confirmed no more issues with stability. And that's huge. That is massive. Now, Eden. Here's Eden. Eden is going to have seasonal Dark Age of Camelot servers. They're going to last for a year, however long, okay? They'll be indefinite if the server is the best server out there forever and ever and ever. So each season is going to be vastly different from the last. So they're going to just change the game styles completely in between seasons, and they're time gating the realm ranks by time. Phoenix is also doing seasonal, and they're also adding realm rank caps, but theirs are going to be gated by the number of players that hits the realm rank. So if both Eden and Phoenix have a realm rank 3L9, Eden will release the next rank in the second month, and Phoenix will release the next rank when so many players hit 3L9. Okay? So that's the difference there. Another difference is Phoenix is going to be a complete wipe at this particular moment of this video, according to their announcement. And Eden is going to be a complete wipe. You keep your crafting, you keep your realm points, but they are going to reset your realm rank back to month 1, whatever the cap is going to be for month 1, every time a new season hits. So you can be realm rank 13 at the start of a new season, but you're only going to be able to get whatever the first month's limitations are. And you'll be maxed out every time a new month comes out. Now, Eden is going to have the nostalgic PvE grind, whatever that means. I guess they're going to either copy Atlas with the mob locations and placements, or they're just going to make something up and do it that way. As far as an alternate way to level, they are going to have the PvE, or the player versus player leveling event from Phoenix, which means you're going to have a level 1 to level 5 battleground, and then you're going to, it'll be 1 to 4, 5 to 9, and it'll be every 5 levels you'll go to a different battleground. Each of the level 5 battlegrounds, each battleground is going to have a realm rank cap. So it's probably going to be a high cap, but there's going to be one. So either you're going to hit your realm rank cap, or you're going to hit your level cap and then go to the next battleground, okay? Once you get to 45 to 49, that is the final battleground. It will have a realm point cap. Once you hit 50, you are removed from the battleground, and you'll have to go to the frontier. But there's no guarantee that realm point off and XP off will exist. So if you can do realm point off and XP off, you can just stay in the battlegrounds indefinitely, which will take away from the in-game content. Gotta help our people out. And then they want to do another long-term project, which is seasons. And that's going to be, every season is going to be different. They plan to have like a Mordred season sometime in the future. They plan to do all kinds of weird rule sets, so we'll see what they do. Homeland Invasion, King Assassinations, options like that. They plan to do some weird events. So Eden sounds cool, but the problem with Eden is it's going to be based off the, 1.7, 1.8 Trials of Atlantis stuff. So that means you're going to have TOA bonuses. You're not going to have master levels, but you're going to have the actual plus to power pool, plus to endurance. You're probably going to have poisons for each of those. You're going to have buff shearing and things like that. People say that 1.65, which is what Atlas is running on, is the golden age of Dark Age of Camelot, but we'll see. Now, as far as Phoenix guarantees a 6 to 9 month. They're not going to do artifacts, not that I know of. It's just going to be the TOA bonuses. No artifacts, no master levels. It'll just be the stats that you would get on gear that are TOA bonuses. So season 2 for Phoenix, I guess Phoenix had their season 1 when they died last time, is going to be a 6 to 9 month session, and every month after this, at the 6th month and every month to 9 months, is going to have a vote to extend the life of the server. I don't know about that. Launch date plans to be late 2022 or early 2003 or 2003. Holy shit. 2023. I'm in the wrong decade. So, I don't know. It sounds like the player base is headed towards Eden. Now, a big problem with Phoenix is developing their own game on the side. And I think they're using Phoenix as a petri dish for their side game to code it and make it very similar to how they're running their Freeshard. So if you want to go beta test a game that hasn't even been announced yet, go play on Phoenix. They're going to use New Frontiers on Phoenix and Eden. They're going to omit Catacomb classes. I think Eden is also going to omit the Catacomb classes. There's no master levels or master level abilities. There's no TOA content in Phoenix, as far as I know. And Phoenix is not going to update to the 1.127 DLL file, which, if you're looking at my screen now, let me just go ahead and get rid of the Discord for you. Here you go. 1.127 gives you the zoom feature on your UI scaling. And it also gives you the ability to place ground targets with your mouse. This is all 1.127. And Phoenix is not going to use this because they said the code is too unstable. It's not, because Atlas coded this out much earlier. The issues with Phoenix was that they had a bunch, or Phoenix, the issues with Atlas has the UI scaling and the ground target AoEs. They coded this out back in alpha testing. So it's actually pretty stable now that they've fixed a lot of the bugs. And a lot of those bugs were 74 million duplicate database entries from one person. There was like some character in the game that ended up spiraling off into fracturing into millions and millions and millions of database entries. Once they cleaned that up, there was no more lag. Once they fixed that, the lag was gone. And then they cleaned up a few other things that were causing crashes, and it has never crashed since. Yeah, something happened where the code fractured one person's database entry like 74 million times. So they went through and cleared all that crap out, and now the server's running awesome. Yeah, it was probably your AHK Paladin summoning shrooms. So, there's that. Server's been A+ all day, been 6 hours. Yeah, the only time they've reset today is when they triggered a reset, and it had a 10-minute warning. So it's been fantastic. So.
The warmth of life has entered my tomb.
Thank you for the follow.
Prepare yourself, mortal, to serve my master for eternity.
So, let's get back to it. What else? launch snowballing. Some measures curve to snowballing earlier on. So to prevent players snowballing, they are going to add realm rank caps. Where is that? Somewhere there's realm rank caps. I forget where they are. Here it is. Snowballing. Once a certain number of people reach the current cap, for example, 2L5, the next rank, 2L6, will unlock. So that means you're going to have a staggered, slow creep up the list. So that means if you're someone who does really well on your own, or if you're in a 4-man, you're going to hit the realm rank cap, and you're not going to be able to do anything. You can still gain realm points, but you won't unlock your realm rank until the game tells you your realm rank is unlocked. So you can hit realm rank 5 LO, but Phoenix is going to lock you until you have enough competition at 2L5 to go to 2L6. So if you are someone who likes to solo and kill a lot of people and get above everyone else, this is not your play style, and both Eden and Phoenix are going to play this way. Now, big change on Phoenix is they are going to delete stealthers from the game for 30 days. Assassins and archers cannot receive experience or realm points until 30 days after launch, effectively disabling them until 31 days. So if your archetype is a stealther, you can't play your class. Also, spellcrafting cannot be spellcrafting can be leveled up to 1,000, but cannot be used at all until 14 days after launch. And they're either going to loop minstrels into this group, or they're just going to disable stealth until they add these guys. Schmitty Schmurda, how are you? Good to see you here. Welcome to the stream. You just missed the 3.5-hour live conversation with Polimo and Pills. Onya 87, welcome to the stream. I appreciate it. Absolute MVP, welcome to the stream.
The warmth of life has entered my tomb. Prepare yourself, mortal, to serve my master for eternity.
2023 is going to be the year of seasonal Dark Age of Camelot. People are going to go either follow Polimo and Pills Power to Eden, or they're going to stay here, and then when the inevitable reset for the server happens, people are going to have a bad taste in their mouth. So, I mean, every player is on the fence. Seasons sounds cool in theory. In practicality, this isn't the game that is built around seasons, right? You'd have to do a heavy customization to your server to make it built around seasons. I don't know how they're going to do that. So, who knows? Both servers will let you keep your titles and your pets and your horses and all kinds of weird shit, but they're not going to let you keep your experience or your realm rank. You'll get to keep your realm points. So if you hit realm rank 10 in the first season, you'll be realm rank 10 on Eden for the next season, but they're going to reset you back to realm rank 1 L1 until X amount of time. Onya, do you really think on Eden Alpha launch, Atlas will have more players than Eden will have? Yes, because it's still an alpha. People do not like testing games. People do not like alpha and beta testing. People don't like putting time into stuff where your time and hard work isn't saved. We saw it on Atlas. We saw it at the beginning of Phoenix. Phoenix only had like 800 people in their beta test. And then Atlas only had up to 400 and something in their beta test. Big Yo, Hayes, I'm looking for a guide of minstrel pets to charm from level 1 to 50. I don't have that. I just have the frontier stuff. Some of the PvE mobs have specific abilities. I'm soloing it. Wondering if you had a resource. I don't, but you can probably look around. Maybe Phoenix Forum has one you can probably find. The only one I've found is like a frontier leveling guide, and that's in my drive. So if we pull up my drive here and we go to PvE class guides, there's a frontier pet guide here, and it'll tell you what these pets do by, basic pets, buffs, cast EDs. It tells you what the name of it is, what the level is, if it's applicable, and it tells you what it does. Hopefully that helps. Typically, as a minstrel, you want to focus on things like casters. If you see a mob buffing, steal that one, kind of a thing. If you fight a mob and you see that it's doing special things, you can always steal those, like fairies, pixies, humanoids like druids. Some animals have interesting abilities, things like that. So I would just pay attention to what you're fighting and what it does, and then snag anything that you can. Every server dies regardless. True. Seasonal rule sets would be to at least maintain some sense of entertainment. That's always lost on DAoC burnout. True. True. They could have just turned the server back on. If Phoenix just turned the server back on, they would have had the player base immediately. Half the people would leave Atlas the same day if they just turned the server back on the way it was. Now they're doing all these custom changes because they want to see how stealth affects the game for their side project that they're working on. Believe it or not, the Phoenix dev team is more focused on building their other game than providing a quality place to play for Dark Age of Camelot fans. So what you say, if you reach Eden launch and Atlas loses about 50% of the age of Eden, is it a testing phase for sure? Lots of people like that idea. We'll see. Time will tell, Onya. There's no guarantee what people are going to do. But I can guarantee you that wherever Pills Power and wherever Polemo go, they're going to pull a lot of people with them just because they know for sure they have someone who's going to constantly run large battle groups. What is this other game? It's not announced yet. We just know that they're building another game. And if you want to go to Phoenix, you can beta test their other games' systems for them, similar to how Camelot Unchained is building side games and making systems in the side games for Camelot Unchained. If that makes sense. I don't know if you guys are paying attention to them, but that's what's going on there. So every server is going to have its own agenda and own thing that they're going to be paying attention to. So we're going to have to figure out what server holds the player base best interest. And right now that's Eden and Atlas. And Atlas is more likely to listen to the player feedback than any of the servers. And Atlas has the best dev team by far as creating a dialogue. Big Cheese, who am I in game? I'm Hazefest. You can just use /Hazefest and you'll find me in any form. All of my characters have the same names. Yeah, I don't like to do a bunch of different names because I want people to be able to find me if they need me. On Atlas, do you need quality on gems for spellcraft? No, you do not. How come the Broadsword server wasn't part of the discussion? It was. The thing about the Broadsword server is no one believes that it's actually a thing until they come up with a physical server and say, here's the date for the alpha. No one takes it seriously because they've been talking about it for so damn long. So the Broadsword server is just hearsay until it actually happens. So until they come up with a server and show us gameplay of the server and announce an alpha, it doesn't exist. That's why the Broadsword server really wasn't mentioned beyond like 10 seconds. Because I asked about that. I was like, how are we feeling about the live server? And then everybody's like, what live server? We know it's been announced. We don't know anything about it because they haven't made one. And the sad thing is they used to have classic servers, a bunch of them. And then they took all the servers down and repurposed them into UAIN servers, and they didn't keep a single one of them. So they could have just plugged that in, turned it on, but instead they deleted them all. So good job. Oh, and by the way, they also, the same devs, when they mentioned that they were going to do a classic server, the dev team said that they did not understand their own code. And I later found out from another viewer that the dev team that's running Mythic now, whoever's running Dark Age of Camelot live, lost an entire expansion's worth of maps, and they were never rebuilt. So there was a bunch of expansion maps that were just overwritten by accident, and they never fixed them. They're just like, well, those are gone now. So instead of paying someone to redo them, they just said, too bad. When Eden and Phoenix launch, the small player base of 10,000-ish, 12,000-ish Dark Age of Camelot fans out there are going to be split pretty hard. Phoenix has said they're not going to lift all of the bans. They're going to go by a case-by-case basis. And a lot of the people that were banned on Phoenix are going to stay banned. The people on Atlas said that if you were banned on Atlas, depending on the reasons for your ban, it was a temporary ban. Let me jump over to Atlas real quick. I was talking to Clate, who was mentioned in the conversation. I let him know that I was going to be streaming that, and I asked him if he wanted a copy of it. He said he did. So I will take the VOD of this video, I will move it to my YouTube, and I will publish it there so anybody who missed anything can find it eventually if the VOD ever falls off Twitch. And then I'm going to send him a link so that he can go through and analyze all the stuff from the top player base that has the most the people who lead the battlegrounds that have the most sway in the community. So these are the people that they should listen to as a dev team. And hopefully that will help influence the future of all three. So all three servers are going to give that guy a merchant because he's like looking for one. You can copy it to your YouTube. Yeah, go for it, man. You can copy it and then you can do like a stop play kind of thing where you discuss your points. I don't mind. You can take the VOD and do whatever you want with it. Just going to be a big file. Worst use of a merchant ever. Don't do that, by the way. Don't feed the little people your charges of merchant. Now that's a blade master right there. It's a blade master with palm, so he'll be very calm while he fights people. Totally useful, by the way. So that's my 2 cents on it. Broadsword's live or classic server is non-existent until they prove otherwise. Eden is the front runner for people who are not currently on Atlas's viewpoint. People who are not currently playing Atlas because it's original frontiers and original RAs are not interested in Atlas and are looking to Eden. People who want to play Dark Age of Camelot and hang out with their friends in Dark Age of Camelot are playing Atlas. Atlas is getting fixed. The stability is great today. Photoplaxia. So the stability today has been fantastic. If it stays like this, then the stability is resolved. There's been no lag, no issues whatsoever. The game hasn't crashed since yesterday. The only way that Polemo would come to Atlas is if they went to New Frontiers and New Realm abilities. Polemo wants to have all realms have sauce and have all the same abilities, basically. They want WoW's version of Dark Age of Camelot, which I like this rule set because the original Frontiers, every class matters, no class is obsolete, because every class has unique abilities that is required by the realm. I like New Frontiers because of the keeps. I think it'd be awesome if we got some sort of hybrid Old Frontier, New Frontier keeps. So, I don't know. So, I don't like Trials of Atlantis. Most people don't. So, Trials of Atlantis is out for me. Eden is going to have Trials of Atlantis stats that you still have to cap out at. So, this is a more simplistic version of Dark Age of Camelot on Atlas. This is what people like. Things like that. How can we upgrade house on housing? Sarar, you have to go to the housing merchant and you have to buy the deed of the house you want to upgrade. There's like a 1 plat and then like a 10 plat or 1, 3, 5, 15, something like that. You buy whatever deed you want, you go back to your house plot, and then you drop the deed on your house and it'll upgrade it. OF is such boring gameplay. I get why you say that. It's mostly a main, and whenever it's not a main, it's BG on BG. So, I understand why, now that I've played Old Frontiers, because my first experience with real RVR was Phoenix as an adult when I came back and found it during the pandemic. And then Atlas was my first experience with Old Frontiers. The only thing I don't like about Old Frontiers is the keeps. And the balance will get better. I mean, Atlas has changed things about Old Frontiers, like they've gave Thanes the New Frontier version of Static Tempest and stuff like that. Old Frontiers is only boring if you play certain ways. I agree, the keep system is kind of trash. Which is why I think that if they did New Frontiers keeps in Old Frontiers, that'd be cool. You'd have to make custom versions of the keeps. You'd have to like build the keeps, you know, manually, and then do that, but who knows. I think even if they just replace the keeps with just towers, that'd be pretty cool. Is Phoenix going to continue with their new styles bullshit? Yes. Phoenix mentioned no changes of the current way the game is ran on Phoenix, other than removing stealthers from the game, time gating, spellcrafting, and stealthers, and capping your realm points. So X amount of people has to make whatever realm rank you are before the next realm rank becomes available. They changed the styles so that the growth rates were pretty much 0. The reason they're removing stealth from the game, Selene, is to test their side game. They're building a game very similar to Dark Age of Camelot, and they want to test the theory of no stealth in their side game. So to do that, they're going to use the working version of Phoenix. That's why they're doing it. They're doing it because they're curious how having no stealthers in the game will change the gameplay loop. They're not doing it because it's interesting to the player base. They're not doing it because the player base demanded it. They're doing it because they are coding a game on the side and developing a game on the side, and they're using Phoenix as a petri dish to test. Which is unfair to the player base because they expect, quality. They expect some sort of quality from the dev team, and I don't think they're going to get it there. Sadly. Now, no offense to Dev or the devs at Eden or Phoenix, but we're just going off what we've seen so far on the server, or on the server's official websites. Well, Cautoplaxia, I guess you'll be going to Eden like everybody else. Right now, it's pretty clear. It's between Atlas and Eden. And the player base that doesn't like original Frontiers and original RAs is going to Eden. Now, Eden's going to have the new version of Archery, which is absolute dog crap. So if you like magical archery, go to Eden. If you like classic archery, you'll go to Phoenix or you'll go to Atlas. If Atlas can fix some things, this will be around for a while. Yes, Atlas does not intend to shut down ever. I think they will be like Uthgard. They will just exist forever. However, they said that once their code is stable, they will release it on the DOL server database. The people that were 8v8 oriented said that charge is the devil because there's no counterplay to charge. So it's not going to affect battle groups, but it's going to affect small man and 8v8 pretty hard. And it'll also affect 1v1s because you want every time your charge is up, you can just go against any class that's CC heavy. Can't really outplay the New Frontier charge. I think there should be some sort of outrun mechanic for casters versus melee DPS. It's like a scrawny little nerd outrunning like a full athletic track team, you know what I mean? It's just, it doesn't work. I had one guy that was like on a mentalist or whatever kite me for 15 years. No, he was an enchanter. He was an enchanter and he kited me for like 10 minutes on my friar. I couldn't close the gap. Me and another guy chased him for 10 minutes and we could never catch him because you had infinite sprint and there was no speed increase to catch him. That was crap. My friar's name on Phoenix was Air Friar with an H. That was my Phoenix character, as well as Bowie, which everyone hated because I added all the fights because scouts were absolutely garbage. I was always at Benno Bridge. I fought Brainstorm a lot, and I fought Teehee a lot, and some other people. All the time. So, I don't know, the takeaway from this is right now Eden and Atlas are the front runners. And I think that Atlas over time wins because of the dev team. I got a lot of faith in the dev team. They're pretty awesome people, and they've been fairly nice about all the shit they encountered over the last month. So, and the problem, I tried telling them this in the conversation earlier, they didn't seem to understand. Atlas still has months of development time ahead of Eden or Phoenix launching. So they're going to be able to fix all this stuff that people have a problem with, and then the word of mouth is going to get players back here over time. And after the first wipe on Phoenix and the first wipe on Eden, people are going to have a bad taste in their mouth. So do they want to come to Atlas where they don't have to worry about leveling ever again, or do they want to go somewhere else? You think it's going to take years to fix the Atlas code? I disagree. They've already fixed the lag and crashing issues from what I can tell today. There's been 0 issues from all the battlegrounds. All the battle groups that have ran today. There's been multiple raids in Galadoria, TG, Dragon, and there's been huge battle groups RVRing all day today with no lags or crashes. There's still hundreds of bugs, sure, but you have no idea how fast the dev team will chew through the tickets that they have. Okay, let me show you real quick. I'll give you a breakdown. Do this on stream. So we go to Atlas, we go to tickets. There is currently 332 tickets, okay? Let's see, these are confirmed is what we're looking for here. Status confirmed. So, status. Where's confirmed? What do you need, bud? Yep. No problem, bud. Let's see. Status. Thanks, bud. I'll see you in a minute. Where do I do confirmed? Anyway, doesn't matter. I did this a little bit ago and I completely forgot how I did that. So currently there's 421 bugs, right? There's a lot less confirmed. So let's see the issues that are confirmed. No. Oh my gosh. I'm still learning this new site, obviously. So there's 332 confirmed issues is basically what it is. Right? There's 19 crafting and all that stuff. Anyway, the dev team will be able to chew through the 300 whatever tickets there are in a week or two. How do you place your consignment merchants? You just put it on your plot. You just drag the token from your inventory and put it right on your plot. But you'll have to have a porch. So you'll need to have a deed, a porch, and then the consignment merchant. If you don't have a porch, he won't sell for you. Is it category? Not category. Is confirmed. There it is. Boom. That's how you do it. Apply. So there's a lot of issues. Once they're confirmed, the dev teams will work on them. Can they fix the bug where I have to run for 15 minutes to get to action? KK, thanks. They might one day, maybe. You have to twist songs. You can't play your character. Atlas saying this is launch killed it. Soft or otherwise, this is beta. Primer, you're not wrong, but you couldn't. We got to a point where we couldn't beta test anymore because we had fixed all the issues. And then when we launched, we had like hundreds of players we didn't have before. Okay, so when we first launched, they had a 500 player cap. That's the first time we hit it, so they fixed it. And then they started realizing there was a bunch of issues with the systems, not because of the number of players, but because the number of players were interacting with the systems that were in play. Because the inventory systems, the PvE systems, the death systems, they all have funnels and different workflows for each one of those things. So, once they realized where the bottlenecks were in their flowcharts for all of that, that's when they could start working on those. But until you have the people, you're not going to know where the bottlenecks and the issues are. The same thing's going to happen for Eden and Phoenix. Now, both Eden and Phoenix have people who have worked on previous Dark Age of Camelot servers, so they know what more closely to expect. Atlas is a fresh dev team that hasn't worked on any of the servers previously. So, they're still learning Dark Age of Camelot as a whole, which makes them a little bit slower, but at the same time, they are efficient. Because they are not 24/7 developing this server, they are actually doing it in their free time. So they're still getting a buttload done in the 6 to 10 hours a day that they're working on it. And I think out of all the dev teams, Atlas will have the largest dev team unless Eden has over 15 people. For the teleport or merge, you have to enable your hook points. I think you have to do like /hook points on or something. I forget the actual command for it. Have you ever had issues with ReShade crashing your game and turning your screen blue? No. My ReShade has been quite fine. ReShade works just fine. I've never had any issues with it. What version of ReShade are you using? Are you using the 4.4.2 from my Google Drive, or are you using a different version? If you're using the one from my Google Drive, you should have no issues with it, unless you have issues with your driver, or like you said, your video card. I've had zero problems with ReShade on Dark Age of Camelot. I had more issues with the latest versions of ReShade than I had with the current version that I use. You're not running your settings, you just downloaded a new version? That sounds disgusting, and I recommend you immediately correct yourself. My version's super easy to use. And not only that, I have a step-by-step guide on how to do it. Like literally, you start it up, you say, I want to use DirectX 9, you say for what game, and you move to Camelot.exe, and then you say go. And then you pick the different things that you want. I currently use the following settings right here. You have your own settings, that's fine. These are just what I recommend. These will collide with NVIDIA's what is this? The GeForce gameplay, game ready stuff, whatever this is. The NVIDIA control panel will collide with your ReShade settings. So if you've made customized ReShade settings in NVIDIA, I recommend that you delete those and use the ReShade. Much more efficient. I'm just kind of hanging out, chatting with you guys while doing stuff. Have you heard anything about when /craft macros will work again? Not yet. I can ask though. I guess when they're ready again. They disabled them, they fixed all the problems with the lag and the crashing, and they haven't re-enabled them yet. So, unsure. The buy macro works now? Because earlier today it was not working for the buy macro. Maybe that's what they enabled when I left earlier. And if you have a question like that, you can always ask the dev team in support, and they may tell you.
I actually find myself admiring you in this moment.
Thank you for following, Zohan. Oh, I should probably do that. /pay rent. Doesn't work. Is it /pay with a space? Nope. It's just rent. What? That is more money than it will likely fit in the lockbox. Okay. 120? Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Ball Enchanter. Uh-oh. Wrong person. $200 is max, you believe? Oh, god damn it. So I need to do pay rent, personal, 80? Nope, it's not 200. It's something else. Try 30 more. Okay, I'm at 150. Let's try 10. 160. 160 is the cap. All right, let's try this. 160. 160 the cap. Can't do 161. Oh, awesome. I think today's conversations were highly productive in a sense that we understand all the potty words from all the languages. That's the most important thing. And two, we know where the mindset of the player base is going. They're either leaning towards Eden or they're leaning towards Atlas, depending on how you feel about Original Frontiers. Right now, Atlas has the player base. Once Eden goes into Alpha, we'll see what the hell happens, because who knows. I think people just are dying to play somewhere else. When Eden goes into Alpha, they'll probably have a huge community spike, just because you got the players that were banned from Atlas, you got the people who don't like Old Frontiers and only like New Frontiers, and then you have people who are just, you know, don't like old RAs. So, the Dranky still has, wow, there's a bunch of people in the Dranky now. There's 12 players from Hibernia there. Let's see. Let's see if there's any action. 16 mids. Oh, there's action then. If there's 16 Midgard and 12 Hibernia, I wonder how many Albions are out there. Anybody in Albion able to... Yeah, Skinner, hang on one second. I got you, buddy. Boop, 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 boop. Doot. Here it is. There you go. Enjoy. Can you give a short rundown of the difference of what Eden is running, or are there a ton of changes? There's a ton of changes. Basically, it's going to be seasonal Dark Age of Camelot, which means after a year or more, whenever the player base dies, they're going to basically reset the server, and you're going to keep your crafting. Realm points will be time gated, so that means your realm rank will only go up when the server tells you it can. You can gain as many realm points as you want, but the server will only keep you at realm rank whatever the time is allotted. So for the first month, it'll be 1 month or 3L, whatever. Here's Eden. So basically, your time cap skill points. So every month, your realm rank will go up. Your maximum realm rank possible will go up. At the end of a season, your realm rank will be white, back to 1, but you'll keep whatever realm points you have. So you can hit realm rank 13, and the following season, you will be realm rank 1L1, just like everybody else, until whatever time says you level up. And you will always be capped if you're realm rank 13. So that's dumb. Also, Eden's going to run new archery, which is the magic-based archery, which no one likes. And that means you won't be able to stand on top of keeps and shoot a far away distance like you can in Old Frontiers. Or Old Archery, whatever you want to call it. Eden is also going to run Trials of Atlantis bonuses, not master levels, not artifacts, nothing like that. It's just going to be the bonuses that you get from Trials of Atlantis, which is like percent power pool, percent endurance, percent life, poisons for each of those, so people can poison your power pool, your endurance, all that crap. And you're going to have a plethora of charge items in your inventory that you can use, so it'll just be fighting pretty much every class with a full arsenal of charge items from your inventory. Sorry, Carmi. Over here running my suck. I forgot to buff you, my bad. Ride my horse around you. Yeah, it's going to be Omniprocs. It's going to be Life Leech, Endo Leech, all that crap. It's going to be real dumb. Have fun with that. It's going to make all the fights in the game last 500 hours, and you're going to hate it. A big reason that Polemo doesn't like Old Frontiers is because the keeps aren't all that great, let's be honest, and he doesn't like that each realm won't be identical like World of Warcraft is, or like Phoenix was, where every realm has sauce, every realm has twiff, every realm has 500 abilities they can use on one character, and it makes character like paladins are obsolete because everybody's running pots. They don't need a endo tank. So, how long is the reskinning weapons cloaks gone for? I don't know, Big Mike. I didn't even realize they were gone. Is Eden the same as Phoenix? You're a bit confused. Eden is very similar to Phoenix. Phoenix is also running seasonal with time-gated information. So the seasons on Phoenix are going to be 6 to 9 months. The seasons on Eden, this is Eden, this is Phoenix. So Phoenix season is going to be 6 to 9 months guaranteed. Eden is going to be 1+ years, or until the population dies. Whenever the population dies to a certain point, they're just going to reset the server and say, we go again. Both of these servers are going to be in beta this year, or alpha. Alpha starts for Eden on August 20th. For Phoenix, they have not said when their alpha is going to start. Both servers plan to launch in winter to January of 2023. They're very similar. It's very weird. Dark Age Camelot is going to be the year of seasonal Dark Age for 2023. It's going to be very weird. I don't like it. So the only thing Phoenix really has going for it is that it did so well last time. I think they absolutely dropped the ball this time. And the big issue with Phoenix is the player base is not their focus, and the server is not their focus. Their focus is on a side game that the main person of Phoenix is developing in tandem with using Phoenix as a petri dish, because the systems in Phoenix are very similar to the game he is developing on the side. So they're using Phoenix to test ideas in their developing game on the side. Similar to how Camelot Unchained is creating side games to make systems for Camelot Unchained. And since that was leaked and people know about that, I don't know how many people want to be guinea pigs for Phoenix. Do you want to go to Phoenix and be, you know, in a back seat compared to a game that you don't even know what the name of it is yet? Thank you, DAoC player. So now that there's multiple Freeshards coming out, we only know of 4, and then if you count Theta, which no one knows about or is talking about, Theta is a 4-realm Dark Age of Camelot that has been in production for a while, and they're creating a whole new realm called whatever the hell it's called, the Atlanteans or some shit. And they're going to have classes like Titan, Barbarian, Marauder, Assassin, Amazon, Oracle, Poet, Sage, Occultist, and Dryad. And it's Atlantis classes is what they're calling them. The Atlantis realm. And you'll start off as a Wayfarer, an Outlaw, or a Diviner. So that's cool, but we don't have any clue, and I haven't seen anything developed on this in like months. I haven't seen any updates on this. Like September 1st, 2021 was the last time I heard anything about, like, 2021 is the last time we heard from this, September 5th. So I don't know where in development the 4-realm Thera server is, but it's not even on the radar. Same thing with Broadsword's classic server. It is also not in the cards because they don't have anything tangible to show us revolving around a classic server. So hopefully that puts things in perspective. The real 2 servers, according to the BG leaders from Phoenix, which is Polimo, Pills Power, whoever the hell was on mid, and a few other really well-known names in the community, they're looking at Eden. And a lot of those players in the conversation today have never played on Atlas, so they don't know how it feels from when it started to where it is. And a lot of the people on the conversation today don't realize that this game, or this server Atlas, still has 2 to 5 months of hard improvements before the next server is even live. So Eden's not coming out for months, even though it's going into alpha next month. So they still have to figure out all their PvE stuff and code all the PvE content, all the PvE bosses, create all kinds of mechanics for the bosses and shit. It's going to take a while. So that's my piece on it. I think it was a productive conversation. They're going to have another conversation like next week. I guess they're going to let the fallout from our conversation today reach the dev teams, see what the dev teams are going to do to realign to the community's expectations or wants, and we'll see what happens. The only thing that would fix the game for a lot of people, for Atlas to be a real contender, is to have new frontiers and new RAs, and I don't think that's something that they are willing to do.
Jessica told you.
All right. Anyway, guys, I gotta run. My wife needs me to go on a beer run because tonight we're having German food, and she needs alcohol to pair with our German sausage. Gonna be delightful. I appreciate everyone stopping by to hang out with me and get a little piece of the action. If you want to watch the VOD, feel free to do so. I'm going to put this VOD up on my YouTube, and I will post it wherever people want me to post it. And I'm going to give it to the Atlas dev team so they know exactly what the community wants, and the dev team can either align with the community's wants, or they can continue doing their vision. That is up to them. They are the ones who are in charge of all that. I appreciate your time today. If you give me just a moment here, I will toss you to another Dark Age of Camelot streamer, and you guys can go hassle him for a while, or them. Could be a lady. There's a lot of you guys can go hassle him for a while. No, shut up, you. Shh. No. There's a lot of ladies that actually stream and play Dark Age of Camelot, which I was very surprised that one of the BG leaders today on Hibernia was an actual lady. And it was nice to see that, because I'm all about equal opportunity. So that's fun. Let's see here. A lot of French players are streaming. That's great. We got a lot of the retro gamer French people have come over to Atlas from Uthgard, since the Uthgard event is now over. So that's cool. I like it. Give me just a moment, guys. Sure, I got everything correct. And you could ask the next streamer what they think about the conversation, because they were also there. So, yeah. You streamed Dark Age of Camelot for the first time 2 nights ago for 13 hours. You had 700 unique viewers. That is awesome. Absolute MVP. That is fantastic. And if I see your stream come up, I will definitely come by and hit you with a follow, because I like spreading the love. Hey, Kitaro Ghost, how are you? You're just catching me at the end, man. I'm so sorry. I got to run to the store and get some beer for my wife. She's cooking a German dish and she needs alcohol. So I say yes, ma'am. Anyway, guys, I really appreciate you. I'm going to throw you over to DStap21. He's a good dude. And make sure you follow him and ask him what he thinks about the conversation, because he was listening to it earlier today. You guys have a wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. And I'll see you next time.
How dare you?